Hello. I've adjusted the chair for myself a little bit, given myself that extra 2 inches of closeness. So now I'm just gonna like adjust volume and such for myself before I take over for the robot. Yeah, gotta stand up to reach. That was as delicate as I could make it. How goes? Okay. Y'all ready for me to blow out this transmission? I don't know which way this wheel is. Up. Alright. So, Control C. Okay, and I'm up. And I'm in control now. Yep, I did this. The wheel was upside down. Oh God. Yep, that's how you drive a car. Oh yeah, this isn't so bad. Not too bad at all. There. It's just like Ian left it, right? Where am I? Brake. Brake. Alright. Easy peasy. There we go. And now we just have to remember this entire racetrack and pray for daylight. Right? Uh-oh. Alright. And braking. Down to maybe third? Yeah, third works. I think. The wheel's a little bit off now. I don't know what kind of modeling Ian has turned on for the damage, but I think I'm off by about 10 to 15 degrees now. Neutral. Come on. Up. 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 No? No up? What if I go to robot? Is the robot gonna fix it for me? Yes! I did break something, so the robot fixed it. Hiya! How do I show damage status? Control Q. Don't see damage. No? All right. We're in third. Now we're in fourth. Go back to third. And robot, take the wheel away. Woo! I'm not robot. Oh, God. It's supposed to make that sound. Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Okay, all right. Robot. And then robot. Haha! It was me the whole time this time. 1. There, now I don't have to do a handoff, because I was here the whole time. Now anything that happens is my fault. For sure. Woo! I will learn how to shift to 5th. I will. We're just going this way. Don't know what you're talking about, Hall of the Wise Wolf. No court would convict me. Woo! Uh-oh. Wall. No. Okay, yes. Good. All right, I'm just gonna be fighting the engine the whole time this goes on. Whoa! Whoa! Maybe we belong in the sea. Land was a mistake. Can you imagine just sliding on your belly into the sea and then having your limbs shorten and your fingers lengthen into very useful flippies? And then you just swim around with your mouth open. And anything that falls in is food. And you don't have to think about anything. You just have to think about maybe breathing sometimes. But it's all optional. Oh, the wheel is moving. The wheel is moving. That was not my fault. Oh, God. I put too much pressure on the wheel. It is... No. No. Everything is topsy-turvy now. Okay. No! Come on, 5th, please! 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 Flawless victory. Yeah. Whoop. No, 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 no. That wasn't my fault. I'm responsible driver. A little bit heavy on the gas, but still totally cool and calm, collected, and I know where the road is. Is anybody else sweaty? God damn, imagine getting passed by someone called Craig Nagel. I think I've figured out why I'm having trouble seeing the road. Careful observers may notice that it's very dark. Headlights might be smashed. You think they were like pre-gaming? Oh, around. Aroundy round. Just follow the other cars. Come on. Alright, maybe a lower gear. You're right, car. Yeah, let's start at third. It's fine. Cars sound like that when they're healthy. And happy. It's like a cat purring. Or children screaming with joy. Or just, you know, nature sounds. Woo! We did a lap. Oh, retired champion. Did I AI? AI driver. AI driver. All right, AI driver. Show me how it's done. While I rest my footsie. Going from like never touching a clutch pedal to like constantly keeping my foot up so that I can just keep jamming on it is an experience. I have not been keeping up on my, I don't know, left front calf. What's the front part of your leg called? The muscle that makes your foot go up. My shin bone is unexercised. My tabuli anterior. Bones aren't muscles? Then what have I been eating? See, it's not just me making the car make... This has a 6th gear? Is that what the little light means? What if I got to experience the mystical 6th gear for myself? Ah! Ah! I just had to drive in a straight line. So the wheel's motorized, right? And even when the AI is driving, somehow my brain's like, the wheel's moving on its own. It force feedback, you know, it keeps itself tight, you know? But it doesn't. The AI doesn't make the wheel move. All right. Ian said to hold in the clutch. So I'll wait till we get back on this straight and then get into 5th gear. And then I will very safely hold the clutch in when I switch. Ah! I did it! Why is it quiet? I was never meant to have this power. Okay. 4th gear, right? 4th gear. We're in 4th. I'm holding down the thing. I'm trying to match the dot on the steering wheel, the dot in the game. We're in 4th. Maybe I'll wait till around this corner. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Matchy, 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 matchy. Oh, 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 I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Come on. Oh. Come on, 6. Are we ready? Are we gonna make it? Yeah! Ah, corner. Oh, damn you. Bluth family. I think I've seen the series, I just don't really. So it was after it was popular. It was after there were already memes. I really want to jump it like a ramp though. Just whoosh. They're fine and I'm fine. Don't look back. This big sushi. Nope, 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 nope. Arrgh! We're doing fine. We're doing so fine. We just have to keep the wheel at 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Stop hugging the wall. You know, it's really scary when it's dark out. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, is that the Terry Fox run van? Ah! I think it was the steering rack and not the tie rods. Are the stairs dead? I don't know. The tank is still there. How do I see the tab? 29. They're fine. Everyone's fine. Yeah, it's the car's fault. It's only mortal. If I ran every other car off the road, do you think Ian would be happy when he came back? Impressed, maybe. But I think he likes to have company on the track. Murder is a crime? Not if it's in international waters. I'm not on a road in France. France's road is here. The road has become in front of me. I forgot about the carbies. Have I seen the armored vehicle? Is there more than just the tank? Yes, I did take that corner pretty cleanly. Indeed. I'm just stretching out my leg. Ian said I should ignore the tank, but I did see it. Yeah, this looks exactly like the Malahat. I don't know about you guys. See, the stairs are fine. They're fine. They're just going a little slower, maybe. But they would have always been going slower, right? That's how I caught them in the first place. Alright. I think I'm about ready to take over. Maybe I'll just let it do the difficult parts first, and then I'll get the wheel straightened out. I will be the one who crosses the finish line, and so it'll be points for me, and this will be my best lap. Right? Unless my next lap is better. Good point. Alright, what gear are we gonna be in? 2, 3. Alright. We're in third gear. And we're going, and we did it. We so did it. We're so in. And the car is fine. That was a flawless handoff. Just need a bit of a pit break. Ugh. Why isn't it going? AI? AI? Okay. Crash harder. Alright, engine still. Whoa. You're on the road, AI. I will try crashing it harder. So we get the gravel out of the engine. It's... There. I fixed it. Ah, I got distracted by the sushi. No, I was misled. Oh, little slippy. Little slippy. brakes still work. I missed. So the car doesn't have a 4th to 7th. You know, we did that science. We tried it out. Maybe I should just try to find the ocean. Maybe I should. What if I just pretended to drive for the rest of stream? No one would be able to tell, right? None of you. Just turn the wheel. All right. Oh no! Wall! Wall! I had the stick in the wrong position. Stick was in 5th. I didn't see it. I'm trying to dig for the keyboard underneath the mic arm. I don't have, like, line of sight. There we go. I'll move that. We'll have fewer accidents this way. Right? And I bumped the mouse. There we go. Alright. So, 4th. Returning. 3rd. Kinda like this. Now we're in 4th, and I've got the thing in 3rd. Doesn't really like that very much. No! This newfangled AI, I don't know if it's an improvement. You know, sure it can do my job, but okay. All right. Is there a gap there? Does it seem like a... I'm looking for holes. I think the big hairpin up ahead might be a good spot to find the ocean. Oh, that might be good too. This is safe. Try not to cough directly in the microphone. Alright, just gonna start braking. Braking. Gonna go slow, nice and slow into the corner. Into the corner of the corner where there is a gate. And some other vehicles. And hopefully no floor. Sounds like we've hit a rough patch. It respawned me. I couldn't just drift forever. Free shuffling off this mortal coil. The never-ending loop. Alrighty then. Easier on the gas. Maybe a little braking in there would be good. Aiming for the apex, overshooting it. Going through my own tracks. And when the tracks ended, that's when the AI carried me. This is the best part of this track. If this track was just a straight line, never ending, imagine. Scooch. What happened to Steve Barrett? I wish there was like a kill cam on this thing. Oh, God. Come on. Ah. Who goes there? Turn on the headlights? What headlights? We'll use their headlights. Hurricane honey. Oh. That's which cutie honey it is. Yes, this looks safe. This direction. Braking? Road's really squiggly. It's weird that he had picked such an uncontrollable machine. Inconsiderate is right. It's not the car's sort of horse you saddle an amateur with. Oh, is that the tank? Oh, damn, I'm never gonna catch them. Just want to keep going in a forward direction. See, just sticking in third was not a mistake. We're definitely gonna make it. We're making it. Woo! Now, quick. Stretch. Wait, is the AI trying to turn around to go back in the pit the normal way? Is that what's happening? Really seems like the AI is struggling here. For some reason. Like, I think I did fine. Like... I made it go all the way around. And all right. Woo! If I just take my hands off the wheels, we just do donuts. What if I go in the back way? Into the pit. You need to turn on the fixed car and the pit settings for the AI to go to pit? I don't think so. I mean, I'll hit the escape. What was the... What's the pit command thing? It's not one of the buttons on the... Ian's got various shortcuts and commands thing. I can replay, modes, cycle cameras, traction control levels, brake level. I can save a screenshot. Home? No, that's the console, not the other console that I want. I can change the saturation. That's nice. This document's not helping. Is enter? Down arrow. Oh, it's arrows. Okay, alright. If I just toggle yes, and then I turn the AI on. I fixed it! What fun can we get up to in the console? I think I can spawn players? I think I can do that, but I don't... maybe change the weather? Delete system files or something? I don't know. Enter my own malicious Lua. Murder everyone and then add them back? So it would appear as though no crime were committed. I don't know enough about what mods we have to feel comfortable randomly spawning things, but I am gonna straighten out this wheel. And by straighten out, I mean rotate the platform that it's on so it's not at like a weird angle, because I kicked it earlier. Oh man, it's easy to get real tense doing this. Can I date the tank? $19.45. Just count the rings. Gulder, don't you mean fish tank? Why would I be shopping for a fish tank online? All right. Found the pedals. And I'm just in time to take over for this sucker. I think that's right side up. I just kind of have to guess what they're doing and what they're about to do, so that I can seamlessly take over. Like so. How do I use the turn signal? What button does that for me? I can get us into the pit. Yeah, there it is. Even in the dark. Wait, is that it? Oh, wait, wrong way. Nope. No, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. I got a lap. Where am I going? Oh, here. Aha! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome to the 24-hour of LRR. Today, I, Coriander Dickinson, am driving a car. Around and around. Sometimes with the assistance of AI. Do I have any plans with Kathleen tonight? Not that I know of. She hasn't talked to me. Yeah. Let me check the office Discord. Discord wasn't even on, so. No messages. No. Nada. All right, back at it again. Smooth. What? Interference! Other drivers aren't allowed to assault me. Might have broken my windshield. Okay, why do I have both signal lights on? Why are my warning blinkers on? I said it was like alt something. I can turn on the windshield wipers. Ah! 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 How do I window this? Maybe I shouldn't have been messing with those. How make big? Oh. Oh, alt enter. I see, I see, I see. See what I did there. Okay. Because I don't really want to. I'll let the AI turn them off. Question mark? It won't? All right. Damage. So if I just ram myself into a wall, maybe it will. Right? Adjust. All right, turn AI off. Left alt pad. No, I've hit 0. Right or left alt and numpad 0 doesn't do squat. This keyboard doesn't have a working numlock button or light. Something bound to the wheel? Back. And forward. Back. Hey, Alex.
Hello.
Home sleeping.
Oh,
Are you here to take over a shift?
Huh.
You wanna have a hand at the wheel?
Hey. I don't know why I do it. I figured since Earth would bring some electrolytes.
Oh. Well, I have something electrolyte adjacent. I was just turning off the hazard lights. Is what I was doing. Did you wanna have a go or just hang out? You could pop on some headphones, get a microphone.
So wait, are you driving? Or?
AI is driving right now. I just toggled that on so we could chat. If you wanted.
I've never driven the automobile here.
You've never driven the automobile.
I haven't driven this automobile.
Okay. So, we got a clutch pedal on the left.
Oh god, I've never driven a stick.
We got a brake pedal in the middle.
Uh-huh.
We got a gas pedal on the right. The sticky thing is to the left. You gas go. Push in clutch. go gas off at the same time, and then make number go up or down, depending on revs.
I'm familiar with the theory.
Okay.
We can always see what a disaster it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can we can turn the AI off. Get you in here.
It's taking our fucking jobs.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. While we're sorting this out, I'll mute the microphones so that we can wang jangle around.
Just hear like crashing sounds.
The chair from moving back.
Come on. There's only so many things here.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
I don't remember.
Huh. Well,
I'm taking your time.
All right.
Repeat.
I'm gonna make you crash.
okay.
Oh wow, this is perfect.
Yeah. So, shift, or, yeah, go to first gear. Ease in with the gas. You gotta let the clutch go, yeah. Perfect, you got it.
My God, I've done my first manual shift.
You're a real race driver now.
Oh God.
Gotta go left. And then a little bit right.
Oh. Oh shit. Well, it goes red. That's a prompt to shift.
Yep. It wants you to go up.
Oh shit. What? That's a sushi.
That is a
That
sushi.
is 100% a sushi.
I think that sushi's winning.
I would believe it. Oh dear God. I'm not learning this for real. All right. Oh boy.
All right, so you also have reverse if you need it. It's on the bottom right. Yeah.
We'll just do the whole thing this way.
Yeah. Especially for your first time on this track before, you've learned the ins and outs.
Yeah, we'll just. Are my headlights on?
Not anymore.
Oh, they're dead.
They're dead.
Nope, that put that into fifth gear. I'm glad it doesn't like make angry gearbox chewing sounds.
Yeah. It's not as like seamless as the flappy paddle gear shifters. Those are really nice because
Now,
you don't have
why
to.
does Top Gear hate those so much?
I I think they, you know, eventually grew to like them. I think it was some original ones that had kind of a slow response.
Wait. No, I was in fourth.
Okay, so there's a wall directly in front of you, and you have to go to the right and then swoop to the left.
Fucking block!
And then there's a matching chicane further up this road.
Oh god.
Wall.
Oh right, I have a brake.
Oh yeah, that's the pedal in the middle.
Right? It is really, really hard to see where
Yeah.
I'm going. I hope this is the right way.
So Ian usually has it on kind of a pretty full sim mode with a lot of like deductions and stuff, like point issues turned off, but I usually end up driving while it's night. Okay.
I can't see shit, Captain.
Get ready to go left. Might want to brake a bit.
Wait. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Goodbye. Am I alive?
You're still moving.
Oh boy. Oh man. Consider reducing FBB gain? Tell me what to do.
Is it not moving anymore?
Did I break it?
I think we broke it. All right.
Wait.
Oh.
Come on.
Is that where you meant to go?
Sure. Yeah, I really cannot see anything.
All right. I'm going to toggle it so we're back in the pit.
Okay. What are all these buttons on the...
Nothing.
We are spinning. This is gonna be awful for my splits.
No, it seems like the driver thinks the car works enough. I don't know how to force a pit. I had this problem a little earlier.
There's no explode car.
No.
Yeah, I think my watch and play experience is coming to haunt me.
Yeah. I'm gonna Google a little bit and see
Okay,
if
well-
you can get it to move at all.
Okay. Oh. We spun.
Because either you get it back to the pit or you slam it into something hard enough to really break it.
Oh, hey, it's position on me. Oh, what the? Roadhog. That is fully a tank. What is going on with my steering? Nope. How are we spinning so much?
Don't know.
I feel as though I have perhaps broken the car in a way that defies physics.
Maybe I futzed with it with,
comes the sushi again.
When I was mucking with the numpad.
We have a bent front wheel? I think I broke it. Oh, the horn doesn't even work?
No. I don't know what the force feedback should be at. Oh. So that's completely off. How's that?
I would be able to answer that more meaningfully if I could see anything.
Right. Alright, let me... Alright, Chad wants to see what the car looks like.
Sure. Yeah, let's go over into the light.
I don't know if we can fully view...
Maybe I just have to be very gentle with it. Okay.
Swap?
Sure. What? Wait.
Yark. Okay. Seems fine. You know?
Are you sure about that? Well, I can do this like rally and I'm supposed to like yell out calls.
Yeah.
Okay, go forward. Go forward.
I'm gonna smash myself into a wall
Yeah.
as fast as I can.
I mean, that's really what racing is all about.
That's really what racing is all about.
Oi.
I didn't know the hazards would go faster.
You turn those on or off?
No, I was trying to do that when you came in,
Yeah, that's what you
and
told me.
so what happened was that's when I was futzing with the numpad. Let's try. Gonna wobble the wheels over there. All right, so let's see if it will. There we go. Back in the saddle.
Aw, yes.
Oh yes.
Those gloves must get so hot.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Did you want another go?
I think I'm gonna watch for just a bit.
Okay. A little less stressful.
Yeah, well, it's learning stick for the first time in a race setting in the dark
Yep.
is
It's how I did it.
it's very
So-
skill testing.
I just smash the car repeatedly. Is what I do. That's my method.
That's true.
I think we can turn. Hold on. Auto shifter, Control G. So let's see if this will work.
Ooh, cheaty face shifters.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of doing it.
Oh boy. I used to drive once upon a time. I've never learned stick, which seems kind of against my brand at this point, so I'm wanting to get my license
Stick is
again.
against your brand?
No. Like, not knowing stick is against my brand. I should
You should
definitely
know how to drive stick just in case.
Yeah, because it seems like, yeah. I mean, I am entering my analog art. I just got a Nikon FM that I'm going to be trying to snap some photos with. Which
Okay.
I think
Did you get film for it?
Yeah.
What kind of format?
It's 35 millimeter.
Okay.
I got it off Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, yeah.
I took it to Camera Traders to get new light seals, because at least that's another sushi.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that one is. It's not Unagi.
Battleship.
Because I know a little bit of, I have like a book knowledge about cameras, so I think I was able to sort of get some research into what I wanted, and I'm working on getting it cleaned up, because this camera I think is from, I want to say the 70s or 80s, but of course it's like all manual, built like a truck. Needed a very good deep clean though. I bought it from a guy who, when I went into his workshop, there's an overpowering smell of weed. And he was just like, yeah, man, I've been like on cameras for ages and like haven't used this one in a while, so. It was a filthy boy, and I gave it a good clean. Same with the typewriter that I got, which I'm thoroughly enjoying.
Is it a ribbon ink kind of
Yup.
setup? Yep.
I did not realize how long ink ribbons last for.
Yeah?
Yeah, like, well, I mean,
Like, they can kind of dry out and not transfer well,
Yeah.
but...
yeah, I found a Princess 300 at a local thrift store, and it was in like pretty great shape. Again, it just needed a clean, but I had the box and needed a new ribbon. I don't have any electric typewriters yet, but I kind of want to get an IBM Selectric just because it's so cool. I fear that this may be a start of like a new collection. We'll see. I picked one up for my partner as well. So now we're all gonna start writing letters to each other.
Aw.
Yeah, it's really cute. I haven't done too much lathe work at Makerspace, but I did a little bit of milling. A Dvorak typewriter? Good God. That's just the stair car from Arrested Development.
Yeah, maybe.
It totally is. I love these I almost said celebrity vehicles, but
Hold the brake.
rip.
No, trying to figure out how to manually trigger reverse.
This driver's named Michael Bluth. There's always money in Le Mans. Was that a I'm seeing if I can spot any of these cars. Another sushi. Was one of those an initial D?
I think so.
There's gotta be an initial D car on here. I do kind of want to get an Underwood. I don't quite know how to evaluate those ones.
Oh.
Gant?
Yep.
What's Gant?
That's a company that does clothing and eyewear, I think.
Oh yeah.
Or did. It can't go under. But they have advertisements on the track.
Ah.
So there's a sign that says Gant Gant.
I'm surprised Ian didn't swap the ads for, like, I don't know, Gundam or something.
Well, there's Gundam drivers. and you can't really make changes to the things now because in year 9 they have acquired meaning. That's why people are saying Gant. And then there's
Oh, of course.
the Porsche
I see.
curves,
Right,
and
right,
the
right, right,
Dunlop
right.
chop and things like that.
Dunlop chop.
Yeah, because there's a big Dunlop tire at the front.
I am still very bewildered that Michelin, like Michelin stars for
Yeah.
restaurants,
Yeah.
are the same as the tire people.
Why does that surprise
Well,
you?
they just-
Would they
I
not
didn't-
want people to drive with their car tires?
Well, I didn't know what the connection was before.
That's the connection. Is
Yeah.
they want people to go driving.
Promote tourism.
So
There- That's yeah. See ya,
yep,
Marshall Price. Is that an M1 Abrams?
I think so. Right? It's an Abrams.
It looks.
It looks flat and large.
Yeah,
like
that's
it's
kind
K2.
of the characteristic of the Abrams. It's like a flat and larg.
Yeah,
That's a
and
K2.
because again, I've only seen it in the dark.
Yeah.
I've only seen it kind of a little bit in profile.
I'm not as tank spotty as I maybe ought to.
The Abrams wouldn't move when rendered. That makes sense.
Oh, South Korean tank. I feel like that one has an autoloader.
Okay, let's see if the AI wants to go pit.
It just wants to go to the pit and like lie down for a little while.
I think so. Usually.
Is there a Jane's guide for like land vehicles? He is really wanking that wheel. Oh, if there's a Toyota Hilux in this race, it's definitely gonna finish. What is that pink car pulling up behind
Barbie.
you? What the frick? It looks like it's made of chewing gum.
It's Kirby around
Ah.
a car.
Ah, okay. I've never come to Le Mans before, so I'm getting to hear all the memes for the first time.
Well, that's from a different video game. But he did do a large number of Carbies one year.
That's
Alright.
a K Carby? Oh my god.
I turned the auto shifter off, right? I'm just trying to wreck the vehicle so that it resets properly.
But you couldn't get the forklift to work? That would have been a good one.
Yeah, the problem was they would time out.
Oh man. Oh, here comes. Is that a Purelator van?
DHL.
Of course it is. I would love to see what the dream lineup would be. It's like if you could get everything to work. How many like Yakuza or like Rhythm Cafe references?
Have you ever Rhythm Cafe'd?
I feel like I may have done at least one, but if not, I may need to try that. I think I'm just rubbish at rhythm games. Like I'm just terrible. Because like I think I'm keeping time, and then it's just like, nope, they're schnockered.
What? Shouldn't be on the grass. Come on. It's hard to remember which walls have collision.
Tell me about it.
Okay, so I'm gonna let the AI driver take over for a little while and go use the washroom.
Okay.
Gonna run an ad for stuff, but enjoy the zoom noises. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Alright. So, you up to any streams this week?
I think I'm on Monday.
On Glurp?
Wait. No, Monday's PUBG, isn't it? No. Both pull-out phones.
Yeah, there's a Glurp, and you are on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm playing Glurp. Neat.
Okay. I have auto shifter on. So if I have auto shifter on, just taking over for the AI. Yeah, seamless. Hell yeah. Nor my previous tracks from my previous crimes.
The white panel van sus.
I
I mean, it's
think that's the one white panel van in the world you can't claim that about.
I guess. I mean, wait, that was a French flag? It must be full of cheese or something.
Yeah, it's full of cheese, that's why.
Yeah.
No, it's the Terry Fox van.
The what?
The Terry Fox van.
Huh.
It's probably because we saw it at the museum the other week.
Which museum? The
Museum.
Yeah, the museum.
Yes.
It's been a while since I went to the museum. There's one that I really want to go to on the mainland. It's a mining museum up in... It's not Revelstoke, is it? Now I gotta find out where this thing is.
I gotta figure out which museums to hit while I'm in Vegas.
Ooh. I mean, definitely don't miss the Atomic Testing Museum.
I haven't gone to it yet.
But yeah, that's a good one.
I think there's also a punk rock museum.
Yeah. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, the Britannia Mine Museum, which is in Squamish. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, the Atomic Testing Museum is very cool. Not the greatest place to have an anxiety attack, but well worth visiting.
Probably better than like on the show floor at MagicCon.
Yeah, that could be pretty bad. Yeah, Paul and I think Graham did work on an exhibit for the Atomic Testing Museum. What's the best museum to have an anxiety attack? The Museum of Chimerism in what the hell is it? It's somewhere in Russia, St. Petersburg. That seems like a terrible place to have an anxiety attack.
Oh, you said best. So I was like, well, of all the I've had anxiety attacks at probably like 3 museums.
Yeah.
Um,
Like the best place would be like a therapy museum or like, I don't know, a pharmacy or something.
but the medical museum in Philadelphia is not a good place to have a panic attack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do not get triggered by like Civil War era bullet wounds
Oh God.
on skeletons.
Yeah, that's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Ah, the Mutter Museum. Yeah, that's
Yep.
one.
It's a great place.
I bet.
They have some really cool stuff.
God, there's so many museums I need to go to. Yeah, my partner's from the UK originally, and they want to take me to a bunch of stuff there, and including, weirdly, Britain has a lot of steam and like Industrial Revolution stuff,
Right?
and I've seen little like shows, and they look very, very cool. I get all like about it.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess Bletchley Park you'd want to hit for sure. Industrial schming.
Nope. No.
Dead. Pinball would be bad for an anxiety attack. Probably not as bad as pachinko, which is apparently like the loudest thing
It is.
imaginable.
It's like hail on a tin roof.
When I was putting my pachinko machine together, there's two panes of covering. One's plastic and one's glass. And I
Right.
think the glass one is meant to make more noise.
Oh.
Maybe, but the reason there's two of them is to have a little bit of distance so that people can't cheat using magnets.
Oh.
To give you an idea of what a big deal pachinko was, I think in the 60s, they tried to pass legislation in certain areas where you had to load the balls manually one at a time to like slow people down because they were playing lots and lots and lots of pachinko all the time.
Yeah, I've never played. I've seen them. I've seen the machines, but I don't have like a gambling bug. I will put money into the machine, but I feel nothing when stuff is happening on the screen.
I'm exactly the same way, and I feel very blessed to have wretched luck in games of chance.
I think the coin pushers are maybe my one weakness.
Yeah.
Because I always just want to see them go off.
That sounds like... Yeah, that also kind of seems like neurodivergent catnip.
A little bit.
But, yeah, like, to give you an idea, in 2007 when I went to Vegas with a bunch of the original Lure guys to go to Comic-Con, we stopped at Vegas on the way down,
Okay.
I think. And in the morning, we were leaving, because we were just there overnight. And we were like, we should gamble, like, once.
Right.
Because it's Vegas. And so there was like a roulette table in the lobby, and everybody put $20 down. And everybody put $20 on red, and I was like, always bet on black. I was the only person who bet on black, and I lost. And like the croupier kind of felt like she looked like she felt bad for me. I was like, it's fine. This is a good experience for me.
Yep. I think I prefer games that have an element of chance in them. Because we play board games a lot, so I don't necessarily like poker. I don't like games of math and odds. It's just like either I have the thing or I don't. I like to roll dice.
I kind of take a little bit of variance, but like also games that reward skill. It's weird, right? Because like it's like this balance between, you know, player agency and, you know, giving everybody a chance to pull ahead.
Like I like games that have a good like rubber banding mechanic. Like if you're catching up from the back. Like have you done Quacks of Quedlinburg?
I am not familiar.
So you have to load tokens into a sack and then pick them blind.
Huh.
And you're kind of just drafting stuff that goes in your sack, and if you pull a certain number of a bad type, you lose your round, right? But other than that, like it doesn't matter. You keep going, and as you get farther behind, you get just more advantages until you catch up. So it doesn't keep the scores necessarily very tight, but there's weather.
There's crappy weather right now.
I know how to turn the windshield wipers on.
Yay.
But it's not like Mario Kart Blue Shell. It's not
Yeah,
like
which is just like, wham.
Yeah.
Is there a way to parry that?
The Blue Shell?
Yeah.
Kind of. I don't know about the newest the newest iteration. But you'll usually want to have another player very close. Which way is forward? This way? Another player close to you, and I think you can. Yeah, if you have the appropriate power-ups or timing, it's tricky. No, Johnny!
I'm out of this family.
Just ominous staircase following me.
They get so much mileage out of that prop in that show. Like when they leave it parked outside the prison and everybody's escaping.
Right.
Or it's inside the prison, climbing over the wall. That's a tamago
Sushi,
maki.
yep.
Yeah. Tamago sushi?
Yeah, sushi, nigiri sushi.
Right.
Sushi is bad. The rolls are different.
That egg, apparently very difficult to cook properly.
Yes. To get the consistency, the layering, the sweetness, it all has to come together. Is this the way I'm supposed to turn? Yes. Wheel isn't quite straight anymore.
This is broke. So Ian finishes at 7 a.m.
Yep.
How long does this break for?
Until midnight.
Ah.
Sometimes I've given him like just a 3-hour thing for like a nap, but this year I think he needs a little more sleep.
Sleep is really great.
That's what they want you to think.
Well, I mean, actually, no. They want you to think that sleep is for the weak, and all those other dreadful memes about like existing on coffee and stuff. It's like, no, that's actually just dog shit. It's not true. Get enough sleep. Drink water. Drink water.
Sounds like company owner propaganda. Not the drink water. The sleep is for the weak.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I mean, it's also a nerd thing.
do your 8-hour shift or else.
Yeah.
What's a nerd thing? Not drinking?
Well, then, like, just sleep is for the weak. It's just like, yeah, all night gaming sessions and so forth. It's like, yeah, but why though? It's like,
Fun.
yeah, don't get kidney stones. I fortunately have never had kidney stones, but actually, it's really funny. I was remarking yesterday that it's like, when I look back at, how I used to eat in my younger days, it's like not quite as much of a surprise that I ended up being type 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just like more breakfast than I'm comfortable admitting to that were like a Cinnabon and a 600 ml of Coke.
What was my mom complaining about the other day? She's like, she told her doctor that she really misses cinnamon buns. And he was like, you're not supposed to have those.
Yeah.
I think I get some blood work for some screening next week.
I should
They're
probably...
checking for something else, but they're just, covering their bases to get an update for a comparison.
Oh god, here it comes.
Oh, the tank!
Tonkity tonk tonk.
Carry me to victory!
안녕하세요.
Push my ass! Get right up there.
Yep.
Come on! No, don't go around me. Come on.
Get out of the way. We're
No.
headed straight to Pyongyang.
Gotta pay the kimchi tax.
Kimchi tax.
Give me your bulgogi. I demand tebaki. No.
Tanks actually do drive like surprisingly fast.
Yeah,
least modern
if you
ones
can
anyway.
fuel them.
Yeah. Well, it's
Well,
like
the modern ones, yeah. they're
well, like
different.
the M1 Abrams has a gas turbine, so it sounds like a jet taking off when it starts up.
Be a shame if humans had to ride inside.
Yeah. Well, they have fairly numerous safety features, like the ammo is stored in
I
a
meant
in
for
a
hearing
separate.
loss.
Oh, your hearing's toast. Well, actually, you wear like helmets with like a radio and ear pro, so maybe not so much. But I think they are pretty loud inside.
What is that?
What?
Oh, one of the vehicles I just passed I've never seen before.
Those
It was
men
like
are
a
flat.
rude.
They're fake.
You're
Oh, wait, yours,
fake.
your guy is for real.
Yeah, mine. No one else could afford him.
Yeah.
Auto shifter off. There we go. All
I,
right.
I think in the services you do get a lot of tinnitus from, the explosions.
What if I was not near the explosions?
That's okay. It'll come to you.
Oh.
They've got drones now. They'll just like come right and drop it in your front breast pocket.
I think, yeah, like grenades in the pocket are kind of a
I'd love to see
Canadian.
the Japanese killer drone. It's like, hi, dozo, just with both hands, handing you a bomb. I was like really. I was very worried when I found out that I was diabetic because I was like, I'm gonna have to give up all the things I like to eat. But it turned out that I was able to make a couple of changes, and it was like, oh, okay. One of the big ones was this. I drink almost exclusively carbonated water because it hydrates you, and as much as I hate to join the I told you so voices, there's an appalling amount of sugar in soft drinks.
Oh, that reminds me.
Like, they taste great, don't get me wrong, but it's just like, good God above, there's so much sugar in it.
I have another Coke in the fridge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is almost 9. I was gonna give myself like a 1 hour break between them.
Ew.
Make sure I finish my water.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's basically happened.
Yeah.
These mugs conveniently hold about a pint.
They're very good. I also min-maxed a little bit, which is kind of funny. I was like, okay, what's the best vegetable? Broccoli? Okay, I'll have some of that with like almost every meal. You just get like a big sack of frozen broccoli and nuke a bowl of it.
Isn't that how you get radiation?
No, it's
Are
microwave.
you taking your RADS injections
Yeah,
like Mr.
actually,
Fallout?
I need a new microwave because the one that I have is breaking down, and it's starting to kind of scare me. Because when you turn it on, the light doesn't work and the table doesn't turn, so the food just sits there.
Yeah,
And
that
it makes
sucks.
this growling sound, and I sort of like, I stand off to one side.
Is the growling coming from the plate spinner or the magnometer?
I don't know.
The magnetite.
I'm just waiting for like
Pokemans
a
inside.
hole to like melt in the front. It's like, oh god. all this like slag comes out.
Rotom, that's the Pokemon that powers things.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably scrap it and turn it into an electromagnet at some point. Don't mess with the magnetron. There's some component of it that's made out of a material that's like startlingly poisonous if you damage it.
That, and they just blast you with their Wi-Fi's.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
And yeah, the voltages are pretty high. They're high enough to make electricity go through the air.
Yeah. Oh, on that topic, there's many hobby projects that I am interested in trying.
Yeah.
But there's one that I will never do, and I advise everybody else to also never do. Making a Lichtenberg generator, or if that's what it's called.
They hold a really high voltage.
No, it's
like a capacitor.
You make, I think, what is essentially a transformer, and you get a piece of wood that is like soaked in salt water, and you pass a current through it, and it makes like a fractal burn pattern.
I've seen artists use that.
You can do that, and there are ways of doing it safer-ish. But I believe it's the hobby project that accounts for like the most fatalities of a lot of hobby projects. It's really, 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 really dangerous. So, no. Don't do it. Don't do that.
How much uranium do you own?
A very small amount, because it's in my glass. I had a very small...
no, that's very small.
Yeah, no, I had a very small radiological incident when I bought a pair of... beryllium oxide. Yeah, that's what it was. I had a pair of uranium glass cups, and one of them broke, and I was very sad. But uranium glass is not that dangerous. As I tell everybody, it's like, okay, don't eat it.
I was more joking about like stuff you can buy off Amazon.
Oh yeah, that too. I do kind of want to get one of those negative ion pens that are apparently like full of thorium.
You could get into, painting with radium.
No, I'm not going to do that.
With the brush, then dabble.
I volunteer up at the aviation museum, and there's some number of
displays
that have radium clock dials.
Tasty kind.
Yeah. Fortunately, stuff like displays and gauges and stuff like that are fairly well contained, because there's the bezel in front of them keeps it from going anywhere. I have trinitite. I also have a little shard of glass from Los Alamos, I believe.
Okay.
And the crown jewel for my collection. I want to take this in and show it all to Ian at some point during Tinker Tailor. I have an honest-to-God piece of graphite from CP1.
No.
Yes. Yes, I do. It's
I've
so
seen that.
cool.
I've seen that TV show. You don't pick up the graphite.
Oh, different type of graphite. Yeah. CP1, Chicago Pile 1 was the first human-made nuclear reactor. And there was a guy on Twitter who had a piece of it, and he wanted to section it into smaller cubes and distribute them to nuclear enthusiasts like myself. And I was like, please, may I have one? But yeah, once the pile was finished its experiments, it kind of, some of it, the contaminated parts, I think, were buried. Other parts sort of scattered, and some of it actually showed up again many, many, many years later at MIT.
Okay.
Where they turned it into a teaching aid. There's a little clip that I saw where somebody was wandering around the bowels of MIT, and he found this giant obelisk. And I was like, what the hell is this? And it was a pile of lab-grade graphite bricks. And so they they took them, put it into a classroom, and they can conduct the exponential pile experiments, which involves them loading natural uranium fuel, and then they can take readings and do some simple calculations to figure out the size of a pile that would be able to go critical.
Oh, cool.
It's very cool. Is that? Oh, yes, the stair car. The demon core is not destroyed. It was melted down and reintegrated into the material pool.
That's kind of destroyed.
So they claim.
Yeah.
Two separate criticality incidents because it was pure cowboy shit. Yeah, it was originally going to be the core for a third bomb to drop on Japan, but they were just like, you know what, we're done.
So, like, instead of separating the two halves with a screwdriver, you would use like a more appropriate tool, like a wrench, or.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything appropriate about the kind of experiments they were doing with the lack of safety measures. There's so
Pretty sure they were making it talk, right?
Oh yeah,
like,
definitely.
Woo, woo, woo,
have,
I'm the Demon Core.
Have you seen Demon Core Kun? Like he's like that.
Does it just have big eyes?
Yeah, he's got big eyes and like he has like a screwdriver hanging out of his mouth like a toothpick.
Yeah.
He's like. Rah, 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 rah. I mean, this is exactly the thing that draws me to nuclear history as a field of interest.
The chimification of Demon Core?
It's just that it's all bonkers. Like, all of it is completely insane, and every time I hear something new, it's more insane. Like, they were doing remediation on Hanford a while ago.
I don't know where that one is.
Hanford is the site of... it was like an early bomb manufacturing and, like, laboratories. And they were sort of, like, demolishing some of the old
East
stuff.
Washington. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they found a safe. And inside the safe was a jug that had a handwritten letter saying, like, plutonium for, like, re-extraction later. And
just sitting there?
And they think that's the oldest sample of plutonium that they have. Because it was a man-made element that did not exist before then. At least not in large amounts. So, they just stashed it there and forgot about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think nuclear radiation is one of the things that terrifies me the most, just because it's effectively invisible.
It is a really weird thing to explain. Like, Seffi's the same way about this, because, like, it's basically space magic.
Yeah.
Because, like, humans have no capability of detecting it until it's way too late. And it just, like, it harms you in very, very bizarre ways.
To shreds, you say?
Indeed. It's just like, how would you like to have your DNA destroyed so your body loses the blueprints to itself?
No.
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 No. Not me. Well, I'm glad that we don't have, like, Radithor anymore. I love this tincture. It's so healthful. Ah, crap, my jaw fell off. Radithor is, was like like in the 20s or 30s, after Marie Curie discovered radium, people were like, this is awesome. Let's put it in everything.
The science is cool.
It's cool.
It helps people.
Yeah. So and when I say everything, I really do mean everything. Like so Radithor was I think it was a radium tincture and they had like radium water purifiers. They had like radium tablets and tonics. They put it in chocolate. They put it in prophylactics, which I bet worked great. I think there was a woman who made a dress that had like vials of radium in all the hems, so that like the whole dress would glow. I bet it looked great.
No batteries, you
Nope.
know. Don't have to like use conductive wire. Yeah.
Yeah, then they worked out. It's like, oh wait, this is really, really bad for you. But yeah, there is.
Okay, Hollow of the Wise Wolf. I kind of want to see an AI tincture.
Oh
and
yeah, that'd be
maybe
good.
an AI prophylactic.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Like. I want, like, yeah. Give me the snake oil. Give me like cocaine fever, but
Yes.
for AI, but in physical goods for consumers.
Yeah, like
consumer
one
items.
of those old timey advertisements that has like 16 different fonts.
Yeah.
It's just like.
Oh no, Pooh! What's in the honey?
That's not honey. It's ionizing radiation. No, it's easy. Just like ask ChatGPT how to have safe sex. I'm sure that would be very useful.
Yeah, see, you're all thinking about it now,
Yeah,
right? Just how many ways it could go wrong.
Oh yeah, it's just like I am being very patient with like the AI craze now, and you know, eventually I'm sure it will like stabilize into what
Yeah.
its actual effects are, because it's gonna be disruptive. Like it's just that they're like doing it with everything now, which is really irritating. Especially when they put it into things that don't need it. Is there two-factor authentication to go to the toilet? That sounds awful.
All right, I'm gonna go grab my soda. Should I just leave you
Sure,
here in charge?
I can
All
just
right.
sit here.
Yep. I gotta go past you.
Oh god.
Thank you.
There's gotta be a better way to do that. Here, I'll be driving the car by mind powers. No, I ain't taking the wheel. My secret driving technique? Leave it to the experts. I do want to learn, well, like, I know how to drive automatic from times past long ago. My parents' Volvo. When I used to take late night trips out to Wendy's. And one time I guess we didn't have a cup holder, and I left my drink in the wheel well, and like when I accelerated forward, it spilled all over the place. How much? Jokes about alpha males and their low penetrating power. Always good for a laugh. Damn. I don't. What is Thunderbolts? I only just noticed what it is.
Dwarf.
Dwarf! Der Fritters. Why is there only one Wendy's in town? I don't know.
Don't know, and it's also like a mile away from downtown.
Latest Marvel movie? Oh, neat.
Yeah, Thunderbolts. It's like Suicide Squad, but Marvel. And it's supposed to be really fun.
Maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I felt like most of the Marvel movies are fun. I think I get people's like exhaustion with everything becoming sort of Marvelified, but like
I'm a fan. I like comic books.
I mean, I think I do like comic adaptations when they're adequately stupid.
I am really looking forward to Ironheart. I have been looking forward to Ironheart since Riri showed up. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
I don't know what those are.
She's like Iron Man.
Okay.
But the suit has a heart on it. And she's black.
All right. I'm trying to remember what I watched recently that man is part of your car now.
Beep, beep, beep.
Can you believe
What?
that they announced finally a Spaceball sequel?
Yes.
That
After two Dune movies.
two Dune movies. That was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, honestly, seeing Mel Brooks act or in front of the screen on anything in the future was not high on my list. Like, I can understand Rick Moranis getting back into stuff
It's like,
because
yeah,
he's been up since DoorDash commercials and Ghostbusters, etc. So that's less surprising.
He took a break to raise his kids. So selfish.
Wholly legitimate.
But yeah, I hope it's good.
Woo!
Yeah, Mel Brooks is super old.
So old.
Apparently, being funny is good for longevity.
I remember some videos that his son posted during lockdown. Right? They, comedians always trying to make people feel better.
Good comedians,
so I was,
anyway.
Aware of his age and very worried during the start of COVID at the very least.
Yeah.
It's like I don't have a huge history or association with him, but it kind of just over time he's been kind of consistently someone whose work I like. And as I aged, I came to appreciate it more, and especially in the growing understanding and context of and the way the world works and how entertainment works. And I used to be very poo-poo and down on a lot of sex jokes and fart jokes and stuff as just really low-hanging fruit.
It really depends on how it's constructed.
It does.
I mean, that's true of any kind of comedy. Is that I suppose that they're low-hanging fruit in as much as it's really easy to craft a joke about those things, but it's challenging to craft a really clever joke.
Yes. So it's I'm not interested in whatever Seth MacFarlane's doing. I'm a little tired of Steve Martin in some ways. I do like Only Murders. It's fun, but just I haven't maintained the same relationship or fandom with anybody who's supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
I think he still does pretty okay physical stuff.
Yeah.
And I have not seen The Jerk since I was a child.
I don't think I've seen it, period.
I I definitely didn't know who Bernadette Peters was when I saw it originally. She's in that, right?
Oh.
It's also kind of like, I don't know, Cher, maybe? My opinion of Cher has changed a lot over time. Now I
yeah.
definitely really appreciate a lot more of her earlier acting stuff. Like her one-man West Side Story.
There is some... Hang on a sec. I think there may be a connection between Cher and nuclear history here.
That makes sense.
There's like a movie.
There's like a movie. Mermaids.
Oh yeah, shit, she was in Silkwood, which I really need to see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Meryl Streep and, holy shit, Kurt Russell's in here?
All right.
Yeah, it's a,
Is it a show or a movie?
It's a movie. Yeah, it was
Who's the director?
Let's find out. Mike Nichols.
Nichols.
And it's adapted from the book Who Killed Karen Silkwood by Rolling Stone writer activist Howard Cohn, which detailed the life of Karen Silkwood, a nuclear whistleblower and labor union activist.
So this is like an Aaron Brockovich kind of
I
situation.
guess so. Yeah, I think it's like they did some shady shit to discredit her and then maybe assassinate her.
Yes. You know, get rid of the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is the whistleblowers, not the behavior they're trying to warn people
Can I
about.
just say, like, related to that, it still blows my mind to this day that the China Syndrome came out before 3 Mile Island melted down. Did you know that?
China Syndrome, like
The movie.
I don't know the movie.
Oh, it's about almost exactly what happened at 3 Mile Island. Like, it's kind of spooky. Other things I didn't have on my bingo card was 3 Mile Island being reopened.
It's for AI.
I went through such a like roller coaster. I was like, they're restarting 3 Mile Island. Oh, with and they're selling all the power to Microsoft. Huh? To power their AI. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like they're building a big tech center up near where I went to like high school and college.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, they're gonna have jobs for like computer tech people up in northern Alberta. And it's like, no, it's an AI development factory.
Or, I mean, if it turns out the way a lot of this stuff is, like, secretly hiring a whole shitload of people from India. Apparently that keeps happening. It's just like these AI systems. They're like, wait, it's just being outsourced to India. There's people in a call center answering questions. It's like, we have industrialized the mechanical Turk. I'm kind of pleased that I get to some more mileage out of that reference.
Mechanical Turks?
Yep. It's like that fake-ass robot that,
Chess playing robot.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think it was multi-use, multi-purpose, but...
Well, it's just like
famously
they're still doing that now. Like, they have these, like, AI-enabled robots, like, I think it was it Tesla who was making those things? Or there is some robot related to Elon Musk
that was outsourcing to India.
Well, no, it wasn't outsourcing, but they were like, oh, these are robots that are definitely running autonomously and aren't just fucking telepresence. Which is kind of impressive still, but it's like they're not actual robots. That's not what a robot is. Yeah, the bartending robot. So it's just like snore. No, Boston Dynamics is doing some pretty wild stuff. There's a Spot the Dog at Chernobyl, actually.
Okay.
Yep. I need to check their YouTube channel again, because, like, they are hard at work still just sort of quietly laboring away, working on stuff. I think that the plan was to start demolition of the sarcophagus this year,
Right.
which will be interesting if they actually
Really
get to it.
interesting, yeah.
It's bananas.
It's weird to have a landmark like Chernobyl,
Mm-hmm.
because, yeah, it just shouldn't be there. It is man-made,
Yep.
but
I mean, I think it's more interesting that like people actually stepped up to deal with it, because
that is because it was an international,
yeah, it was a many country combined fund to get that to make.
well, no one wants big cloud.
Yeah. So they're like, let's build the largest movable structure ever created. It's a shed, a very big shed, and we're gonna just go ahead and slide that into place. It's like wider than the Coliseum and taller than the Empire State Building. And then we're gonna seal it up, and there's a crane inside, and we're gonna take the whole thing apart.
Yep.
And put it in a hole. Although I think they're able to reclaim some of the material. I was very surprised to find out that you can shot blast contaminated steel and reuse it. It's like, what? You just have to scrub it really, 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 really hard. The biggest shed. See, this activates like my special interest in them, because
Because you love sheds.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I looked into a bunch of stuff about this because like they're not only demolishing the disaster site like Reactor 4, but they're handling all the waste material from the other 3 reactors,
Right.
which stayed in service till 2001. So they generated a lot of spent fuel that needs to be sort of sequestered and put into storage.
Put in the ocean.
No, they put it in thermoses. Big concrete thermoses they put in a mausoleum. But one of the problems they encounter is because our BMK reactors are gigantic, and the fuel rod elements are 11 meters long.
So a little unwieldy.
Yeah, so they have to load them.
Kind of like boat stuck, right? Where it's like suddenly now you have a large mass to move,
Yeah.
and you have to figure out how
What do we do?
Yeah. do.
So like they have a special train car that goes under the storage building,
Yeah.
and it pivots vertically and accepts fuel rods, and then pivots again, takes it to the processing facility where they chop them in half, dry them, pack them into dry casks, and stick them in a vault.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Where's the vault?
It's on site.
Okay.
Yeah, it's sort of
So
like
they don't have to like put it back on the train, take it cross
No,
country
no.
to a mountain.
Yeah,
or
it's
a
close
different
by.
hole.
They have like a specialized train car that like moves the casks and puts them into the thing, where they can just hang out on the surface, and they're actually just good to be there, because it's like they're basically impervious to the elements. It's not like anybody's gonna steal them. Hopefully. I mean,
Just because it would be messy, right? You just
Yeah.
don't want that stuff getting spread.
yeah. Well, I mean,
And
you would
people that are uninformed, running afoul.
This is maybe not the greatest sort of caveat to that, but like there's way easier ways in the former Soviet Union to get extremely radioactive stuff. You could just go to a radio repeater.
Sometimes people go with their first thought, right?
Yeah. Let me tell you about orphan sources. I'm like half joking, but
We already talked about not dealing with orphan sources or orphaning the sources.
yeah. Don't play with orphan sources. They belong inside the machine, where it's safe. They did an episode of House about an orphan source.
I've been thinking about House lately, but it was only ever the Antarctic toe thing.
Yeah.
It's just like I had some medical exams, and I kept asking if I could keep my socks on because it was cold, and they let me keep the socks on, which was great.
That is great. I felt so stupid that someone explained to me that House was meant to be a Sherlock illusion.
Uh-huh. Yes. Holmes. House.
Yeah, I get it.
I think there's even a Watson, isn't there?
Yes, his name's Wilson.
Wilson. Yes.
I didn't know that.
It's fine. Wouldn't necessarily expect them to cast Hugh Laurie, but I think that worked out fine with them.
It's so weird.
It's
seeing
so
an
weird.
American accent. Oh, he lives at 121B Baker? God damn it.
Did you ever watch Elementary?
Nope. There's a lot of popular TV that I completely missed.
In fact, like I was maybe the last person to watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I haven't.
It's good.
Okay.
It's very good.
It's very rewatchable too. It's very funny.
I'm not a Sandberg fan.
Oh, well, if you don't like Sandberg, then you can probably miss it, but I rewatched Archer again, which again is
That's
like
a lot to rewatch.
it's a lot. There's 14 seasons.
Yeah.
But yeah, the show's still pretty good as well. It's also just like one of those things you can have on in the background, and you're like,
I don't background.
Oh, well, yeah, like not everybody can do that.
Yeah.
It must be one of those paying attention to things people.
Kind of. It's like if I'm sitting and I'm not really engaged with what's on the TV, then I can like go on my phone and stuff and just kind of vaguely check in. But I'm not like wandering around the house with TV on in the background. Like I put on music when I unload the dishwasher.
That's a melon.
And
That is fully a melon from India?
Is it a muskmelon?
I guess it looked like some sort of melon.
Yeah, it was a melon. But it's like, then I listen to one song for 3 minutes.
Oh, the jackfruit?
And then I turn, it's jackfruit.
Ah.
It didn't look spiky enough.
Are you thinking of a durian?
Nope. We went to H Mart and they had lots of jackfruit.
Ooh, how late are they open? They gotta be closed by now, right?
Yeah, they're probably closed by now.
I still haven't been, but I hear that it's very good.
It was pretty busy when we went. The line wrapped around to the back wall. Where the seafoods is.
They're open 9 to 9.
Well, it's 9:30.
So I could break in.
Or unless you mean this 9 to the other 9. Which 9 is 9?
What?
What?
9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Third base.
Crown melon.
Well, I think I might go away for a bit, and if I'm able to, I will come bother Ian when he's back at midnight. Or I'll be asleep. But it was cool to see MANS.
Oh, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, we'll have to do this again. Give Corey your attention,
Yeah.
or whatever. Oh.
I'm looking at pictures of melons now. Yeah, I think crown melon. Muskmelon was probably close, but... Alright, shall I take over again? Okay, and go. Perfect! Flawless. Still using the auto shifter, because then my leggy doesn't get as tired. Let's see who else we can eliminate from the running, right? Huh? Oh, sunrise. It's beautiful. Pink. Are any of you in France? Does it look like this outside? How big is France? Does it like all have the same weather? I suppose it doesn't, but it's brighter in France. What kind of lap times are the real Le Mans drivers pulling? Oh, hypercars? Ooh. Wonder how fast they get to go on this straight. Probably 300. Yeah, I assumed France was about half the size of a province. It's kind of like, it's not like we don't have smaller bordered things to look at in Canada, but I know it doesn't have the same like vertical, the latitudinal. France is roughly the size of Newfoundland? Like Newfoundland and Labrador, or just the island? Yeah, the only states I'm really kind of familiar with are Washington, Oregon, and California. And I've only been as far east as Saskatchewan. Unless we count, like, you know, Pearson Airport. So Texas is smaller than Cali. Cali has the population of Canada. Canada is like 9 Frances. 9 to 15. Northwest Territory is big. How many cups are in a quart? And y'all are telling me the area of the country, but not the volume of the country. How many Australias is Canada? I think it's 1 to 1. All I know is that we have weirder time zones. Hands down. No question. And I guess your Victoria is bigger. Our Victoria is quite small. People have no idea how tiny Victoria is. Give me all the things, Pittman. Fetch me another Duncan, Idaho. Oh, right, it doesn't want me going fast in the pit. That's why it keeps flashing. Husk, I can't drive over 30. I'm on an electric scooter. Sacrinos asks, what's the population count of Victoria, BC? I don't know, like 120? How many kilometers per Duncan? I mean, Duncan's 40 minutes away? So that's like... Is it 40 minutes away? Hour and a half. Depends on, I guess, if you go through Squamish or the Malahat. Okay, yeah, 450 in Greater Victoria, but that includes, like, Sydney. No one in Sydney's gonna tell you they live in Victoria. Yeah, Victoria proper is like 3 city blocks. Yeah, because it ends, where's Saanich start? It's not Bay. I guess it's Saanich Street. There's signs, but I never go up there. Where are all the other cars? It's not one city, they have different governments. Five minutes ago. Oh, it's so... I'm sad Alex isn't here for that part. Sure is quiet. Oh, someone's coming. Oh. It's sushi. Woo! Oh, they're gaining on me. Here they go. Porsche. Yeah, that's a real sentence. Just blighted out all someone's land base with Ultima. Yeah. That's how magic should be. Anyone in chat going to Vegas? Oh, the Mandrew. Let's see, is my car functional enough to keep going? Or should I pit it? There's a lot of vehicles in the pit. Just a lot. Well. Have I been keeping up with Gav? No. I think I'm only about halfway through it. Needed to watch some unsubtitled stuff for a bit. Oh, yes, I will sign Corey Steelcutter for sure. Just read back up a little bit. Yes, absolutely. I think this car's faster than the car from last year, and that might be a little bit of my trouble. I don't even remember what we drove last year. Although, I don't usually get to see what the outside of the car looks like. Team Bluth is still functioning. Haha, passing on the right. Like a cool dude. Wonder how long the like tracks and skids and stuff stay from like me going through the gravel, etc., etc. Ah! It's a little too quiet for its size, I think. Oh, another car behind me. Who dis? Is that like a forerunner? Yeah, Le Fob. Is that a Gundam? Okay, 60 in the pit. Only up to 60. Aha! I have exceeded your limits. Oh, melon. All right, I'm gonna turn the robot on. Woo! Hmm. Time to check my messages. Anybody important try to talk to me? Nope. Only unimportant people. Oh. Wonder if I should get a snack. How long would it take to replace the windshield during a pit stop? Probably depends on the vehicle. Because a lot of them have like that fiberglass body replacement stuff, and then they just bolt plexiglass panels on. So the bolts are accessible from outside. So we're talking like 5 seconds, I guess. Just enough to get the bolts off and then swap and then put them back on. I don't think it happens that often because they try not to crash in real cars. Alright, I think it's time to run some commercials. It's 10 o'clock. I'll be gone for just a few short minutes. I'll leave you with the dulcet tones of whatever the AI driver is doing. So sit tight or take a break yourself. I'm not the boss. Except maybe I am. So I see Defined Null saying somehow hearing engine noises without context of what's going on is more unsettling. So I figured I could come in here and tell you what's happening. Currently our AI driver is hitting the big Dunlop turn. It managed to stay on the road. Now it's below the arch, going ahead. We just passed the battleship sushi going into the pit. And now we are coming up behind a couple of other vehicles. Maybe we saw them earlier, maybe we didn't. Oh, no, there's 3 dots ahead of us. 3 entire dots. They're hitting that straightaway. Here we go, pedal to the floor. All the way. 4th gear. And 5th gear. Things are looking pretty hot. Looks like we might be hitting 6 as we come up on Carby. We got Carby taking up the rear of this train. Driver Inej Losner is occupying the left lane, and we have slowed up a bit to, quickly pass on the right. Yes, up to 5th gear right before the first chicane. A couple other vehicles ahead of us. We've got a little red number. Is that a Mazda 3? We'll have to get closer to check this out. Maybe 5th gear will get us there. Mary Jan Shork. Again, whether or not these are Gundam or not. Oh, Tiny Banana on the road. Gotta leave space for them. Yeah, they're taking up a whole lane. Everyone's very polite. Oh, Chalia Bowl. Hero protagonist from Mobile Suit Gundam G-Quux recently introduced us to the Gundam Fred. Big fan of the Gundam Fred. Now, I am really liking G-Quux. It is funny to me that Ian somehow did not notice the giant robot painted in the colors of Ava 01. Just a big purple and green robot sitting there, full on display. Not a peep. not until the episode later when it appeared again. I like that, Kikiryu. Yeah. Macross, Gundam, G-Quux, Gundam G-Witch crossover. Soletta becomes an idol singer who works for White Base. Well, I guess it's not White Base right now. It's, oh, what are they calling it? It's not the Toy Horse. What did Zeon rename White Base? The Sodom? No. Is it? Sodom? Oh, it's raining. Oh, dang. Yeah, turn on those wipers. Maybe we just Maybe we just sit in the pit for a bit. Interested to see how this sucker handles in the slick. Gotta get my slicks on, my racing slicks. But I gotta get the less slicker ones. Yeah, today on Wet Ones, we'll be tasting the road. Whoa! Alright. Let's get auto shifter on, so we don't have to think of too many things at the same time. Oh, come on! Come on! On. There we go. Come on. Doesn't always appreciate me. Yeah! It's like you put a wetsuit on to go in the wet, right? Or do you put a dry suit on to go in the wet? You gotta dry your wet suit. No, you gotta wet your wetsuit. And then dry it. Dry suit, dry. Road is slippery. I've never actually worn a dry suit. Is it a pain to dry them out? I mean, I'm assuming under certain conditions, sure. Like if you're in like a really humid place, they probably just never get dry, but... So lettuce from Alaska. That's appropriate. Woo, woo! I would honestly love to see more G-Witch. Just another season. That was some short-ass rain. Blitzball ass. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Don't look behind you. Don't look behind you. No, 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 no. Be more polite. I'm not the problem, you're the problem. Military industrial complex ass looking. Ah! So rude. Oh man, getting a leak in your dry suit. Damn. But what if you take a leak in your dry suit? Oh! Help, I'm being punished. If you see something you like, remember, clip it. That's the ticket. If you hear something you really don't like, also clip it. That's the ticket. Because people probably want those for the highlight reels. Come on. Okay, thank you, Sopranos. I'm glad that people are asking the important questions. Not like the space program not planning for bathroom breaks. Hey, is there... Okay, thinking about the vacuum system, toilet stuff, funnel, and whatnot. Is there like an on-land version? Do astronauts get to do training? Like taping their butt shut? Or taping a bag on? Like... They don't show that in the compilations. Training montages. Huh. Exactly. I think you would want to try. It would be important to learn first. They did it for the shuttle. Okay, cool. Woo! And around. Yeah, space travel is so sexy. Go in this piss-smelling tube and lose all your feet skin. Sorry if you're an IBS girl who hears how to use our poop Roomba. Yeah, that might be kind of what's going through my head. Like with the freeze-dried food. Like what if I have a toothpaste tube of food that just doesn't agree with me? Like, I'm not gonna stop eating it, but I have to be ready. Right. Alan Shepard not only peed in his suit, he asked permission first. The feet peeling might be nice. Yeah, maybe. I think about it often. What if I could have the experience of peeling like a little lizard? Sometimes my hands just do that. Just be like, well, it's been 7 years, time to fully reconstitute ourselves. It's a lot of dust. Someone's having some problems and it's not just me. Oh, come on. Nya, 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 nya. Scooch. weird to max out the revs in neutral to get it to shift to first. Okay, now I'm also thinking of the flip side where you grow calluses on the tops of your feet from holding on to stuff. I don't know if my brain would ever let it go. It would just be like, something's wrong with my feet. Why are they scaly on top? Why are my feet so scaly? God damn it, chicken skin. You've gone too far this time. Keratin! I don't know if this car is long for this world. Might have to pop in and get a replacement from the shops. What? Damn it. Giant take ruining my day. Not you two. Whoever you are. Pierre Le Fou. That's right. Oh, yeah, that's what's happening, Melania. Chat's distracting me, and that's why... everything. Whew. How would I play Nintendo with the tops of my feet? Just imagining like a Super Nintendo thumb blister, but just in the middle of the top of my foot. It's not good. Imagine if a new technology came out for playing Tetris and the kids were just using their feet. Like, we call this rolling. Okay, I already know about rolling. Okay, but it's new. It's the jelly rolling. We call it, because the person who came up with it, their name is Jelly. Maybe I should have let the AI do the pit. I can still swap to the AI. You know, I assumed the AI would shorten the pit. More fool me. Oh no, now the blinker's on forever. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna put the AI on and Google or something the controls. Assetto Corsa. Delete the turn signal. TikTok. You know what? I was a fool for even trying to use Google. Come on. Yeah, let's just cut that corner exactly the same way every time. That's good. Oh, okay, yeah, those chicanes used to not be there. Yeah, I'm following the historic track. Oh, come on, I turned on the wipers. Here we go. Come on, one. There we go. Look, it doesn't normally take two hands to turn on the wipers. Yeah. MANS didn't used to have a sub-motion. They added it for the video game version. More advertising space. That's how they sold it. You can put more Gantt boards up. You can say Gantt as many times as you want, even into infinity. God damn you, tiny banana, I love you. It's just really extra slippy for some reason. Yeah, you walk away. Bigger than before? No. That's a banana the size of a small banana. I wonder how good the handling of... Why don't I get to play as the banana? I want to be that tiny. Can you imagine the first-person view? the road is just like 20 times as wide. Every vehicle is as terrifying as the giant sushi and or tank. Or worse yet, the desert buses. Or drive the tank. Ooh. Wonder if they've modeled tank controls. Or if it drives like a car. I bet it drives like a car. Bet it's not even a real tank. Yeah, tank controls at this speed, it would be like hydroplaning. Right? Like the treads would just... Woo! Come on, scooch. Why continue that direction? If wheels point other way, why continue? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, Bad Panda Bear, did you also run into the unsearchability of the modern internet? I could probably turn these off now. Oh. Movies make me think modern tanks have joysticks. They like putting joysticks in things. Yeah, check the War Thunder forums. Earthen One, you could just use some sort of text expansion to add swears to your... Marshall Price retired? No more tank? Anyways, just tie, I don't know, something to punctuation or periods, or maybe even the enter key. Have the enter key add some words and then submit in your searches. Just automation. Oh. Is anyone going to be in this race by the end of it? Just Fruit and Sushi? Well, Fruit and Sushi and Ian. What do we got? How do I pull out the whole list? No idea. Oh, no. Adept Necromancer. I need the insert key for, Vim. Definitely still using that. Try copying a URL into Git Bash without it. Isn't it shift space? I know you can right click on Git Bash and it'll, like in the console area, and it'll do the pop-up with because I switch between Git Bash and PowerShell all the time, so I don't really remember. It's kind of a muscle memory thing. Okay. Middle click pastes. Ooh. I mean, if you're using the mouse, am I right, programmers? Huh? Huh? I said right click to pull up the context menu. That'll tell you what the hotkeys are. Oh, I use home quite a lot for selecting text. I have a MacBook. MacBook? I have a Mac laptop. I have a MacBook. And it is frustrating to not have those keys without, like, trying to dig around at the keyboard, like, which shifted function controls it versus, like, turns the volume up and down on my laptop. Alright, do I have auto shifter on? Oh! Whoops. Getting set for a slow lap. Dearest auto shifter, what are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. That was not on me. Woo! Doing donuts on the racetrack! Oh, too slippy. Even without the gas being on. Got confused and started doing Alt-V in Linux. Oh. Lol. Is that one of those things where you like, it's not working, and then you look down at your hands and you're like, of course it's not working. Like, I'm pretty good at swapping between control and command. But then when I go back, sometimes I'll jam the Windows key. And like, I use the Windows key to bring up Explorer, but mostly other than that, I don't touch it. So... Well, maybe for screenshots. Maybe I use it for screenshots. What does Win-D do? I think the only ones I've ever really used are E and R. Go to desktop? Oh, maybe I should use that. Although it doesn't, because I have two monitors and I often have the windows kind of tiled so that I can view a lot of stuff at the same time. WinR's run. So if you want to load up the command prompt, or even something simple like Calc or Notepad or something that you know like the executable name on. I'm starting to see some Brave New Faves emotes, but no raid. I was warned that there might be a raid at some point. It's stuck in the tube. Someone shake the tube! Stupid water. Now my glass is all foggy. Oh! Welcome, Raiders! I currently have auto shift on so that I don't have to tire out my left hip flexor. I was running into some fatigue. That and whatever's connected to the shin bone. The anterior tabeoli. Yep. Did I know the latest King Gizzard album is great? Oh, did you learn that on Brave New Faves? Did King Gizzard's Lizard Wizard mom write that review? No, that's my review. Huh? What? Fair. I've been listening to a band called Oh He Dead. Yeah. Exactly like that, the Meerkat. What kind of music? Jazzish. Funky? Oh, okay. Okay, brownie points. Now you're speaking my language. ELO in Chicago. Yeah. In order to hit reverse, I have to take the auto shifter off. Auto shifter does not allow me to reverse. Let's turn off the wipers. Yeah, Yellow's Time is one of my favorite albums. In a large way because of Ian. But that's because of Densha Otoko. So they used Twilight for the opening. Ending. Opening. the ending was Samba Master. Started listening to Yellow when I first saw the Daikon animations. Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird that to have Electric Light Orchestra be this really weeby reference. It's kind of like running into French film through Japanese animation, like looking at some Ikuhara stuff and ending up in French New Wave. Car's fine. Totally fine. Oh boy. Is one of our wheels just fully sideways now? Seems healthy. That streak, the tire streak on the left-hand side that just happens to be following my vehicle. Yep. Yeah, the wheel is pointing south now. I need a diff. I mean, like a different diff? Or like a diff for my front wheels. I have seen a car at work that has had someone do this. Well, congratulations, Hollow the Wise Wolf. Who are you? Carl Vinson. Carl. You messed up my paint. Numbers upper right of the HUD. The tires? Yeah. I think they're the tires. But it's mostly that sound. The unhinged squealing. Like I'm constantly drifting. Good thing that there's barriers to keep us on the road. Yeah, I don't know how to change the camera angle, like, to give us that view. Like, I assume, like, I know we've checked the passenger seat, etc., before, but that was just mouse look. There are no arrow buttons on the wheel. This wheel's a custom job, and I don't think those buttons are connected right now. Also only just like a row of colored buttons like an F1 car. Yeah, I have like the Xbox power button. I don't think that'll do anything. Free camera mode F7. This mouse. F1. No. No such luck. In this mode, you can use arrow keys. How do I get out of the... No, arrow keys just do that. Left and right mouse buttons. Mouse buttons. Whoops! No. I removed myself from the screen. Where's my face? Let's reset the transformation on this. No, where is it? Transform. Alright, it's locked. That's why I can't reset it. Oh, I'm just below the stuff. That's why. Alright. This is fine. There's very little force feedback happening. I'm sure everything's still connected. We can turn right if we want to. Snack Pack, you sound like one of the tasters on Iron Chef. The thunking of the wipers really complements the screeching of the tire. Kui-san, what's the Iron Chef doing right now? Oh, well, she's attempting not to drive into a wall. Everything's busted, but look at how fast we can go. Night, Strumminers. Pit stop. That really necessary. That kills me. Oh damn. Shouldn't be that funny. And nailed it. Have I crossed the start finish line on the track? Yes. I have. And then I immediately crashed. Such lovely weather we're having. Does Corey have her driver's license? No. 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 This is more relaxing than watching the Oilers. Yeah, I'm up by 3. Do 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 do. Grass is wet. Someone fix that. Not gonna hit the banana, it's too tiny to hit. You know, I didn't check to see what tires I had it using. Maybe I could actually select different tires. For the wets. This game has street and semi-slick tires. Assuming streets have normal treads and then the semi-slicks are rubber. Rubber? fine. Oh, semi-slicks are road legal? Okay. That's cool. Oh god. Come on. Curio, that's pretty good. I know when Jordan was here, we talked about the doing X with Mama meme. The meme. It's pretty wholesome. My favorite wholesome meme of the year is Poisson Steve. But I suppose, you know, we're just halfway through, so maybe someone will dethrone Steve before I produce too many Steves. Because that's what you do. You're making a needle felt Steve, Carrie? Iris of Ether? Why didn't you tell me you had a Steve? How do you produce a Steve? Any way you want. That's, it was gonna be... Well, then why did you say it? Now you've ruined the surprise. Yeah, so you can draw Steve, you can make a claymation model of Steve and do a little animation, you can 3D model Steve. I've seen people crochet Steve, graffiti Steve. I've seen someone bleach a shirt with Steve, which is, I think, what I might do. Because if you do bleach dyeing on like black stuff, it comes out pretty orange, or it can if you're using a low enough volume of bleach. I'm being bullied. Another lap in the bag. I think it's time for me to take a break. So, enjoy how fast this car can go, but only with your ears. BRB. Well, it is super trippy in the office right now. It is high contrast with the environment I am currently sitting, where I am seeing early morning daylight, but also these bright LED panels. And I know what time it is. Like, I've been watching the time, so I know it's approaching midnight, and of course it's dark outside, but even for like the lockdown Zetas, I was not so alone. Welcome, Raiders. Looks like the AI has completed N laps, so I am going to be taking back over and probably ramming into the back of this truck. One day I'll learn how to turn off the turn signal. I didn't hit the truck, you're right. Alt num 2. Alt numpad 2. That turned on one of them? Alt 0 didn't. No. No. This is a loss. Which way? This is the second time I've tried alt and numbers. Oh, and I turned off my wipers. Yeah, it turned off one of the front wheels, exactly. I am quite excited to see everyone alive and well at the start of this course. Once we complete two more laps, one more laps. Oh dang. Tamagozushi is still keeping it real out here on the main streets of Le Mans. That's the leader's lap count. But I'm pretty sure we roughly the same time, right? Right? See, I'm like ahead of them now. Okay, maybe this time the Tamagos got me. Maybe I won't get to complete this lap. giving the lawn some treatment. Woo! Tiny bit of resistance on the wheel there. Oh, leader is on final lap. Maybe I will get to finish. Maybe. Sounds like my turn signal's on? Really? That's how we got into this mess. No! Whoa, come on. One more time around and flawless. Whoa! I almost made it. Come on. Just about in sight, in view of the end. Just tell me that's not Tamago coming up behind me. Oh, no, it's not. We're fine. We're fine. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're going to make it. I don't know if I can turn more right. Like tacking, right? Like into the wind. We're driving into the wind and gaining speed that way. And the smoke cloud behind us is to disrupt our enemies. Woo! You don't even need to use the steering wheel. You don't even need to use the wheel. It just follows the track all on its own. Look at this. It was a train. Why if hold wheel right is go left? Big mystery to solve. Where I'm going, I don't need turn signal. Don't worry, little buddy. We'll get you home. Soon you'll be able to sleep. Oh, is that the way you want to go? Oh, okay. Let's see what the neighbors are up to. Oh, can't go that way. Well then. '25th place. We got 68 laps. That's more than half. Ian's gonna be back in like half an hour. I guess I should restart without him. Restart? What if I just put it on replay mode and we just rewatched the whole thing? Then we don't even have to keep going, right? How do I make go? Steering wheel not centered. It was merely upside down. Oh, is auto not on? There we go. Yes. Good. The race has started, right? Right? Everybody's going? Yes? They're honking because I'm winning, right? I forgot to signal. Yellow flag? What does yellow flag mean? Well, Char retired. I think I am winning. I think this is the way things are supposed to be. That's the tank. We'll have new friends and enemies on the road. Why not? Why not to go forward? What am I stuck on? Earth? It... Wheel no longer does wheel things. What if... Is wheel just not connected now? I hit restart. What are these buttons? The whole game may need a restart. That happened to Ian? Well, you know who didn't tell me. The back to pits doesn't even work. Ooh. Switch to AI driver. Hey, that's an idea. I will. AI is doing great. Having a great time out there. Okay. I have exited. Try again. We have to do a BIOS update. Oh, other way. There we go. And auto shifter is on. How do I turn off the sidebar with all the people on it? But maybe after I pass them all. Control H? No, that's the whole HUD. First lap's supposed to be slow, right? Was that night watch? Yeah. Next to the tank. Whoop! Oopsie doodle. Nobody hit me, please. Aha! Now I can see so clearly. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. But I'll do it again. Don't take the stairs. Yeah. A little more force feedback. driving by feel. You know, when you lose one sense, all the others become heightened. All of them. My proprioception's off the wall. And my engine. My engine. Oh, yep, I'm driving now. It's going great. Mm. It's the Trax engine now. Just having a look at my phone for a moment. Wouldn't want to use my phone and drive at the same time. What if Ian never comes back? Woo! That was intentional. All right. Come on. Shift! Dang you! Auto shifter! Oh, here comes the squad. Something's already wrong with this car. Look at how powerful Omega is. Can we get snow tires? That's Zeta. Zeta! Me. Coming through, coming through, coming through. Out my way, bus. Don't worry, there's no passengers. Honestly, this car could have better brakes. That's what I'm blaming for my poor performance tonight. It doesn't stop on a dime, and that's what I need. Stopping power. Come on, get closer to 50. There we go. Smooth. Who up hot air ballooning at midnight? Commander Road says I've actually ridden a hot air balloon before dawn, so I could see the sunrise, but was it 8 hours before dawn? Let's get some stuff fixed. I don't see tire selection. Compound? STSM. Okay, so street semi-slicks. So what do I have equipped right now? Let's give me a little break from my brain. I'm all out of juice. AI's gonna shark all the other drivers. They won't know what hit them. Ooh. MTVCM, it's like a tracked mode on an arcade. They want you to see the most interesting stuff, but not, you know, like what you would see as a player. Just kind of what you might see, maybe. Just realized I don't know what jackfruit stems look like. Sticks. They look like sticks. Yeah, real weird looking. Oh, another bicyclist. Me. Oh, that's what that noise was. That lean. Just motorcycles are just like cars, right? Yeah, we can put them in the car. Well, how do they lean, right? They lean to go around corners, right? I'm not getting dusted by Blue Moon Rider. He doesn't have any, like, all the safety stuff. this is kind of, yeah, a little bit out there, but I saw some clips of Dead Rising 2, and people were like, Kojima's getting his sources for his ideas from some really wild places, and they showed like a clip of a guy sliding around on the ground, and I was like, has anyone watched the Boku no Hero Academia spin-off with like the vigilantes? Because oh, Death Stranding. Yes, not Dead Rising. Sorry if I said. I meant Death Stranding. I'm just saying Kojima's maybe watching some anime to get stupid ideas and not other stuff. Dead Rising's the one with like the tool combination and the hordes, like the mobs in the mall, right? I haven't played it. Just imagining like a, I don't know, Metal Gear Revengeance in a mall. Chainsaw hockey stick. I think chainsaw hockey stick. All I remember is lawnmower. Lawnmower shoving weapon. I never played it. I also haven't played any Metal Gears, really. I've seen a bunch of gameplay. I did one time rent Metal Gear Solid 3. And I really like the song from Snake Eater. Aha! Ian has moved. Okay. Woo! I have not been abandoned forever. Alright, that has given me enough energy to take over from the AIs. Is that new zombie movie out yet? The 28 Days Later thing? Oh God. Come on. Yeah, 28 years later. Yes, correct. Ah. Next weekend in the U.S. Okay. Come on. Ah! Bless you. Would 5 more years be 28 years after 28 weeks later or 28 days later? $28 days later. Okay. Alex came by looking for you. He left Pocari Sweat and 3 shot glasses. And his fingers were inside because he was wearing them like fingernails, but... yeah, just a heads up. But he didn't drink any that I know of. Yeah.
Oh, I'm on now. Great.
You were sitting in front of it, so...
Yeah, I don't know how microphone works. I am just awake.
Welcome.
How's night? Why is it?
The 120 laps happened.
Ah, okay. Should we-
And I learned the hotkey for auto shift.
Oh,
My leggy was tired.
is it on?
Yes.
Which one is it?
Control G.
Okay, I'll have to turn that off, but...
Yes.
Oh,
So-
Control J shows the damage. For a short amount of time.
It didn't work well for me.
It isn't working well for me all day. Up to the day. Oh, we got to see the BIOS warning. That's good. I'm glad you got to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a nap. I feel like the day it feels like a new day in winter. Oh boy.
We're fine. The thing about the auto shifter is it doesn't have reverse.
Ah.
And another weird thing is to get it to start, like if you just like talk, like that's it's not doing anything. You have to max out the revs to
actually get it
actually
to
load in.
pop into first.
Pop.
See, this is automatics. I don't. But I can understand. Yes, I did pop in to look for a few minutes while I was eating dinner, and you were complaining about your shin muscle
Yeah.
not being
We're
strong
still
enough.
not sure what it is.
I'll call it a shin muscle. Is this my cup?
No.
Is that your cup?
Yes.
Okay. I should get a cup.
Okay. Can you give me my drink coaster back? Thank you. Alright. Well, looking at things, I'm definitely gonna have enough energy, I think, tomorrow to join Heather at 1 for the bonus stream. Yeah. Feeling pretty okay. Yeah. Right?
Sorry, that got to finish 1.5 podcasts on the way too, which was nice.
Like Crash Feature or something?
Yeah, got to find out about Prey.com, which is 120th in the health and wellness rankings on Apple's iStore. It's kind of like a podcast reader, but for Bible stories and daily prayer.
Oh, that kind of prey.
Yes. Sorry, no, not any
As like for predators on the move.
on the internet. No. It smells like sweat. The appropriate kind.
The Bakari tongue?
Yes. Sweat of the Pokari, collected gently and consentfully from wild Pokari. I'm gonna get so hydrated.
Oh, question.
Yeah.
The little green fruit on the road
Yes.
is a crown melon?
No. Jackfruit.
It's not a jackfruit.
It's a jackfruit. It's what it says so on the label.
Jackfruits are like oblong and they have a really thick stem. Like real thick.
Send your commentary to the
I am.
the author.
You're the author.
I'm dead.
Yes, death of the author was just a ploy to get us to stop sending feedback.
Yes. Feedback and royalties, it goes both ways. The death goes both ways.
What?
I need to look at pictures of jackfruit, because I'm pretty sure jackfruit is jackfruit.
I'm pretty sure jackfruit is jackfruit too. But I'm pretty sure the little mobile car thing ain't a jackfruit.
Yeah, that's a hell of a jackfruit.
No!
This is a jackfruit.
That's a jackfruit.
Yeah, that's what the guy's riding. Yeah, hey, little guy.
There's no man in that picture. That's a slice of fruit.
Well, there's Banana Man too.
Banana Man is clearly riding a banana. Yes, we agree.
Banana person. I don't want to misgender any of our drivers. How do you make the jackfruit do that?
That's weird.
Yeah. Check it out, chat. Weird jackfruit.
It's more like a breadfruit.
Oh, hey, man. You managed to almost destroy an entire tank worth of gas.
Do it again.
That's the only thing you managed to destroy.
So yeah, right around the end of last session, the tank finally,
Oh, conked out.
yeah, conked out. Didn't make it to the end. Swapping to AI didn't always make it go pit.
Oh, okay. I mean, you need to really, really ruin the car for it to work.
Yeah.
You need to really ruin the car to get the AI to give up. Just completely crush its spirits.
Well, it won't do it if it doesn't have a challenge, you know.
I think to myself, yeah, like, imagine living as an AI, woken up simply to just be dumped in a useless car to make the call to go back to the pits, and that's your only, your only activity in life.
Good things you don't have feelings. Oh,
Ooh, hey, yeah, you found a.
one time I flipped over one of the railings.
Oh!
Into the sub-ocean. It's going that way? Yes.
What time is it in France now? 7. I may honestly reset the time. Just...
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I can make time change. I have
And
that.
turn forward time. Did find.
Lane.
I no longer be going in a straight line.
No, you chicaned.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I wasn't turning.
Oh yeah, no, that your car will do that when you've done that to the car. Sometimes it likes to make squealing noises because one of your tires is going in.
I couldn't figure out how to get the camera to look at it.
Ah, F2. Ah,
F2.
F2.
Is that camera look?
That's the exterior camera.
We tried F1. We tried F7.
I was just thinking about how more cars need keyboard commands too for common functions, rather than lever for a handbrake.
So you want a car to run Windows 11?
No, absolutely not.
That's what I'm hearing.
I want my common series of Emacs shortcuts for car usage. Beginning, take your car to the beginning of line with Command A, end of line with Command E, or your Control. Sorry.
Like type racers.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I have seen some time trial puzzles for different from Excel, like Illustrator, moving just selected objects around each other, or trying to get them to a target zone. Just the keyboard.
Yeah, those are fun.
Those are fun.
I wish more of the Pathfinder commands were available by shortcut key.
Oh, looks like that truck we saw back getting hit by the Zeta bus. Got sleepy.
Oh, what's on Steve?
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah, Carrie's making one. I've got a tab open unless this is a new post.
I can look at it at another date. Ah.
We still have gas.
Yeah. You're very close to not gas, but you should be able to get to gas down.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't tell it to give me gas. I just wanted to make sure the AI would summon. So I'm gonna try and get myself across the line. That's what I'm gonna do, and then hand off to the AI.
And then deal with me.
Yeah, deal with you and your stuff.
Oh, it's threaded. Okay, good. Yeah, we should install candles in the car next time. 'Cause
Yeah,
You can't
can't.
kill a candle. Just get squishy.
Well, just get V for Vendetta in here. You can't kill an idea.
No, but you can kill a lot.
The Cheeto died.
Wow, that took a while. Retired.
Yes. Retired to a farm upstate. They're gonna go sit in the pit and think about what they've done.
Yep.
Oh, come on. Also learned that plus minus on the numpad changes the force feedback amount. So
Oh.
I've got it set at 10 right now.
Okay, so you have not considered reducing your force feedback gain.
Gain? Oh yeah, it was spamming because I think I was looking for how to turn the turn signal off.
Oh yeah. That's been a difficult one for us.
Yeah.
But at least
I know how to turn the wipers. Alt and then one on the thing is wipers.
Zero will turn
and
them on.
zero turn them off. But I was told that other stuff would,
Happen.
yeah, like 2 would turn off the blinker.
Have you experienced rain?
Yes, we had a full-on thunderstorm.
Aren't they great now? Isn't it worth paying money for rain? No, windshields. Unracing, not uniracing, which would lead me off onto another tangent about Super Famicom software. How good it was. Big cheats. Wow.
I got there. I made it.
You know what? I feel like I would have liked to have seen Columbus have some sort of memento mori guy behind him the whole time, like, I have found the new world, India. Wow, big cheats, man. Shut up. Huh.
Yeah. I don't know how to stop it from doing this.
You ever wonder how a person pleasures themselves after seeing them do any other activity?
No!
Yeah, this guy's just gonna... Wow. Whoa! Oh, he's... Switch hands, man.
Got a lot of like split-second decisions. That's really what's going on. Can't let the Carby pass you, but can't get contacted by the Carby.
No, aggression is 0. So what did you learn?
I learned a lot of hotkeys. I moved the chair forward a little bit.
I see you've swapped the position.
I swapped the position so that the 2 wheels are forward so that they can bump up against the...
Yeah, so you can get closer.
You get just that little tiny bit closer to keep my spine from exploding.
Yes, our torsos are the same size. Our legs are different.
My torsos is not the same size.
They're mostly the same size.
Mine's bigger.
Maybe, yeah. Bigger torso. Do you think he's feathering the throttle in order to, like, just milk that 1 liter fuel out to as much of a
Milking
lap,
something.
as much of a lap as they can? I don't think anything would like to be milked like this.
Get a little bit of a friction burn in
When,
there.
when you need to empty your goat in 1 minute, this is how you do it. That's why he's got gloves, right? I'm guessing.
Right.
This is step 1 to Blister City, which is my least favorite Sonic level. You run into walls and you don't lose your rings, but you get real wet from the opening of the.
Maybe this could be the new desert bus. You have to maintain exactly 30 kilometers an hour.
Oh no, that's just driving in Victoria right now.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah. Bye, jackfruit. We'll always love you, jackfruit. Jonathan Fruit.
Hosk did complain earlier about the speed limits in Victoria.
Ah, yes. It's traffic calming, you see. And it works about as well as it does in this game. Yeah, no, this is...
There's a lot of names of the drivers I don't recognize.
Oh yeah, no, I let a lot of the names... Yeah, a few of the names I had to specify, like the buses,
Right, Hurricane Honey.
the tunas. Hurricane Honey came with the car, by the way.
Oh, with the motorbike?
Yeah, Bruce was one of the ones I had to change for the Australian Commodore Holden Ute.
The fuel hasn't gone down.
Yeah, I know. If you drive real slow, you get real good fuel efficiency.
This is peak performance.
Yeah. It's a good thing you don't have to do this with the foot. This would be pretty hard on the shin muscle, gotta say.
Just trace a spirograph with your left hand.
And make sure to hit all the edges, too.
All right. I'm ready to hand it over.
Oh, you don't want to see the AI run to empty?
I mean, I can just look at the VOD later.
You don't want to see it through to the end? Which is a great title for the last episode of Legend of Galactic Heroes. It just really emphasizes what you've done for the series, which is to say, see it through to the end. Oh, Zeta's still going? That's nice.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Zeta's only killed 3 people.
Again, are we talking about the shift or the bus?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm honestly really impressed with their throttle control, being able to keep it between 3 and 4 like that. That's smooth revving.
Have you tried it?
I have not tried it, and I've not even listened to this yet.
Oh, right. You haven't been hearing this the whole time.
Oh yeah, no, that's...
Yellow flag means hazard on the track.
So I think this is the sound you make when you're trying to rub, like, you know when you got those shoes in the gym, and they make a mark on the... Yeah, and this is you, like, walking all across the track, trying to rub that mark out of the gym floor. But the gym floor is, like, 14 kilometers long. Oh, no, there we go, Zeta's out.
Oh, we shouldn't have been talking about it.
No, they heard us.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, this is... This is a person who doesn't know how to clean their windows. Or feels like, I guess, they want to abrade a new surface on their
No,
windows.
no, he's seen the Karate Kid. It's wax off, right?
It's just all wax off, yep.
All the way off.
All the wax.
Gotta get it all.
Oh, okay. So here's...
Yes.
This is one of those, how would you handle this situation, .jpg.
Uh-huh.
Ah, okay. I feel like we could learn a lot from Al. Oh, how nice! You let the sky stairs pass you.
Hi, Michael.
I never knew who you were.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is that if you keep your throttle between 3 and 4, it never uses fuel.
Yeah. I think what's happening, what's going on here, is that by wiggling the wheel this fast, it's never like it's in a constant state of slippage. So like this is a drift that's going on forever,
Right.
and therefore the odometer isn't ticking up, so it isn't consuming fuel.
Yes.
That's my theory.
It's like those robot bugs
Yeah.
that vibrate
Yeah,
to
yeah.
travel.
We all vibrate to travel, just in
No.
different on a frequency you're not really familiar with perceiving. Otherwise,
No?
otherwise you just like go through your shoe, and then also through the ground.
I'm pretty sure I have some like weak force or maybe like magnets to
Yeah,
things
that's
for
what I'm-
not.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Like,
I'm-
the weak force is a vibro.
Nuclear?
Nuclear vibrations, yeah. Oscillations. Back and forth.
You know those kids' toys that have like the front wheel thing with the
The busy box.
sure. The busy box. No, I'm thinking the wheel. The wheel that turns and you wobble it forward.
Oh, the actual car wheel.
The car wheel
wobbly,
thing.
Yeah. I thought
Yeah.
you meant just like the
No,
here,
I'm not
here,
talking about like fake controls on a toy car.
here, kids, sit down. Here's a dashboard and a wheel.
No.
Get used to it. Yeah, no, that... I think that actually might be a car that you can put in the game, but I didn't because it doesn't go.
What's the weird deep fried thing?
That's the Cheeto. Wait, which deep fried thing? Is
Shaped like sticks and a car.
Okay, yes, that is the Cheeto. It is a car made of Cheeto.
Why is it pale? Where did the cheese go? Did someone suck that car off?
Well, there has
Suck all
been
the cheese off the car?
there has been rain. Oh, you know what? That sounds like another good Loading Ready Live bit.
Suck off the car?
Well, Beach makes the faces of sucked off cars. No, it's the Cheeto. Who can clean who can clean their Cheetos the best? Or I think it would work best with Hawkins Cheesies. But yeah, who can clean the dust off their cheeses the best without affecting their crunchness?
How do you test the crunchness?
Well, I think we need to get someone to eat it, which means we have to ban the suck off. It's got to be either a chemical
Just
process
like a bowl of water?
or water, and then redrying with an oven, or maybe a small toothbrush to just remove the dust. We can base it based off of color, texture, and flavor. Yeah, multiple axis. I just think, you know, it'd be
Well,
good.
I mean, like, we can remove other things, like those chocolate-covered espresso beans that Beach
Yes.
sucked off.
10 years ago. 10 years ago today, probably. Yes, there were a lot of those chocolate-covered espresso beans, and he was...
I was eating them for real.
Yeah, you ate the whole thing.
No, I didn't.
But each one of those...
I'm not gonna eat the disenrobed espresso beans at Beach.
But yeah, I would like to have a little footage, you know, at some point in the future of Adam like scrubbing a cheesy very gently with a toothbrush.
And you get like the candy shell off of an M&M.
Yeah. Could we get like raw shell material? And just
Sugar?
triple shell an M&M?
Like a Jawbreaker core?
Yeah, kind of like that. But
We're not making Beach Civic coffee.
no, he didn't swallow anything,
He didn't like the espresso beans, but he liked the chocolate.
and no one else was eating them except for Corey.
I was eating them, but not the naked ones.
No, because those were those became garbage when they came out of Beach's mouth. Theoretically, I guess we could have dried them and then ground them, but I wasn't brave.
No, we couldn't. No. We could not have.
Well, we saw something on the track that they didn't like.
Spooked.
Have they? Is this just the first chicane? No, this is.
No, they're at the end.
Oh,
This
they made
is
it
the
to
turn.
Yeah, the jumpsuit Jacques. I believe this is if I'm remembering my turns correctly.
Is there a way to pull up like the map big?
Wikipedia.
What does this look like from?
It's still making that sound, isn't it? Yeah, I've got to take this nice and wide.
What did you say? F2 is the external?
Oh yeah. This is the race direction kit. Oh yeah, that's just pretend you don't see it. Let it go by. Do not acknowledge its presence. The endurance race. It is enduring. Let it have its dignity. Or as we say in France, le dignity. This is the 24 hours of Le Mans. There are cars ostensibly.
It's 24 hours of this.
As this ghost car just crawls along. Found the problem. Ah. Oh, blue flag, you don't say. Faster traffic? Ah, yes, let me make way. And like a ghost, it disappears into the night.
Its natural camouflage protects it from predators, yet makes it more dangerous for faster cars.
Like the jackfruit. How is the wheel still connected? USB. It's amazing what you can do with computers these days. Oh, it's so bad. Do you think he's gonna pit, or is it gonna try for another run? Because that's, whew. The passenger seat is a nice touch. Well, if you're, if you don't turn to the left, this seems just like a normal drive. Oh. If you don't look to the left, everything's normal. Oh, that's a cryptid image if I ever saw one. What if the Stig got stuck in a loop? Oh, okay. The slow, inevitable crawl of death. Oh god!
Did you see the face?
Oh, it's. How do you crush metal in exactly the way that it makes it look like runny mascara? How does our car become more and more parts of a goth girlfriend, yet never the whole? By which I W-H-O-L-E, not just H-O-L-E. Oh, yep. Off the track. No, it's still on the track. Great. Now that image, that is Le Mans. Sky Stairs holding up 2 pieces of sushi as our car limps forward under the amazingly skillful control of an AI. Slow rolling us to a lack of penalty.
Where is it going?
Oh, it's taking the ideal line. Yeah, Red Bassist, I too cannot wait for City the animation to pop.
Oh yeah, we watched the PV.
Bringing me so much joy.
Oh.
Maybe next year we can ride the hot air balloon. Wait, there's Moomin Rider in this? Oh, the
bike. The bike. It's not shooting
yeah,
me.
motocyclette.
Have you seen that thing take a corner?
Yeah. Meep, 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 meep. Again, put the AI driver in the motorcycle. How would it handle that?
It looks so lost.
It is. I don't know what to do with my front wheels.
Everybody's leaving me.
No, T-Stud, if you drive with normal Dravinci, it will suck that final liter dry. Like I said, I feel like it's just somehow he's feathering that throttle in a shenanigan way. Yeah, yes, it's like
I am so sweaty now. Oh my god.
It's like a shopping cart. Is with those front wheels.
Exactly. And how much mileage can you get with a shopping cart? As much as you need.
Well, just don't drive outside the lines, or like those wheel covers will come over in your car. Walk up.
Okay, I think we got the turn signals on.
Yeah, no turn signals, no hazards. He's saving his bimetallic strip for. I do love the photo people just continue to flash, regardless of.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you be taking photos?
Oh yeah, no. This would be the story of the race, quite frankly, if this were real somehow. If we were alive. Hi, Babendum. Looks like he's here to give us a hug. What? No. Just because you can go into the wall doesn't mean you should go into the wall. I do that. You don't need to. Oh.
He's doing a sick remix. Wicka, 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 wicka.
Ah.
Shouldn't have hired a DJ to...
You ever hear a vinyl DJ just make a skipping CD sound on a record? It's not good, but it's impressive. See the worst DJ. It's a terrible music, but you gotta respect the hustle.
Think of all the time we're saving. Not needing to stop for fuel. Yeah.
I mean, if we calculated fuel use into our efficiency.
That and the impact on the other drivers.
Yeah, I think you may not actually have any rubber in one of those wheels too, which
You sure?
would absolutely. Well, no, you're leaving some behind on the tracks. So I don't know.
Only like every third rotation.
You can definitely definitely tell where you've been. Whee! That egg.
Gonna make it.
The egg likes to go. Ford immediately pulls their sponsorship for being in the same frame as this car. Yep, get intimidated by some salmon. He gave up! He gave up! He retired! He retired! No! He gave up so hard! You were right there! You just see it! Got out and said, fuck this!
I'm walking.
Huh. Well. Good.
My work here is done.
Good work, Corey. Thank you. We should take a short break. Well, we get up, say our goodbyes, and I'll be back to do better than that.
No,
Yes.
not likely. You've never seen fuel mileage that good.
No,
All right.
don't go all the way away. Hey chat, what's up? Just made a discovery here. We can rev the end. What? What? We didn't get retired, apparently, is what I'm discovering here. Okay. We can unretire somehow. So let's just get on the track and ruin everyone's day. And what time is it supposed to? What time is it in Paris now? I feel sick. 9:43. Time is good enough. Let's race. So wait, does this maybe mean that we, Oh, no, we maybe need just 100%. 10% is too little. Also, there we go. There we go. Hi. Hi. So, okay, so we managed to frustrate one AI enough that they became retired. And I think I hit a oh, no, that's daytime rain. And we're on the same laps, 31 minutes, great. Maybe he just wants me to finish that one lap. Turns out maybe what I needed was just electrolytes. I've moved the wheel. Not my body, because, shoot! Might be too difficult to move the chair. We'll see if we change that going forward. I mean, we're always going forward. What have I done? Hold up. Let me fiddle with this with hands. There we go. There. Ooh, hello. Hello, Edge. Things you can say on a racetrack or at a U2 reunion. Hello, Edge. I'm sorry, I believe he likes to be called The Edge. It's, the definite article. You know, if I ever form a band, I'm gonna call myself The Definite Article. Personally, not the band. France, they call him La Edge. Nice to see this place, though, in light. Oh, God, right. Okay, so 24 hours, right. So we'll be racing till 4 p.m. French time. Le 7 a.m. in Victoria. Oh, I'm glad to see... No, Michael Bluth. That's right. That's not the semi-truck with its nighttime flashing lights of... Good. That's... I consider that a clean overtake. When you can see the drive shaft, it means you're doing it right. And I managed to retire a man because of that. Oh boy. So what we're saying here is that I, personally, am more powerful than a Toyota Hilux. Which is, from what we understand from various Top Gear tests, a very difficult thing to be. I'm more powerful than an imploding building. Faster than a migraine, more powerful than an imploding building. Able to eat small sushi in a single bound. It's Guy. man. These wipers can be faster. Thank you. That's big cuts. Okay, so first lap back in the saddle after a rest, and 36 minutes 42 seconds. That's a PB. That's a peanut butter. That's just enough of a slide over to, I don't know. Did we get any white laps on Corey's restart, or have we been nothing but red? Bye, honey. Got a perfect lap course record. Wow. So she's on the board. Demon Fire, no. When we had to restart after the after time stopped for us, after we got DO'd, yeah, we were able to get a few white laps in. Crashing just past the line, that does sound like a Corey move. That's not gonna do it for us. Oh, it almost did. The ambition with which I'm willing to take that corner is severe. You know what? I'm done with rain. Let's be done with rain. Rain's been nice, but oh, okay. You know what? It'll be sunny at noon time. I can do with a little more rain. Just a little rain. Got to get used to rain because the Gundam podcast, Mobile Suit Breakdown, will soon be entering its G Gundam phase, and I'll be interested to see how that series gets received and covered. Oh, Corey gave us 0 to broken transmission in under 60 seconds. That's impressive, too. I'm well impressed. So yeah, maybe next lap, let's dial it back a bit and just try and give ourselves a good time with regards to maybe setting a clean lap. Brass on D&D, if G Gundam is your favorite series, I cannot take that away from you and will not fight you on that. Ah, the rain washes all the filth from the car, so all of our laps are clean, Lawrence. I get what you're putting down here. Ring, ring. Again. So what did I do since I saw you all last? I went out and had a bowl of ramen at Menbo. went home, got into a bed, and then attempted to sleep. And I think I succeeded because I don't remember falling asleep, but I do remember waking up, which is, I guess, how it works for most people, most of the time. Don't recall having any dreams, so that's, I'll have to check my watch to see if I entered REM sleep at all during that 4-hour period. But no driving dreams yet, which, has not always been the case in years past. Maybe that'll change on the back half here. Oh, Rassilon, there is not a ramen shop open this late. There was a ramen shop open at 7:30 p.m. when I arrived at the ramen shop to eat the ramen. God, no. If there was a good ramen shop in Victoria that was open past midnight, holy moly. I would know that I'm living in the perfect city. As it stands, no, they are, there's still nothing good open past 10 p.m. That's not necessarily true. 420 Poutine House does provide us good poutine well late into the night, but poutine is not an always food. Do you think if we gave Children's Television Workshop proper funding that they'd be able to come up with some sort of a Canadian poutine monster to rival Cookie? Like, Cookie already has the throatiness of voice to believe he could be a Quebecois character. What if Cookie Monster is in fact an emigre from Quebec to Sesame Street? Oh, me just perfect bilingual. You never notice. Je m'appelle Cookie. Cookie is an Arcadian? Well, he would be an Arcadian of my youth. And pause for recognition. That's a good dream, Osk. Buying a house in Point Roberts before it transfers to vote to become Canada. Instantly become citizens, and the price of the house skyrockets because it becomes a Vancouver suburb. Hey, weren't we gonna make this a clean lap? That was next one. Next lap. Yes. We've all agreed that it's the rain is washing the lap away. I really do love the modeling now of the moisture inside the car and the humidifier doing its best. Wait, not the humidifier, defroster doing its best to keep that windshield clear. And yet still, there's occasionally every now and then a streak of condensation on the inside. We'll have to sell Michigan to Canada. I don't know. That's an option. I personally would like to have my own private Idaho. I don't know what that movie's about, but I choose to believe it's about the Russian submarine commanders at the end of Red October who wished to see Montana. So what I'm seeing so far is that it's about potatoes and it's based on Shakespeare's Henry IV. I mean, if I can carry national debt personally, then I think that what that means is that I can issue bonds personally against that debt, and that's how you make the real money, from my understanding. I mean, frankly, what I should be doing is I should be engaging in modern monetary theory and just, creating more currency for myself that I can then tax back from corporations who wish to do business with me. And the cycle just continues frictionlessly. I think the problem is that in addition to holding debt, I may need to also form the world's a reserve currency, and that could be the more difficult part. But I do have a large stack of Canadian Tire money, so in cash, so we can start with that. I don't know, move on to like, again, I think the Better Than Bullion Corporation has been trying to usurp gold as the world reserve currency. And while they do make good soup, I'm not convinced on the cash angle. It's a very good point, Jost42, that if you just call it world reserve currency, no one can stop you. They can disagree with you, but that just means that they're wrong. Oh no, I have already hecked up this lap if it was going to be a cleaner. We're too busy talking about money. I declare world reserve currency, Ian Horton 2025. I mean, that's no different from Mayor McCheese back in the late 70s when he introduced the lone jogger, when he declared breakfast at participating McDonald's everywhere. I declare breakfast at all participating McDonald's, and that was the declaration of interbreakfast and the birth of the Hamburglar, though his true nature would not be revealed until much later in the McDonald land history. But they were all of them deceived, for there was a second breakfast at Denny's. Eat like a hobbit. It sticks with me because no other restaurant advertising has admonished me to eat like a different species before. Like Cracker Barrel never says, "Hey kids, come on in and eat like a mule. We'll put the feed bag on you, and you can have your potato chip casserole." Arby's, eat like a raccoon. Arby's, you found the meats. There they are. Careful, don't start Arby's. Don't startle the meats. It really turns the flavor off. Oh yeah, the Lost Pirate. You know what I'm talking about then if you got your Denny's Hobbit cards. Like, there are certain foods I would be willing to eat out of a feed bag. Fully loaded nachos with the guacamole and sour cream pre-applied. I think I could get away with that. Like, that's one of those foods where you just getting that combination of emulsions on your hand is unnecessary. Now, I might end up wanting to be led to the trough out back after I've finished eating before I take the feed bag off, because this whole area may become emulsified. Oh no! Sky Stairs are out of the game. Or rather, they could be back, as we've discovered, if they had the will. The sheer fortitude, the digital gonads to simply step on the gas. And yet this is what separates us from the AI. And that is a jackfruit. I will stake reputations on it. See? Jackfruit with I guess it's somehow managing to conjure up double ground effects, like a double engine jet racing over top of the water. It's quite impressive. I'm powerful image is what it is. Anyway, moving on. And once again, ruining that clean lap. Oh yeah, we are able to switch. In fact, we've always been able to switch to other drivers' POVs. Just turns out we needed a little add-on to make it easier to do. And we do it. Glorious here, we've been doing this for 9 years now, and it's only been getting more and more ridiculous as time goes on. Thank the wide world of Assetto Corsa modding for that particular... Oh, there we go. That particular... I have my words. I usually keep them here, but a bunch fell out on the way by. Anyway, glory be to those who put their talents towards thankless tasks, like modding a jackfruit into a racing game. At least we haven't seen the Seto Kaiba drive by in a Blue Eyes White Dragon or a Zaku fly by. I mean, they've got the motorcycles now, so I would not be surprised if we see some card games on motorcycles as we drive next year. Potentially. And we have a tank, so really Probably not a Zaku. A Zaku's flight time is limited, much like our fuel. And I think if you want to see a game that's, or a vehicle, mobile suit, in fact, that would be appropriate to a racing game, I would suggest the Dom. They've got that hover function in their legs. They've got a bad suspension, so when we go in for fuel, we'll get 5 laps worth. Just 5. New body and suspension. And, yeah. Good Dom, good. Whoa. Mole mod. Yeah, we used to talk about having superpowers in our cars. I believe that Beej chose mole mode as one of his options. Oh, M. Mortz. Welcome to the Gun Tank Club. It's not quite the Zagok level of fandom right now, but love a good gun tank. Love the G-Quux gun tank, and if we don't end up getting some form of a model for that, there will be a riot amongst the gunpla community. Give the first series a try. There's something very special about it. I love to compare it in cultural relevance to Star Wars in the Western sphere, just in terms of the time it was released and how big it's gotten, and how relevant it is to everything that was produced after it. And also it does look good in a lot of places, and it looks bad at some, and it's because it's a 42 episode series. Characters have time to grow and change over the time, and you have an opportunity to learn about them as a character and see that growth happen. People live, are born, and die. Yeah, shows do often offer more, but more than it's part of the lament of the anime fan in 2025 that it feels impossible for any show to get greenlit beyond 12 episodes. Let's get one less lap in that. There we go. Truck corporeal. Nope, you retired. You retired from the physical plane. Much like you, my friend. Honey, no! Did I retire you like that? Ugh. Okay, let me see if I can... Nope, can't crack up back there. Oh. Yeah, sadly we do live in a post-Netflix age. I don't like to wallow in that sadness. I think things can change and should change, and we should be loud about it and want the things to change. Ooh, trying to metallic marker with the Crayola airbrush attachment. I understand that a lot of modelers are very happy with the real touch metallic markers. They just look good in general. I have never markered a gunpla myself, but I have the tools that I don't need to go that route, and I enjoy the hobby I have. That said, I do need to spend a little more time metallicing up my inner frames, just to get some more cool color separation going on. Sharpies and some acrylic paint pens. On the topic of original Gundam, do all old anime have banging themes? Because Gundam's themes is great, and I feel like I understand Meg Singer's Z's theme more. You know what? I would say yes. I am always, all the time, singing to myself the theme song to Blue Gale's Bungle. Hayate oni sabungulu sabungulu. The opening and ED to Votoms is an absolute karaoke banger of an early 80s pop ballad. What else? What else is good? Fang of the Sun Dugram, which we just finished as well, is another fun one. And of course, you cannot forget Vifam's theme. Give us your courage, Vifam. Your name is something, Vifam. Together we must fight. Oh man. So yeah, there's also this history of the pre-2000s anime of getting a guy who speaks English in Japan who is a recording artist to do your theme song. So Vifam is definitely one of those things. Orgus was the other one. Sky Hurricane by Casey Rankin, who was an ex-Marine who was stationed in Japan who just became a recording artist. And again, just an absolute banger of a tune. Where are you coming? When are you coming home? Whoa. So I guess that's not quite the best example, because that was a guy singing in Japanese, as Japanese is the second language. Yeah, I mean, the idea of anime opening theme as a sellable single by an artist has been going for quite a while. Is at least as far back as 1996. Did we just lose a lot of bass in the car, or is that just me? But yeah, Fly Gundam is its own bonk special thing. No! Oh, they got us off the rebound. Oh, DHL. Game recognized game. But I do like the hiring of musicians to do a single as a theme song for a series. Sometimes you get things that really come together and gel, and sometimes you just get absolute coincidences of perfection. Like TM Revolution's Beyond the Time was not written specifically for Char's Counterattack, despite the fact that it being an absolute perfect song for the end of that movie in lyrics and music. If I recall, Cruel Angel's Thesis is the same thing. It was not written with any knowledge of the contents of Neon Genesis Evangelion. And yeah, there are absolutely some where the theme song is an absolute tonal shift difference from what's going on in the show itself. Case in point, Mobile Suit Gundam Victory. Or Mobile Suit Victory Gundam? I think, yeah, that's it. Stand Up to the Victory again, absolute power pop banger that does not reflect the solemn and death-ridden tone of the series. If I could change one thing about anime openings of the past, what would it be? I would make Apple Music able to license the music so I could listen to it a lot easier. Yeah, I don't think I'd change anything about the industry. Okay, so for those who are not aware of Ian's particular views on Japanese animation and why he likes it, I like that it's different from Western media. I appreciate it as foreign media. Ian's favorite animation is Japanese animation. My definition of anime is animated works made by Japanese people for Japanese people, not for a Western or world audience. And so that's why I strongly feel that while shows like Steven Universe and Avatar: The Last Airbender are fantastic pieces of work in the medium of animation and are absolutely influenced by anime style and storytelling methods, they are not, because they are not produced for primarily for a Japanese audience, they're not anime. What are Korean and Chinese animated shows called? I don't know. I ask Korean and Chinese people, honestly. Oh yeah, Tell Me Why from 90s Berserk is another example of odd choices for tonal shifts. Yes, Glory Seeker, exactly. Foreign media makes for something good that is different from the norm, from what we're used to, and offers unique experience to what we would otherwise get, and allows us to put ourselves in the shoes and perspectives of different people from different nations, not just different fictional situations. To distinguish it from Japanese animation, it's sometimes referred to as Hanguk Aini. Please forgive my Korean pronunciation. It is absolutely terrible. Donghua, the Chinese general term for animation. Yeah. Again, and this is, of course, a reminder, if we're not already aware, that again, animation in Japan is referred to as anime, regardless of what its origin is: American, Korean, Chinese, Indian. Some good animation out of India. Iranian. Persepolis and Sita sings the blues and all of that. Just don't catch me calling it Japanime or Japanimation. Had a bad experience at a media interview on that one. We were Beej and I, while we were working for the Animathon Society, were once interviewed by a woman from A Channel who just kept shortening the term, starting with Japanese animation and then Japanimation, and by the end of the interview, she was literally just calling it Jap-an. And of course, we tried to gently correct and point in the right direction, but only so much you can do to for those people who don't want to learn and just want to host a breakfast show on local cable news. Oh yeah, TCX, that's Jap-an is a slur. Yes, we were aware of that. Now this is different from the time I was doing a presentation on the history of Ghibli animation for the Edmonton Public Library on behalf of the Animathon Society, and left the typo in Japanese animation, to which, when Beach saw that the first time, outside of things, Japanese, I'll kill you! So, yeah. Ugh. And you know what? I think we can we can unpermit the term JAP after this discussion is done. Oh. Oh, Glory Seer. Yeah, sorry. We've discovered in this game that at a certain point, I guess to save memory, the game just unloads the physical models of some of the cars. Hey, it's the Night Valian joining us from Raid Town City. Welcome. Hope you're all having fun. Oh, you think permitted terms last an hour? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Hey, you've got the sword. I trust you to know what your job is and how it works. Twitch is hard. YouTube requires a knife and flames from everything I've learned from Heather. I don't like computers. So, Zagrog, that's a good theory. You imagine that it's because the pit area can only hold so many cars in the same place, and it makes sense to despawn them. Yes. That doesn't explain why some of the cars on the track also lose their physical form sometimes. I have driven through the sushi in the past. I have seen the driver within. That honestly sounds like a couple lines at a Dune, but you know what? Hey. Have a good night, Bad Panda Bear. Thanks for joining us as you did. Computers. Poke the magic sand to make it speak. And that was our first mistake. Enjoy protecting your cards, Rassilon. That's a lot of blue smoke there. I think what I should do is next Desert Bus button I create, I should have a switch on the inside that's not connected to anything that's labeled magic and more magic. Maybe it'll do something. You know, maybe the tires that we had are incorrect for this rain. Has it been revealed what food is served during Conclave? Within the Holy See? Like, do they have to make do with vegetable and deli meat platters? Like a bad team building session? Do they just have like a big group DoorDash order from one place? Do they DoorDash individually? Hot noodle, mango pixel hat. Probably need to have toasters so they can make Pope Tarts. I mean, Necromancer, they've got the sketchy stove that they can use to for burning their ballots. So I think they could probably use that as a toaster. I don't know if I've ever done a Pop-Tart over an open flame, though. That feels like that might be some skill. There's rules that they get less and less food the longer the conclave goes in order to expedite things. I want to believe that and choose to believe that. Second question then, do you think any of the Cardinals like sneak any snacks in their robes, like a Baby Bell cheese or some Landjägers? I know I would. One year they took the roof off because they were taking too long. Interesting. I mean, the little cardinal hats do kind of look like the bowls you make out of chip bags when you are trying to do a party thing. I think I did touch that car a bit. I think it's okay. Oh boy, hold that drift. I don't think we're out of the potential rain yet, so I'm just gonna let those wipers go on their own. There my wipers go on my own. Let me see the parts of the road that I'm on. Okay, so this is the one where we're gonna see if we can get ourselves a nice clean lap for real. Amen. Okay, still red on that. Oh, wow. So maybe we did something to make the race director real mad. I'm gonna turn the delta bar back on a bit here just so we can see how we're doing even against unofficial lap times. Love when you can start to see the racing line in the tire marks. Nope, that won't do. Don't think it did anything to us though, so that's good. That's a good... Cycle Boy, that's a good question. Did we technically still retired? Like, our lap count appears to be going up, right? As of 2025, sorry, food servers may not serve things like ravioli or whole chicken, which may contain messages. I'm sorry. If you are going through the effort to put a rolled up piece of paper into a ravioli and then cook the ravioli and then dress the ravioli with sauce and serve it with the knowledge of which of the many ravioli contains the message, unless they all contain the message, that's some spycraft. Like shoving a memo in the back of a chicken. That's, you know, I'm less impressed. Maybe hiding some coins in a cake for a Pope Day party. Maybe that's something. But if you're going through that effort for the ravioli, I think I gotta give it to you. This ravioli is a part of a message in a system of messages. Oh, for one, that document has given so much to us today in our time. The message, look, okay, we know the message was hilarious in our time, but for you people in the future, the danger is in fact real. And this is dried ravioli, so it is as delicious in your time as it was in ours. God, I mean, here's the thing too. People studying contemporary history in, let's say, 100 years from now, are probably going to have to give equal cultural influence weight over time to Obama and Hatsune Miku. And I think that's okay. Like, Yeah, the amount of background information you need to fully appreciate the phrase Obama chuckled, "You mean the Chaos Emeralds?" is deep, but that's also, you're going to need to take those sorts of memes into account in order to properly understand political discourse in the late 2010s. I think much like the One Ring, Hatsune Miku would just be unaffected by the Chaos Emeralds. Hatsune Miku is a hobbit. And until she shows us her feet, we cannot know for sure. And even then, I mean, hair removal for cultural conformity it comes for us all, even the Vocaloids. I think I like our new quieter car. It's slightly less a lot. Okay, 2 hours. We're 20 minutes from 2 o'clock. Means we're 20 minutes from the 6-hour mark. I am doing fine-ish. Hi. Wow. Those Hiluxes just really do not want to stay together. Give me, Delta Bar? Delta Bar. What do we got? Best section. Best session lap. Best sector. Optimal. Versus all-time best lap. You know what? I think that's our target here, right? I think we went to hell, folks. Wow. Okay. Huh. Fresh car, eh? Thanks. Oh. The amazing ways that you can die in video games. Oh, I've lived a full life, my friend. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. Flaming car trails underneath the tracks of Le Mans. Weird quotes from Masters of Orion. Time to die. Yeah, that was, wow, 2016 when James called Paul a giant douche and people captured that. I like Paul too. That one wasn't so bad. No, it took us from 2016 to 2023 for someone to come to Paul's defense in the quote. Oh yeah, we should wipe. Oh, we should slow down. Weirdly, both things you can say in the bathroom. I mean, I don't know about you, but there is such a thing as too fast when it comes to excretion. Any type of excretion. You want to make sure that your human excursion is calm and controlled. Like a caulking gun. Ooh, and laminar. Thank you, Megapixel. Yes. Ben wants clean break shits. Nah, I want laminar shits. Perfect 10 on the Bristol stool scale and smooth as a carbon rod. Preferably capped, too. You know, I think we might have been on wet tires correctly before. Oh, there we go. I don't think I should be in fourth through these curves. Well, maybe. Maybe just this one time. Couldn't end up in gravel. Hey, hear me out. Play-Doh should be more edible. Like, I think it is important to know. It is important for children to learn that not everything goes in our mouths permanently. But Play-Doh just feels like it should be edible, and pleasantly so. Let kids have this one thing. Computers should vote and kids should be able to eat Play-Doh. There, that's my platform. Oh yeah, Play-Doh should absolutely not be more edible. That is literally how you start corrupting children. But you want edible Play-Doh? That's how you get a Jesus, okay? Eat of my flesh, but not too much, because there's still hemlock in there. Okay, so we may have some nice dry. There's a couple lines coming into here. And then there's my line. Oh, I just don't want to touch that wall with any force. The engine might fall off. DCX is thinking about Pluto. Okay, and now we're back to George Keefe. Oh yeah, no, we've been sixth gearing every now and then when it's time to go fast. Oh, Glory Seer. The Vegas off-road experience, aka VOR. Now you've got me thinking about Hisano Tomase-san. Oh, the other sixth gear. The forbidden sixth gear. Yeah, no, I never thought I'd enjoy a show about VOR more than this show about female pilots in the Japanese Self-Defense Force who pilot dragons, getting in their mouth. And it's not even a sex thing. It's just also got a great opening and ending. What happened to my steering again? And again, speaking of openings and EDs, it's got one of those, again, foreign language EDs. A pretty famous French pop song, I think, from the 70s. And also the, you know, love the character design in that. Gotta be one of my top 10 character designers. I'm really coming around to the Pokemon Scarlet and whatever character designer too, with what they've done with the Macross, with the Gundam characters is the new characters matching with the old style artwork's just real good. I don't think we've lost a wheel. I don't think it's possible to lose a wheel in this game, but we have definitely lost control of one of the wheels. Oh yeah, and guaranteed I will not remember having said it's not even a sex thing. I half an hour from now. Like, when you've got 24 hours to kill, you say a lot of things. And if, you know, even half of them land for... Heck, if even a quarter, an eighth, let's keep chopping it. A 16th of the things I say land for an eighth of the people. I consider that a success. Thought the quote database was saving the stream. Oh yeah, no, I believe it saves the game and the date. I think it does. We're used to it, at least. It doesn't always work, says TCX2. So the good that clears my mind up there as well. But let's be honest. I could have said something wasn't a sex thing in many opportunities. Unless you tune into my my super secret stream here on the channel where I just play sex games. all the dirtiest stuff from Steam. And back into history, starting with Leisure Suit Larry. We will not play Custer's Revenge on this non-existent secret stream. Hot Leather Daddy, in the most appropriate phrase, says, "Do tell, do share." We pittin'. 2 hours of Ian playing the old meat and fuck Flash games. Yeah, need to pull up some ancient App Store copies of Evany. Lord Husk, I'm beginning to bet that the number of people who have played or even remember those games is dwindling. We always gotta stay strong in our memory of the past, so that we may not repeat these mistakes again. The mistakes generally being the copy protection that would be on games like Leisure Suit Larry. Holy moly, have we come full circle? Because we were talking earlier about AI and kids not being able to find the citations they've made in their own papers due to not having done the AI. So they can't even look up a quote in a book. And now we're talking about games from the 80s requiring you to look up a page in your manual specifically and enter in a word. Well, shoot. Turn the wipes. Uh-oh, wipies. Well, I like games with code wheels too. I like to. I really appreciate as I age. I truly appreciate, and as I continue to be a layout designer, appreciate the work that went into a lot of these physical manuals that got included with games. Like I honestly wish that I could work on something like that. Maybe I should put some feelers out to what's it called? Oh God, what's that one? Limited run games. That's it. Oh yeah, no, Lord Husk. I bet there are a lot of people who try to get internet points for claiming to have played the old terribleness. And the thing is, like, at the time, the old terribleness was just what we had. And for certain, things like Leisure Suit Larry, we liked it. Not so much for Custer's Revenge. But just thinking about other physical pack-ins and materials that were required with games. One of my favorites was still Star Tropics, where you had a letter from one of the characters that had a secret passage on it, a secret code, and the only way you could reveal it was to bake the note in the oven, like the lemon juice secret ink trick. Like, I'll give a pass to someone who played E.T. on a 2600 in 1985 or even 87 if they picked it up as a secondhand console at a flea market or a garage sale. But yeah, Star Tropics was I've only played it as a rental game from our local video place, and they included a photocopy of the completed secret message. So at least you got that. But you didn't get to discover it yourself and do the trick yourself, which I think is part of the fun. And then here I am just thinking about the massive binder of a manual that came with Falcon 4.0. Never had a, well, yeah, didn't have a PC growing up. Have a PC now. I have no interest in installing an ancient flight simulator, but dang if it didn't look cool. Especially if you were, you know, one of my friends that had all those Jane's manuals up on their shelf along with the Falcon manual. Oh, Lord Husk, The Incredible Machine is a classic. Again, one of those games that I never got to play myself, but I recognize the importance for people of a certain vintage. But yeah, no, the way that games of that age just used the system clock as their limiters for FPS, because yeah, they just couldn't go fast enough, and then you put them on a Pentium and the game is now unplayable. Yeah, and that's what the turbo button was for, Cycle Boy. Yeah. Yeah, the one that I wish I might have been a bit older for at the time was Sim Life, because I could never quite wrap my head around the genomics of it at the age I was. Loved SimAnt, loved SimCity 2000, of course, you know. And Sim Tower, nay, Ute Tower. Still, I think one of my favorite casual games. I'll just sit down, you know, play a few rounds, make your tower a little bigger. That is, again, where's that most recent quote of mine? Adept Necromancer, good news for you then. I absolutely also loved Glider Pro, and I believe that there is, who was it? Someone was, I think it was in March, for Marchintosh, I believe there was a guy who was porting it to either the Apple II or the Apple II's, yes. And I think there might be someone who did a port of it for the Panic Playdate console, which is kind of the perfect place for it with its little high resolution black and white display. And crank. Crank, send these to Dimension X. Yes, Lord Oz, Sim Tower was absolutely my awakening to elevator infrastructure needs. due to that 30 story, or whatever the limitation was on the elevators at the time. Understanding the need for express elevators to get you up to and sky lobbies. Sky lobbies. But we should absolutely bring the turbo button back, even if it's just for cosmetic purposes. Like, what was it? Silverstone just released a couple of retro cases, and love the look of them. And so yeah, just having a turbo button just to make the numbers change would be fun. Honestly, having a turbo button to be able to restrict your chip just to efficiency cores or that sort of thing, as an ecological option would be cool too. Yeah, no, Cycle Boy, I also want that desktop version that was initially an April Fool's, but is now no longer an April Fool's. Because, yeah, case design is one of those weird things, because there's not a big enough market to be able to make these things cheap and ubiquitous. And there's so many different options out there. So many gamers have such bad taste. Whoops. That's what I get for reading chat. I'm talking about cases. You know what? I don't care. Let's go get a new suspension. I just when I'm paying attention to driving, I just want the driving to be good. When bad suspension is driving not good. Yeah, no, cases, so many choices, all the same. Windows on the side everywhere, LEDs and colors that I don't need. Grill on the front, glass on the left, holes on top. Sounds like my barbecue. Oh. Checkmate's A50. You know what? Just a second here. I'm gonna let that happen while I copy and paste some words into a Joogle. That, you know what? That's a bad way of saying Google. Hard G's are never good. Okay. Checkmate A15. It's got an apple? Oh. Retro monitor overview. Hello. Welcome to the Black Parade. 1500 plus Amiga case. Ooh, yeah. Oh, and it's got the space for the keyboard underneath it. Heck yeah! That's what we like. Where am I? Oh yeah, the K-Truck hedonistic mushroom. Having it pass is great, especially... Did all the sushi retire? What's our stack look like right now? I think we can bring it up while we're here. Ooh, okay. Out. Okay, no, okay, they're just... the sushis need repair of their own, it seems. Saab's looking good. That is a GMC of some form. Got other Z's. Motorbike! Someone else busted up their engine. Doot, 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 doot. Or they just don't have engine sound. That could be too. That could be too. Oh. I mean, I do kind of want the... One second. Hello? I'll be right back. Okay, it's normal. Everything's fine. Yeah, everyone get your phones out and dial 9. Everyone get your Fs out and get ready to pay respects. Okay, yeah, warm-up lap and then clean lap. And then we go back to talking about cases and I crash everything again. That's how it works, right? Right? Yes. Oh, if it's Alex, that'll be a problem. I've already drank all the sweat. Or at least I'm about to. Make you sweat. Sweat. It's a nice pet bottle, too. I mean, my dream case is still, and I cannot believe I found out about it after the whole pre-order and order situation finished up, because the guy is never doing another run of them again. He's been quite clear. A gentleman on Reddit did a reproduction of the Quadra 700 case made by Apple, which is just the rectangle with the properly vertically mounted in tower configuration Apple logo and the single floppy slot near the top. And yeah, probably my favorite case design. Would love to put it, and he made I should be very clear. He made a reproduction of the case to support micro ITX cases. Boards. The boards are micro ITX. The case supports the motherboard format. Double wide dual case from Lee & Lee. Ooh. Like, I'm thinking for me to be, I mean, I think they had it injection molded plastic and then did CNC machining for the metallic insert. Ooh, PC compatible clone of the SGI Indigo. That'd be nice too. I used to be, I used to think of taking old cases and retrofitting them to house, you know, standard PC boards these days. And as time has gone on, it's become clear that maybe we should preserve more of these in their original configurations, and that would be safer. I'm doing fine. How are you.
Do you have dessert?
I have not had dessert.
You should probably have dessert.
Oh my lord, what is this?
This is anmitsu.
Ah,
You've had it before, I bet.
I think I might have. Should I be eating or should I be
If you want to give up to me, I'll drive.
Would you like to
I
drive?
suck at driving, so more than happy to do it.
I don't agree with that. You haven't killed me yet.
It's true.
You know, I'm just gonna stop the car rather than make you deal with the AI. It is a manual, unfortunately, so good luck with that. Oh, also my back doesn't work.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you've been sitting down too much?
Yeah, that's how it works.
All right, what do we do here?
Okay, what do we do? I don't know if you put your mouth on this bowl yet or not. So.
You can have either one. I don't
Here,
care
I'll
which.
just take this one. It's here. Oh, I should unmute myself.
That's a good point.
Thank you. Okay,
I got you.
depress the clutch fully.
Press the clutch. Oh, so we're doing the whole
Yeah, I can put it in manual if you'd like to, or in
automatic, if you could.
Okay, control G. Yes, control G.
Thank you.
And Corey has found out you need to then go full throttle in order to engage.
I see.
Here we go.
Jesus. That's not great. It sounds awful when that happens.
Oh, it could sound worse. This is something happened an hour back, and our car lost all of its bass.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you mean now that I'm hearing it. Yeah.
I mean, I guess the rest of it is just
Try not to crash.
yeah, try. Oh, fuck. We can also put on the AI at some point if you want to, but you made it to Gant.
Yeah. Hey, that's good.
Yeah, everyone loves Gant.
To get to Gant. That's
I
pretty.
get to-
That's pretty good. I feel good about that.
I can put this in my mouth.
Yeah. So it's not cream on Mitsu because I know that you are
I appreciate that.
lactose intolerant. So I did not bring you any ice cream or condensed milk or any of the other things that you know.
Make it good.
Well, because I was thinking of like today. Hey, why did Beach just surprise show up with Anmitsu? So today I was like, you know, I have all this stuff at home, and I've been meaning to actually learn how to make this.
Oh, so this is the first time?
This is the You're eating my my second batch of agar agar.
Oh, I'm very happy with it.
I'm happy too. It actually turned out really well. So
I mean, you've masterfully spread the
Anko?
Yes.
Anko, yeah. Got to be careful when we say that, right?
Yeah, no. Sorry, my mind was beginning to think about sweet bean children.
That's another one of those. That's one of those babysitting things masquerading as English language instruction, right? Sweetbeanchildren.com.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You start learning more kanji, and it really messes and enlightens you in equal portions.
So yeah, I went to Fuji several days ago, and I was like, I want to learn how to make this, and the only I had to find content because I'm like, I want to make it with whatever it is they would make it with for reals, but for reals they use powder, and all I could find was stick, and stick requires more work.
Right, because you need to make it into powder.
Yeah, so you have to. Well, you don't have to. What you do is you just boil or you don't boil the stick. You let the stick sit for a half hour while it turns to like rubbery whatever.
Right.
Then you tear it into pieces and then you boil it, and then once it's all boiled away, you put on low heat and add however much sugar you think is appropriate. In this case, I added more than what I did in the first batch, so it's actually tasty. Because otherwise it just tastes like you're eating a block of water. So, yeah. And then I bought the can of Anko and opened it today. And I bought the, and then I also, the dango that are in there, I made those by hand, and those suck.
Oh, these are yours?
Yeah, I made those by hand.
I don't find them.
No, they taste great, right? They do just fine.
They suck to make.
They suck to make.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, they're a pain in the ass.
How deep did you get in the scratch on that?
Well, I bought Mochiko. I wanted to buy Shiratamako, which is the Shiratama dango flour, which comes out a little nicer apparently. But if you don't have that, you buy Mochiko rice flour instead, and you needed slightly different proportions. And I was like, whatever. And so all it is just mix mix flour with water in the correct amounts because it's baking, right? It's science. And then once you have your big lump, divide it up and then divide it up again and divide it up again and make these tiny little things. And then you boil them. You just shove them in water and you boil them for like 2 minutes. Like it's nothing. You basically wait for them to float, and then you wait 1 more minute, and then you scoop them all out and you plunge them into
Cold water?
Yeah, cold water
Yeah.
immediately so they stop cooking.
Well, this is fantastic. I am amazed, and amazed is the wrong word.
Yeah.
I'm impressed, and I'm happy to receive. This is.
I also bought yuzu ice cream, but I know that you can't do ice cream, so I was
Oh,
not
that's fair.
bringing that along. But Heather and I had it tonight with yuzu ice cream and with peaches. Peaches out of the can, but you know, it's fine. Shit,
Can peach is still a peach.
that came up awfully fast.
Oh yeah, no, that's they put those there so people don't die.
Try. Please don't drive that fast. Okay.
Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari is basically why those chicanes exist.
I see. Okay. It was a good movie. I liked it.
Interested in, I'll watch F1.
Yeah.
I probably won't pay to watch F1, but no one should
fair.
pay to watch F1 anyway.
They're already putting enough money into that sport as it is. Why do you have to also watch the movie?
Here's another one coming. There you go.
Oh, that over 100 kilometers an hour is still way too fast for that.
Yeah, you really learn how fast you are going in a car and how slow it seems in a fast car.
Well, especially when everything's set really wide. Oh, fuck. Right? It's like, oh, we don't want you to feel weird about how, like, we don't want you to get scared of crashing into something, so we remove all the trees to the outside. It's like, yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense.
This would be a very different race if this was just, through a wooded area. Not saying a worse race, but
Yeah.
take a bit more concentration. Although concentration is the thing I'm lacking most here.
Really?
Yeah, these assholes at the side of the screen over there,
Yeah.
they keep saying interesting things.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
I keep glancing over at them, but I don't have time to deal with it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, no, okay, go back to what you're doing. I mean, I can be here for a little while yet, and I can help read the chat out to you if you like, but yeah.
Yep.
Again, I'm sure that over time you probably learn it's like, and then I come to this corner, and I should be doing about 60 at this point, and...
I was talking earlier about how racing is. Someone's asking how much of a rhythm game is this, and it isn't really. The closest analog I could find was to gymnastics,
Oh.
because what it's all about is changing direction and maintaining momentum in a way that doesn't that's not jerky or causes an accident.
Right.
And so you want to be in the right speed to be able to make a nice smooth corner, and that's a faster corner than it is to get blasted in, come to a complete stop, make a short turn, and then blast out.
Right.
again.
There's a Jeep Wagoneer behind me. Is that what that is? Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. Did you have one of those when you were a kid?
I did not know.
Oh, okay.
We had the Astrovan, a series of Ford pickups, and the Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme.
You came to my house in that one time. I remember that, yes.
The car didn't stop.
No. The car that doesn't stop, which you think sounds like a really good slogan maybe
Yeah.
for them, but actually it's just that the car can't turn the engine off.
Yeah, it was a stuck, I think, valve on the throttle. But what I have recently found online was someone posted the song that came on a tape with the car that we as kids just requested to be played again and again. I feel like I could play it on air, and it wouldn't get flagged because GM doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Right, because it was that industrial type thing, yeah.
So special kind of feel when you're riding an Oldsmobile. sweeping strings and horns.
And you and Todd are both like, we have play this every time.
Oh
we get in
yeah,
the car.
it was like a theme song to the car.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so,
Your
but
parents weren't like pissed off about that?
I guess not too much.
Whatever.
But the person who posted it online stripped the vocals of it.
Oh.
So it just it's great because
Oh.
now it's more usable for everywhere.
You need the stems is what you need, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Actually, I did hear a thing the other day that apparently, I think it's in Logic Pro that stem separation has gotten even better thanks to machine learning. So it's like, yeah, that's cool that that's happening. I actually watched another video the other day, last night, that was about a guy who was like, so there's a video editor in Blender. Like, is it a decent video editor?
Apparently, yes.
And apparently, yeah, it is.
It's just not, well...
It's not great at audio, but why would it be? Because you wouldn't normally think you'd be editing audio in
Right, that's going to
Blender.
come in post,
Yeah,
probably.
but people do all sorts of stuff in in Blender when they're showing off animations and stuff, and you want to be able to, edit that together to make like a reel. So they just built in a video editor, which I'm like, that's crazy making to me to think that they'd be like, well, we should add this to the program, and I'm like, okay.
I'm curious how the documentation is in Blender these days. I'm serious about
Yeah.
that, because good documentation makes it easy to learn how to use a program.
Oh,
how
yeah.
to use it.
Oops.
So my fingers are crossed that they have good documentation, that I do not need to rely on YouTube videos.
Right.
Because one of the biggest problems with Blender and YouTube videos is how fast Blender changes from version to version.
Yeah.
And how breaking those changes generally are from one version to another.
Ah.
No, you gotta be in this mode now, and now this particular tool uses the center click, but not the right click.
The guy who did the video talking about is this a worthy thing? Can we use this? He has some Blender experience, and he also has video editing experience. And so but he uses everything in Premiere Pro. And so for him, it was like, I'm sure that I can adapt my one skill to the other thing, already knowing how this works. But he did say at the end, he's like, yeah, if you've never used Blender before, you're gonna kind of be left in the cold about how some of this stuff like works, because you don't know about the mode stuff.
Oh yeah, no, Blender is a nuclear control console.
Yeah.
It assumes you know what you're doing and does not hold your hand one bit.
Yeah.
But honestly, some tools are better that way, because once you do know them, there's nothing getting in the way of you getting closer to the metal.
Oh, that's the chicane.
Yeah. I usually break at that number.
Oh. So I want to be under 100 for this?
So that's the thing. I don't actually know what speeds you should be going at for these turns as
Okay.
speeds, because I'm usually basing it off of RPMs and what the engine is sounding like at that time.
Ah. I've clearly fucked up your alignment because the...
Oh yeah, we can fix that
Yeah.
later, or you can fix it yourself if you want to.
Oh,
by
really?
Going into the pit.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no.
No, you just were in the pit. Like, I tuned in and saw you. I'm like, what's he up to? Oh, he's by himself. He's talking to the chat, either talking about Leisure Suit Larry. I played one Leisure Suit Larry game to completion. It was awesome. I was like, this is such a neat experience, and there's titties in it. But also the, and the talk about, like, code wheels and all that kind of stuff was, like, super fascinating as well.
Love physical media.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned limited run games as well. There are other companies that also are doing the same thing, like Strictly Physical and like all that kind of stuff. And I'm glad that they exist. That there's a.
I'm glad to hear there are more of them.
Yeah.
That it's not just a single, because when it's just a single company like that, they can get bought out or
you're kind of at
fail.
Yeah, or not every company is interested in working with them specifically because of whatever their deal setup is, or they have a different philosophy or that kind of thing. I mean, I did a story in Checkpoint about how their Rido Remastered is coming out. That's an Atlas game, and it's coming out from limited run in a collector's edition, but it's going to be a game key cart for the Switch. Like on PlayStation, it's going to be you get the game on disc, right? And Steam is a digital code, like it kind of always is. But like for the Switch, it's now we're just outright say this is going to be a game key card, and people are like, oh, we now have words for that, and it sucks because now we know what this is. But I did a whole story on it because I was kind of like, what is this position we find ourselves in now, where we're like, you can release a physical edition of something and say that, oh yeah, everything we do is fully physical, and it's like, it isn't, is it?
Not at all.
No, because now the publisher gets to dictate whether or not they want to pay to have a big cartridge that has the entire game on it.
Yeah, you heard my theory about what I think the below board reason for those key cards is.
What do you figure?
I figure it's actually Nintendo trying to cover their ass against jailbreaking.
Oh, prick!
That's what the vector for jailbreaking for all of these systems generally is some form of bug in a game that's out on release. And if Nintendo can say, oh, we've discovered that this version of the game with keycard is a vector for jailbreaking, we can patch the game on the back end, and now that's no longer an option for people.
That is an interesting idea, yeah.
'Cause they really don't like people using their hardware.
No. I mean, my take on it is, like, I bought the thing, right? I should be able to use it however I want. But also in a way, I'm like, I know that the way that a lot of people want to use a game console is to pirate something. And when it comes to people making a video game, I want people to get paid to make their video games. I don't want people to steal the video games. And so I feel like there's a really happy medium. Do I have to go into the pit for gas?
You probably should.
Where is the pit?
Coming up. Actually, tap your D-pad on the keyboard there.
Like this?
Yeah, I called it a D-pad. And go down to add leaders.
There we go.
And yeah, add some leaders.
Are we doing this?
Yeah. That seems good. And you might want to fix suspension and body.
Like
Yep.
that?
And then, yeah, like that. And then follow that lane off to the right.
Follow this lane off to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, I told them what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It's
Otherwise they won't do anything.
I didn't know what the thing was for. Like I thought, like, are these magic keys? This is a mod you install so you don't have to go into the pit if you don't want to. And because I was like, I don't know why you would do that, except you said the AI will drive the car for you briefly if you need it to, right? So I was like, oh, maybe that's what we're doing here. I need to slow down probably even more. Oh, I can do 60 in the pit? Okay.
Hey, you remember.
Well, I saw the sign this time. It said you should do 60 when you come into the pit. And I'm like, okay.
Probably because you had headlights or the sun.
Do I have to pick a lane?
Right at the very end is where
where my pit is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of the cars in here are incorporeal, so you can just drive through them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, you missed the tank.
Oh, okay. Where it's blinky?
No, that's just a semi-truck that has a constant blinky light.
Okay.
The DHL van there is there because we're in solidarity with the locked out DHL workers.
Oh, good. All right. So
Farther up.
holy shit.
Sushi's certainly taking its time in the pit. And you can see right there, there's a big floating sign that says pit.
Oh.
And yeah, keep going.
Oh, keep going.
You're gonna drive through that man.
Drive through the
Yeah,
truck?
right through the truck and the man, yep.
Okay. Well, here we go.
To the right.
Can I drive through this man?
Yeah, you can drive through that man. He doesn't exist.
Oh, I see. That's the pit.
And then yeah, just park in front of that guy there and kill.
And have to stop.
Yep.
Okay. Is it happening?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, you're getting fuel. You're getting repaired. We're good.
All right.
Time to finish this here, and then you're welcome to keep driving. You
Okay.
too.
I'll drive a little more. If you
Yeah,
want to keep
go for
your whatever, yeah.
I think it's fun seeing someone else take the wheel.
Oh, because you probably, for people who came in, they mostly just come in to chat with you, or you went off to have a nap or
Well,
bathroom
yeah,
or something.
yeah. Heather came in for some coffee. That was nice. And we had
Nice.
a good chat. And then Corey came in, and I let her. And I left her to do what she will.
Ah, okay.
Boy, did she!
Did you have a decent nap?
4 hours roughly.
Okay, that's really good.
4 hours and a bowl of ramen. So right up there with a Gen Z boss and a mini,
So,
which I have.
just to show the audience
yeah.
what we're doing here, this is what I made for Ian and also for myself to enjoy. I guess I can go now.
Yeah, your indicator is on, handily.
Do I need to turn that off?
Nah. Okay. There was a good hour where we were just having fun with the hazard lights. All right, so that first turn's good. This turn I'm popped down in the second gear for.
Okay, so you're
yeah.
anywhere between yeah, about 45 to 60 probably would
Yeah,
have been
exactly.
ideal. Okay.
'Cause ideally, you want to be up in the revs just to keep your engine's ability to either pop the back end out if
Right.
you want to do a little bit of slidiness, or
Ooh, that's no good. That's fine. That's fine. So what brought on GTR this year, actually?
well, I was having a hard time finding a car,
I see.
and this one came up in the list. I was trying to use the ones that were made by the publisher, so that I would have the most accurate representation of how it would drive.
Right.
And this one felt the most fun to drive.
Okay.
So that's really all it is. We still don't know where the base went, but that's okay.
right.
That was after we went to hell. Oh yeah, we did something we've never seen before, which
Okay.
was if you touch the wall at speed, sometimes it can launch you into the air,
Yes.
and if you go hard enough, you can go through the floor. And this time, I don't know what was different, but the wheels were on fire as we were spinning.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was.
You were a death metal album cover. I guess more of a power metal like album cover from the 1980s. Yeah.
Definitely something that would have been, what's his name? Meatloaf.
Yeah.
Meatloaf approved.
I like your addition of the sandbags to the floor to keep yourself from sliding around. At least then you get to have a reasonably comfortable chair to sit in for, like, this isn't full on bolstered, amazing, whatever, but I have to assume that the back support is better than like an office chair or something.
It's
anyway.
actually, I would honestly prefer a chair that does not have the isometric balancing that the human scales do. Something that that can actually walk. And the biggest issue is, of course, the nature of the swivel, which is not something that you have in cars.
Yes.
For a good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, without the sandbags and the 3D printed bolster, what ends up happening is that when you start braking hard, you're pushing yourself away from the wheel.
Yeah.
And so you subconsciously are pulling on the wheel, which is not good for the wheel, but also not good for control.
Right. Right.
There we go.
Braking.
Right down to 2. Down, and then back on the gas. There we go.
Hey,
that was nice.
Good corner.
Yeah. And then as the race continues. It's really cool. They do model the braking lines. So when you see some tire lines on the road, those are modeled from tire interactions. And as you head into corners when people are heavily braking and are turning, you see where the appropriate line for that turn is. And the road actually does get stickier in those areas due to the increased rubber on the road.
Ah, that's cool.
Yeah. Simulation games.
Little fast.
Yep.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, this year our Fabergé equipment is the suspension.
Oh.
As you may have noticed, I see by the way your wheel is being held.
Yeah, it's... I've been noticing that it doesn't track entirely straight, so I'm kind of like, all right, so I can feel it fighting me. It's great fun. Like, it is to just,
it's drivable.
Yeah, but it's great fun to kind of feel like it's like, I'm doing this thing, which is not, you can tell the wheels, like, I'm not happy that you're doing any of this, and so I'm going to try to fight you with this. I'm like, oh, good, I've never driven fast enough in a vehicle to have it, like, be angry at me like this before, so...
It's a lot of it is counterintuitive. That when you get to a certain speed, you actually want to be on the gas in order to make a tighter turn. And if you don't give it gas, you'll end up sliding out and
because you don't have downforce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not just downforce. It's the again, it's that balancing of the weight on the car.
Oh, okay.
And so you have to provide that force from the back end to push against that front opposite tire in the turn.
Oh.
And if you don't provide that downforce, it is downforce, but it's not not wing based. I guess is what I'm saying.
I just keep seeing yellow things on the side of, like, not the big yellow thing there, but like I think I drove past something that looked like a yellow square on the ground. I'm like, oh shit, question mark. Go drive over it. Drive over it. I've been playing a lot of Mario Kart World.
Get the coins.
Yeah, gotta get my coins. Looking for P-switches. Fuck! Oh, yeah. I forgot that was coming up. It's like, don't forget, there's this to do. I keep looking over at the map to just kind of reconfirm. It's like, you know that there's turns coming. You know this because you did this already. So look at the map to see how far away you are from it.
And using all of the track, too. I don't know if the banana is still on the track, Rock Pusher. But yeah, unfortunately, that stupid lesson that you get from your high school gym teacher that says, hey, when you start running a race and you're not restricted to your lane, get to the inside as fast as possible because you're running a shorter distance.
I mean... but also... and then just turn as hard as you can and the car will always fall. Like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way in a car.
Yeah.
It works that way with your feet because... you're not trying to balance that much weight. That's why it's a good idea to go to the outside and then come into the turn just at that apex point.
Yeah, and then follow it out.
Yeah, and that's where your acceleration is happening. This is one of my favorite turns that this particular run.
Yeah.
Because those posts really mark where you can't see the turn because of the elevation change.
Right.
But the posts mark where you should be pointing your vehicle. And if you aim for the posts and continue that turn, you get a nice clean go through. Oh, sorry, the pure PP on the right button. Who asked that question doesn't matter. That's Pure is the name of the weather plugin that we're using now. It used to be called Soul, but they did a full rewrite of it and started a Patreon. And now it's Pure.
Just gonna go through the sand again. Whatever.
And if you pay for the Patreon, you get the rain, which looks gorgeous this year.
Yeah, I saw it come on when you were driving earlier. I tuned in about 1:45 because I was getting all my stuff together to come here, and I was like, all right, let's see where he's at. Let's see who's there with him, if anybody. So yeah. Also, I set the alarm.
Ah, yes, thank you.
Because it was not set when I came in. So I was like, I will set the alarm when we're done here. So yeah, you were absolutely right to be concerned about, unauthorized entry.
I mean, if someone makes it up to this up to the area we were in,
Yeah.
gotta check. But it was the getting into the fight or flight response while my back was still locked up in chair mode.
Yeah. No, I don't. I would have done the same thing. I just didn't want to call out because I wanted to bust in on you and like surprise you properly. And I'm like, I think he's gonna just hear a lot of sound from the thing, so he's not gonna know that I've entered.
Yeah.
And then the door clicked, like closed and clicked quite loud, and I was like, he knows I'm here. Fuck. All right, well, I could go pop my head in, but also I did want to be a surprise. Maybe he doesn't. We'll just kind of. We'll see what happens.
Well, it's the timing too.
Yeah.
I honestly did not expect a visitor at 2 in the morning.
No, there's nobody who would really be up at 2 in the morning
No.
except me. So yeah. And I didn't say anything that I was going to come by because I didn't know if I wanted to come by or not. And then I made Anmitsu, and I was like, "Oh, Ian probably wants some Anmitsu."
Oh, absolutely.
When we were in Tokyo, we'd gone into Tokyo Station not because we needed to, but because nice lightning, thunderstorm. Not because we needed to, but because there was a Pokemon store in Tokyo Station. And so while we were there, Heather and I were hungry, and we're like, well, we should go stop and like get some dinner. And what are we gonna have? Well, we just had ramen like the other day at the ramen museum, so we're not really feeling that just yet. So what else?
3 meals of ramen at the ramen station.
And it's like, we probably don't need to have ramen we don't need to have ramen in Tokyo Station for any reason. And it was very busy in all the places we were looking at. And as we were walking around, I was like, oh, there's an Anmitsu place, like right here. And she has no idea what I'm talking about. And I'm like, no, Anmitsu is awesome. Like, I've only ever had like little bits of the stuff. I've never actually had like a full bowl. I would love to try like an actual thing. And first we went looking for like hot food to eat, and we walked around and like nothing was grabbing our interest. And she's like, so what is this again? And I explained it all, and she's like, well, we're going there. I don't give a shit if we're supposed to have dinner first. We're going there. And I'm like, yes, great. This is why we're married.
Oh, perfect.
So we went. We had Anmitsu. I had young peach fruits cream Anmitsu. And it was tiny young white peaches.
Oh.
So they're green on the outside.
Oh.
But they taste like white peaches, and they're very delicate. It's very nice. And she had just the fruit cream Anmitsu. And then when that was so good, we came back the next night and did it again.
I don't blame you in that situation.
Yeah. It's like the whole reason we're here is to like just enjoy ourselves, and this is the thing. Like, again, we hadn't had dinner yet, and we're like, what do we want to do? I'm like, let's go to another place and get Anmitsu. So let's go find a restaurant, and then when we're done, let's go have dessert at another place. And she's like, but if we know that the one that we had was so good at the other place, why don't we just go back there?
Why risk it? Yeah.
Yeah, why go try to find a place and see if it's open and do all this other kind of horse shit? Why don't we just go back to... We're only like a stop away from Tokyo Station. Let's just go to Tokyo Station. Like, okay, let's just go to Tokyo Station.
You know what? I just realized I didn't take in a Tokyo Hands when I was last there. Did you manage to get?
Yes.
Okay.
We happened to be... We were in Kyoto... Yeah, we were in Kyoto, and we were walking along past like all where the Pokemon Center is and the Nintendo and everything else, and in that same like crush of department stores, there was a Hands.
Yeah, it's just Hands now.
Just Hands. And so we're like, well, we should go in. And Heather's like, really? And I'm like, I mean, maybe there's something there that we want. We went in, we had a look around, and it's like, there's nothing here that we want. I imagine it's more useful if you are living there and you actually have projects and stuff and everything. We went mostly to the stationery section, and we looked. There was the board game section.
That's new.
Yeah, so I think Hands is really kind of... It has shifted a bit. That it isn't just because I was looking for like the, where's all the leatherworking stuff and whatever else, and if it's there, it's in another area and like another floor or something, and I
okay.
don't know where it is anymore. So
Yeah, they are generally fairly... Ooh, that's a peely paint job on that Mini.
let's try to get near it so you can have a good look at it.
Yeah, no, that's my Mini.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's the skin I created to reproduce the stickers and whatnot, and add the loading ready run logo to the bumper.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Do I need to like think about making LRR vinyl stickers?
Vinyl stick. Well, I believe you, you, myself, and Matt would be very happy.
Oh yeah.
And I think from people inside the company, that's about it.
Yeah.
If you would like vinyl stickers for your car, act now on your phones.
I guess you can just say, sure, that sounds fun. It would be. I have to be clear that that merch is. We all know merch is going to get expensive.
And it's in a state of flux.
Yeah. So, but I know that whatever the new plans are going to be, it's going to get expensive simply because of the nature of international trade right now. So that's not great.
Also, 2:50 in the morning is absolutely the best time to do market research.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the East Coasters are up, I think, at this point, and they seem to think that they're the only ones that count. Oh boy. Ooh, okay. Oh, yeah, good to know. Apparently Corey let me know that reverse doesn't work when you're an automatic, so
Okay.
that was good. You managed to get out of there.
Hey, how about we get back on the road? There we go.
Lord Hosk needs a new sticker.
Yeah. Ooh, shit. Yeah. Oh, she really wants to track to the other direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've
I fucked up the rack on this thing. Oof. Yeah. Oh, that's no good.
like it's a double wishbone suspension, I'm pretty sure, in the front, and it's currently riding on, I believe, Wishbone, the dog detective, and Eddie on the other side from Frasier.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance that I broke the wishbones and did not get my wish. So
What's your wish? Stronger suspension.
yeah. Come on, baby.
Well, at least it's light out. Often we have had a number of instances where the headlights have decided to also go away.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd like to see one of these
That's
games.
a curve. Go ahead.
One of these games actually activate the airbag in an impact. There we go.
Yeah. I watched what everyone else was doing, and I was like, oh, they wanted to slow down. I should do the same.
Yeah, you could do worse than mimic the movements of a GMC Vandura.
It drives like one now, so yeah. Growing up, we had a Jeep Grand Cherokee we had a Jeep Grand Wagoneer with the wood paneling and everything down the side.
Nice.
And of course, given the age, it had the American Motors badging all over it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
AMC with
Yeah.
the good. And you probably had the good door openers too.
The ones that were they a pull out?
I think they would have been. You would have either had button-based handle.
It was a button-based handle.
Okay,
You're right. Yeah.
So you didn't have the fun one, the airline seatbelt style.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No. On the exterior?
Yeah.
No, we didn't have that.
No, it's more of an AMC thing, I think. Then.
Like something they did in like the Gremlin and the Eagle and stuff like that.
Exactly,
Okay.
Never had a Jeep in the family, but the Jeep Grand Cherokee for the longest time was my dream car. Specifically the Eddie Bauer edition.
Oh, yeah.
Ian wants his fancy beige interior.
My parents had that Ford Aerostar that was Eddie Bauer tricked out.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why it had the 4 captain's chairs in it. Remember, you rode in that minivan, I think, a couple times. And
Well-
that was that's why it had the 4 captain's chairs, is because every other Aerostar, except for the top-end editions, all came with the 2 bench seats.
I was gonna say, so maybe we did have the top edition, or was it? No, we had the Astrovan.
There's a certain point at where I think that like a whole bunch of car companies just started putting 4 captain's chairs in their like even their mid-range minivans and shit. So yeah, if you had an Astra that had 4 captain's chairs, you probably had one that was like a reasonable trim level.
Yeah, well,
I can believe it.
it had to have enough oomph to be able to tow a trailer.
So I have a purple flag.
That just means that there are faster people behind you. If you look in your rearview mirror,
Yeah, I can see them.
one of them's a K car, I believe. Yep.
Yep.
Goodbye, Daihatsu. And the other one is one of our cars. A similar model.
Ah.
Oh, and that's the Toyota Hilux behind you right now.
He really wants to go by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can let him, and then you can just nudge your nose under his bed, and you can cause him to just have the best accident. Just after, it was just before after you arrived, I hit the DHL car into the side, which caused it to launch into the air and start spinning and knock me into the wall. It was I cannot wait for the highlights for this particular Le Mans. There's been some amazing stuff going on.
I'm gonna guess that you want to. I would think you would want to pit.
Probably,
Yeah.
but if nothing else, just for the steering
Yeah. So where do I go?
towards the pit, to the right.
To the right. That's what I thought.
But we'll need to, before you get in there.
Set all the
Yeah, exactly.
things again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no fuel, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
No fuel. I
One
don't
of
know how much fuel is even in there at the moment.
9 liters.
That-
There we go. You're good. The reason is that, again, simulation, doing a good job being a simulator, it takes into account how much fuel is in the car and how much that adds to the weight and where the weight is. And so a lighter car actually drives better and easier than a car laden down with 72 liters of fuel, which is the maximum that this thing can take.
Right. I know I can do 60 in the pit, so let's try to see if we can do 58.
Oh yeah, the car will stop you from going too fast while you're in the pit.
That's good.
There is an auto limiter there. Yeah, Cutie Honey made the roster this year as well with her motorcycle. Nice.
Pit.
Great.
Great.
Swap out?
Yes, please.
Great. Coming from the other direction.
I'll do that.
Phase on.
I'm gonna sit here and eat while you're
Please
doing
do,
things. I have more of this if you would like more. But if you do not want more, or you're like that is
Thank you. I really did enjoy it, but I have had my fill. so
Great.
I appreciate it.
glad to hear it.
Get my foot in the car. Okay, yeah. Find yourself a comfortable place on camera where you can mic up.
Yeah,
Michael up.
I got it. Got it right on here.
Gonna have a sip of the sweat. Ah. Oh, Alex must have had a shot glass of that then.
Oh, a Pocari Sweat?
Yeah,
Nice.
I come in and there's this open but full bottle of Pocari Sweat that Corey lets me know that Alex came by with. Like, open bottle, you say? Oh, right.
Yeah. Control G to get
like-
your thing back on.
What's wrong with my gearing? And bring it down. That motorcycle is leaned the hell over.
One you just passed?
No, the one in my rearview mirror.
Oh.
Am it okay? I'm just gonna let it go by just to observe for a bit. 'Cause motorcycles are not meant to be in this game.
Yeah.
This has been an amazing effort by the modding community to make that actually work somehow. Too much power, but we're safe. What does this car weigh? The car weighs apparently 3,000 pounds. So a 3-tonner. Oh yeah, the car feels so much lighter right now than it did earlier.
Nice. Just because we ran down a ton of fuel?
Yep, exactly. When they give me a new car, it's up at 60 liters usually, and that's too much. Yup.
Whoa. Very nice.
Should have been better. That would have been outside my outside the race bounds, which would have caused this lap to be invalidated. But for some reason, all of my laps are invalidated right now. I think it's because we made an AI give up.
Oh, I see.
Which is rare to happen. I mean, the car drove. Well, we made the AI drive the car around the track in an incredibly broken state. Having to keep the arms up and jerk the wheel back and forth like it's milking a goat. It's to save its life.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And it got almost all the way around, started nearing the pit-in area, and then just gave up and transported itself back to the pit and said, nope, we're done. Ian Horner is retired. So we figured, okay, yeah, Ian Horner's retired. And then I realized that I'm still able to rev the car while it's in the pits.
Oh.
Which is odd. That shouldn't happen.
Your input shouldn't matter, yeah.
Yeah, and then put it into gear and just drove out. I'm like, okay, I guess we're back in the race.
All right, cool. Okay, so that's interesting to me. The AI, I'm going to try to figure out how I want to say this. Actually, let's start here. Have you had to start over at any point?
Yes.
Okay.
Once tonight.
All right.
And that was because we got DO'd. Literal, actual Tokyo Tomore.
Okay.
The world stopped.
Right. Because, I mean, you said, I went through the ground and it was hell and whatnot, and I was like, sure, but...
Yeah.
Did it just doesn't warp you back to the top and say, sorry, my bad, let's try this shit again? Or?
Yeah, no. As I've said a few times, it's another theme of tonight's show. When you turn the car over, they give you a new car.
Oh, okay.
Again, a car that's too full of fuel, but hey, it's still a new car with a new suspension and everything.
They'll give you a dump fuel switch, so you can just basically be like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go for a drive and drain most of this tank."
That would be nice. I mean, they've got the drink button in these fancy cars these days.
Oh, fair.
But the other fun thing that if we do have to restart, you'll see in the highlights, is a great warning from the computer that our CPU is at risk.
Oh.
Apparently there's a BIOS update for the 1300 series of Intel processors that doesn't actually solve the problem, but does just make the chips slower.
Okay.
So
Great.
And we haven't applied that.
Okay.
But the game is definitely warning us that our ships may be at risk.
Jesus. It's good of the game to care so much about the integrity of our hardware, I guess.
Right?
Yeah. I wouldn't expect it to do that, but great.
Well, I have a feeling this game is using a lot of memory. Okay. It says I can get one lap left. That may be ambitious. I've slow rolled a lap before,
Yeah.
like keeping it down to 30, and it worked.
Right.
The AI was able to make 1 liter last almost an entire lap before it gave up.
All right.
So fuel consumption matters. You gotta keep it fourth.
It's funny to me because I actually thought that the newer system we had here was a Ryzen.
Ah, yeah.
So that's what I thought. It doesn't matter to me what it is. It's been so freeing in a lot of ways to not have to give a shit about PC hardware for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
Though I did get a job offer the other day because Indeed.com sent me an email being like, "Oh, we saw your resume." I'm like
How?
Like fun you did. From like over a decade ago. And,
Oh, wow.
You know, like it's like we saw your resume and there's this junior software or a technical support clerk thing that we're looking for. We think you'd be perfect for it. And I'm like,
Goddamn.
probably, yes. Maybe, sure, whatever. Like, I basically just was like, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not gonna chase this.
Yeah, I'm not interested in this, obviously. And then I think I was able to properly unsubscribe. So I was like, good. That's the end of that. I don't have to worry about this anymore, hopefully. But yeah, Indeed has maybe contacted me twice in the last 10 years saying, we found a job for you. And I'm like, I don't believe that's true, because if you had found jobs for me, you would have been finding multiple jobs for me over this entire time, because there's always that kind of entry-level shit out there, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I would have been getting emails all the time. This is the first time you've emailed me in like 5-6 years. So no,
I don't believe you.
I don't believe that whatever this is a real job, or that it's even in this country.
Also an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. No, I think I just need to close my LinkedIn profile at this point these days. It is not something that's that's working for me.
I mean, you don't need to be on it in order to hold your current job with the government, right?
No,
Okay.
certainly not.
I didn't know if there was a thing where it's like we require people to have a LinkedIn profile
Oh, God,
for
if that-
reasons.
Again, that's right up there with my boss asking me, "Hey, what would you do if I required you to use AI in your job?" The answer is I would quit.
Yeah, I'd find another job because
Yeah.
clearly you're looking to replace me anyway. Or somebody else. You're looking to replace somebody else, and you think that then I'll take their work on, and the AI will do it better, faster, cheaper. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
no idea.
Yeah.
I think maybe Stanley's or someone was mentioning, yeah, isn't it impossible to leave LinkedIn? I'm thinking maybe instead of leaving it, just I'll take all of the piss out of it. Literally make my job profile charismatic megafauna at loading ready run.
Yeah, that's. I could give you that job title if that's what you want. Like, because to be frank, like, I have some work I need to do, and yeah, that's a thing that I could. I don't have work that I'm going to do tonight, but it's like, yeah, we could basically make that your title if you wanted it to be. So,
I wouldn't mind it on a business card.
cool.
Let's wait until after my mortgage application
Yeah,
goes through.
that's a good point. Because the last thing you want is you want some bank saying, And how much does charismatic megafauna pay these days? It's like, well, I believe it's all there on.
Yeah, more than you'd think, my friend. Ooh, shoot.
Are you sure this isn't a money laundering scheme? And it's like, fuck, there'd have to be money first.
Yes, my friend. If I wanted to launder the money, I'd be doing a lot more of it.
I'm glad that our audience also knows that I'm kidding. You guys do make a big difference for us, and there is money there. Don't worry.
Yes.
But I'm trying to put it to work than trying to put it through back channels or some stuff like that. I did watch an interesting video on how to launder money because I'd never really understood how.
Okay.
And I was like, well, how would you do this? Because it's just like, I've always heard it's like, well, you take bad money and then you use it to buy a good thing, and then therefore they wouldn't have any clue that it was a bad thing. And I'm like, no, they would totally have a clue.
That sounds like the stupidest reasoning
Yeah,
possible.
and I was like, no, how does this actually work? And so I watched this like a 9-minute video where this guy described all the ways to money launder, but he really just did it in like the first 3 minutes. And then he described methods
examples
that
of-
fit into the whole thing. Because the whole idea is like, yeah, first you start with bad money, and you have to find a way to, you have to, like, usually it's cash because it's bad money, right? Right? And so you start with that, And then what you do is like, well, let's say you own a business that like a coffee shop that has a cash business all the time, right? So therefore, maybe you didn't make $2,000 this month. Maybe you made $3,000, $4,000 this month.
Yes.
You know, or whatever it is in this week. And so then you just take some of that extra cash out and you just
Slip it into the
slip it
business.
into your till.
Oh my! We lost engine power.
Ooh.
But can we make it to the pit?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
I don't think we're going to make it to our pit stop.
No.
Well,
It's counting down in a way that makes me very, very worried.
yeah, this is a long pit.
Oh no.
If we have to, I mean, we'll get a free car. It should be fine.
Okay. Get out and push.
I wish. Okay, so I switched to the AI. Don't know how the AI is doing that,
Yeah.
but it just gave us a free liter of fuel. So I'll take it.
Yeah, great. Whoop. Oh, I see. I could have gone in on completely on the other side of that
Yeah,
truck. Okay.
exactly.
Lovely.
Anyway, where were we before that happened?
That
Money laundering. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Putting money in the cash register.
Yeah, and it's like, so the next thing that you, once you start doing things like that, then you start posting up fake sales and whatever else. But the step after that is then when the layering starts, where you're like, now you have to take some of that money and you do things like, you're gonna spend it on other stuff, like maybe you're buying real estate with it, or maybe you're buying luxury goods with it and you're reselling those luxury goods, or you're buying because either you're buying cheap luxury goods like knockoffs or whatever, right, and you're selling them as luxury goods, or you're posting them as luxury goods, or you're actually buying real ass luxury goods, but then you're selling them as if they are knockoffs, so that way that money is being funneled through to the other location where you need it to go to and stuff. And you
Right.
talked about the black market peso exchange, and I was like, oh God, like now it's getting very difficult. Like there's all these things, and it's like, oh, this is fascinating to listen to. But yeah, overall, I was like, okay, now I understand how this works. It's just basically making a bunch of fake documentation and sending money from here to here to here to here to here to here to here. And the longer the launder, and the more involved and the more splits and like all those kind of things, then the better chance you're never going to get caught. Except that corporations get caught all the time doing this stuff because it's never quite long enough. And yeah, and I was like, God, no, this is
exhausting.
It is exhausting, and I'm like, I guess if I really, like, I would do it if I was like, well, I definitely have $1 million in drug money that I need to somehow not get caught with. I guess I'd have to do this. So it's a good thing that I'm never going to get into doing that.
But again, it sounds like the easiest way to launder money is just not make a lot of huge cash transactions.
Yeah.
All the time.
Oh, smurfing, that was the other thing they talked about.
I'm sorry.
Smurfing.
You'll need to explain that.
Yeah, it's where you take like you shove it up your, no, anyway. Smurfing is, it's just, you're asking people to make, you have like people working under you, and you give them $9,000 or whatever, and you have them go to a bunch of different banks and open up bank accounts where they deposit all this money. And those are your Smurfs. Your Smurfs go out and they make all these deposits on your behalf into a bunch of different bank accounts. And then what you do is you pass that money back and forth between bank accounts multiple times through different transactions, or you buy stocks and bonds with it, so and then you cash out, and you pay taxes on all this stuff, obviously, right?
Oh, yeah.
You want it to be nice and legal. So, but yeah, you just basically keep moving differing amounts from place to place, and you're basically just trying to create a web of stuff going on, moving things offshore, bringing things back, moving it in all different locations, and
Right, you're setting up a precedent of, I am a guy who moves money around because I launder money.
Exactly, yes. I'm doing a lot of movement of money, and that makes sense because I'm in the business of where I'm required to pay for things overseas or to do whatever, or you open shell companies and stuff, and then that shell company, it owns an apartment that I live in, but it is, or somebody else lives in that apartment, and they pay me something because they get to live in that apartment. It's like rent, but it's not really rent because it's actually, they're part of the whole scheme or whatever.
And it's just a friendly agreement between two people.
Yeah. Those kind of things. I was like, all right, okay. a lot clearer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch baseball highlights.
I'll probably. I mean, I'll probably just die when I get home.
Yeah.
But no, if I'm watching something late night YouTube entertainment, it's gonna be how to eat, or no, sorry, try to eat.
Try to eat?
Yes, the Korean food channel.
Oh, yeah. I think I saw that come up on my... No, you told me about it the other day.
Probably,
That's what
yeah.
happened, yeah.
They last one I saw was them using, I think, frying a steak in 12 kilograms of lard or something like that.
Oh, there was a thing that was like a full kilogram of butter or like 10 kilograms of butter or some crazy shit. Yeah. I saw that come up on my feed like months ago, and I'm like, I don't think I could make it through the...
Oh, they're a lot of fun actually
Okay.
with what they do. It's
That's cool.
very little dialogue,
Okay.
and sometimes they're subtitled too.
Nice.
The one thing I can't get, and maybe this might be something chat can help with, is there's a meme on the channel. Whenever she hits the water open on her faucet, the sound cue "gabu gabu" plays. And it has to be a reference to something,
Right.
but I'm not in the Korean media space,
Okay.
so I have no idea.
Fair.
And the lockpicking lawyer could stand to post a few more things
Yeah.
soon, please.
He's been... I mean, maybe he's trying a case. Who knows?
It's a good point. I guess he will make more money being a lawyer than being
Yeah.
a
Than being
lockpicker YouTuber.
anonymous internet celebrity. I watched him do a... he did a... he was at, like, I don't know what you call it, LockCon? I think it was like at DEF CON or like a local DEF CON or something.
Yeah.
Where he was... he did a talk. And he got up... or rather, before he got up, the first thing that happened was... is that the organizer said, you know, we're very happy to have with us today, a guest doing this panel. And I'm here to advise all of you right now that part of his contract, or whatever it was that he said, it was basically like, virtue of him being here is that all of you are not going to pull your phones out. You're not going to take photos. You're not going to take pictures. He values his anonymity.
Aw.
And he's here with us today because we promised him that we can do that for him. So everybody here, you obviously understand that you can't do any of that. And if we see that happen, that we will come and have you delete the photo off your device. Which I was kind of like, man, if I was in the audience and I really wanted to dox this dude, it feels like all I'd have to do is just be like, hold up my phone real fast, live streaming to wherever, and then just basically have his image. And it's like, what the fuck are you going to do? I've already sent it out to the internet kind of idea, right?
No, I mean, these are InfoSec people.
Yeah.
They would
Your
ruin-
life is forfeit.
Yep.
It's like, I hope you didn't care about your credit score very much because we're going to do some shit to you. But yeah, he, I mean, I think he has like, he was asserting a legal right to enjoy his anonymity as well. And as a lawyer, I'd be like, I'm sure that he has definitely looked into the thing of like, I've already said this, you've agreed to be here and whatever. And if my image gets out from whatever, you guys, I'm going to sue your ass, that kind of idea. So it was very interesting just to see that at the top of the show, because there was no video of him, obviously. It was just his voice over slides narrating the whole process of like learning to lockpick and like doing all these other kind of things and the problems that modern locks have and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, just the whole thing of enforced anonymity, and I was like, cool. I think it's really neat that, you know, you were able to do that. All you need is just one jackass who's like, I got nothing to lose and an axe to grind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, people are going to know very quickly who that person is in the community because of how tight-knit it is.
Yeah.
You think Taylor Swift was there?
At DEF CON
Yeah.
in fucking Minnesota or wherever the hell, North Dakota? I don't know where this one was.
I mean, the only Taylor Swift that matters, the InfoSec one.
Yeah, Swift on security?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it was local. Like, who knows where any of it... I don't know, like, when I found out that Nanoraptor is Australian, I was like, do I know too much now? And then you find it, like, constantly talking about, oh, my, you know, Ford Falcon that my whomever, you know, with the bear in it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. You're not being shy about where you live. Like, and like Andy McClure just being like, you know, oh, I'm in this city today.
I've decided
I'm in this
I like
city.
Seattle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was gonna say, if you have time to come to Victoria, you're more than welcome to stop by and hang out with us, even though you have no friggin' clue who we are. But you know, if you want to show up and chat about stuff,
We
know,
like you.
Yeah, we think you're cool. A lot of us follow you on Blue Sky and Mastodon. So yeah, by all means, show up. I even try to read all your programming posts.
Yep.
Which I do not succeed at most of the time.
Nope. But I do like your attitude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we're getting better.
So is that the green bar? Is that
That's my delta bar.
Okay.
If it's to the right, it means I am faster than my all-time fastest lap.
ooh?
If it's to the left, it's slower.
Okay.
It turns red when I am getting even slower. It turns green when I'm gaining time.
Okay.
So pretty easy to figure out, but really kind of helpful, or honestly, actually, really kind of distracting when you want to eke
Lock
out
in.
those last few seconds.
Oh, right, because you're like, well, I could just do it. If I could just keep it a little bit light green, I could just get this extra tenth of a second.
Especially if you're halfway through the lap and it's like, oh, yep, clearly I will not screw up this huge lead I've just got.
Right.
Yeah, so many little apps you can install and get information about.
All right, let's check in on what people are talking about here. Tamale says, we're finding out is you shouldn't launder money. You should be the innocent middleman getting paid to launder other people's money to make the real money. I mean, you'd still end up guilty of something, but I guess of lesser crimes? Secretly, the real way to launder money is to buy a busload of ball bearings, then walk next door to a pachinko parlor. Oh, they must have a way to tell whether a ball came from the pachinko parlor or not, right? Like, they must.
Probably?
Like, I don't know if they run them through a machine or what they'd have to do, or if they're like, if they're, I mean, I would assume these days, yeah, you get them like RFID coded or something, right? But yeah,
That, or, I mean, they might just be so just expensive enough that to buy them in any amount that matters,
Right.
probably costs as much as you're going to get from them.
that's fair. That's fair.
'Cause, yeah, I've seen people with, you know, thigh-high stacks of boxes of balls, and they're not done for the day.
In reference to us talking about people we know online who don't know us, reminding me of Eiichiro Oda responding to his fan mail in English. I don't know what they're saying, but I love the spirit.
I mean, that's happened to Ian McKellen too, even with English-speaking people making him read anime
Oh,
out loud. I'm referring specifically to that video of him reading the monologue from Fate's Stay Night.
okay.
I am the blood of my sword. So I say to you, unlimited blade works. Cameo has been just a boon to society, making celebrities say things that they don't understand for money.
Yeah. There's nothing untoward about this, right? And it's like, no, you're right. There really isn't. I just had pop into my head the other day the meme where what's the name of the Blue Jay from regular show?
Oh, I can't help you there.
Something in Rigby.
Kirk?
Rigby's the raccoon, and Mordecai.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mordecai. And Mordecai and Twilight Sparkle were being shipped by people on Tumblr. It's always people on Tumblr, right? I think I just want to say right now, you have a better chance of just seeing the funniest shit in the world just by going on Tumblr. You will just run into that. That's just what's going to happen. You'll find it there. There's a lot of other places that do funnier stuff or might have whatever. It's like you can go to Tumblr and you'll trip over something that's going to make you laugh your ass off. Anyway, Mordecai and Twilight Sparkle were getting shipped together for, yes, a reason. And
Aesthetically, I can agree with it.
yeah, and so there was that song that was out back when that was happening, and it's like, pretend that something night sky like shooting stars. I could really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish
Oh,
that song,
yeah,
right?
no, ugh.
Yeah. So the airplane song, yes, that's different. I was thinking, like, if I said the airplane song, people be like the one you sing to your kid to get them to eat, like that kind of thing. Maybe you sing that to your kid.
Is that like a sequel to the ketchup song?
It's signal to the rodeo song.
Huh?
It's 40 below, and I don't give a fuck out of here. Trucking them off to the rodeo.
Wow.
So, anyway, yes, this.
Oh, lifted third wheel. You love to see it.
So,
Twilight Sparkle, Mordecai.
yeah, so this song thing was a thing, and people were like doing like, bad fan art with like the song behind it and whatever, and it was like, I shouldn't say bad fan art, but MS paid fan art. And then at some point, somebody let Tara Strong and I think is it J.G. Siegel who does the voice and also does.
Wow.
And they sung the song. Like, they got a karaoke track and they sung the song to each other so that they could be a part of the meme. And I was like, it's so great because that's also the end of the meme. It's like, you got what you wanted because VAs love this shit.
Yep.
They love to participate in this kind of stuff.
Because they get no exposure.
Yeah, because like you never get to see them otherwise, but then they're doing that and it's like, oh, I get to do this, which is because the one thing you can't take from me, like if you have me licensed to do the voice for you and all these other things, I don't get to come into public, I don't get to do a lot of these things all the time. But what you cannot take from me is that I am this voice and I can do it whenever I want. And I can say whatever I want with this voice, and you can't stop me from doing it really.
Yeah, that is the big point.
Yeah.
Which is why you should never fire your voice actors.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Crunchyroll. You will SimCity.jpg. You will regret this. My favorite one of those recently was due to the big popularity of new char stands
Oh, yeah.
out in the world. Someone released a Billy West cameo clip of Zap Brannigan reading Char Aznable quotes.
Right. Because I did see somebody mock up Futurama, but they changed Zap into Char. And I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But they got Billy West, that's so good.
Oh, yeah. I came here to laugh at you. Lala Soon could have been like a mother to me.
Do they do the one does not care to examine the frailties of one's youth or whatever, mistakes of one's youth?
Yeah. One does not care to acknowledge the mistakes of one's youth. Gamma, if you can hear me, blame this on the circumstances of your birth.
Camille, are you here? Let's have sex. There was a Mr. Darcy thing, like the Kate Beaton, oh, Mr. Darcy, but it was Camille and Char.
God.
Ooh, Mr. Char, let's have sex. Swoon. It's like, oh my god.
It's only weird because one of the classic lines of Quattro Bagina of that era is, I believe acting like a father could be good for me.
Oh.
From Char to Amuro.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do people try, actually I'm curious, because in G-Quooks, since you have all these returning people from Mobile Suit Gundam, did they get a bunch of the Japanese VAs to come back and try to do the voices, or did they just find new people who sound like them in most
I
respects?
think for the ones that are speaking roles, they're sound-alikes because
Okay.
a lot of them may be dead.
Yeah, and that's what I thought, because it's been like
45 years.
45 years.
Okay, and now we stretch.
Great. I will say my plan is not to stay here until 7 a.m.
I would never ask you to do that to me.
I did.
To me.
I did drive over here, and briefly I was like, if I can stay up until 7, then I could drive Ian home and drive myself home, and that would be good.
Yeah.
However, I've been awake since the middle of the afternoon. I slept in late today.
You have memes to collect.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that right now. You just be flashing shit on the screen at you, like while you're doing stuff. Actually, just while we're waiting.
Yeah. just want to approach a thing that Rock Pushers mentioned here. So you are going to be playing the Yakuza series on your Switch
Absolutely.
as they come out here.
Absolutely.
And I hope that I've convinced you that you should wait for Zero to come and start with that.
Well, because Yakuza Zero Director's Cut is already available on Switch too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can just buy it today. I could buy it right now. It's on the digital store.
You should.
Yes. Now the downside of this is that I don't like the game key card thing.
Yes.
And Yakuza 0 is only available as a game key card in a physical format. And they're doing pre-orders. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Pre-orders for a game key card? There's nothing on that.
Yeah,
Like,
let me download the game and just send me the card later then.
yeah, exactly. Like, that would just be the easier thing to do. And so part of me is like, you shouldn't want this because you're paying $70 for an empty package. And I'm like, yes, except that I could also pay $70 for the game, like digitally, and have ether. I could have nothing at all that I can hold in my hand. So the question is, how badly do you want to wait to have something you can hold in your hand that is intrinsically nothing? Because once you've installed the game, like it's tied to that card.
Yeah.
And I'm also not sure whether or not it has to dongle itself all the time or not. And I'm like, if it has to dongle itself, it's going to be a major pain in the ass. But so then I'm kind of like, I'm hemming and hawing, and it's mostly just a way for me to be like, look, you have until you beat Mario and Luigi Brothership until you buy Yakuza 0 anyway.
Yeah.
So, get through that first. Maybe that'll be a fine way to go.
Yeah, the game is not going anywhere. I want you to enjoy it when you are able to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And can have fun with it rather than try and force it into you as fast as possible.
You know how I am. You've known me for decades. How I'm like 2 decades or more, and it's like, how I have to like come to terms with some shit in my life a lot of the times before I do anything, like that. My waterbed. I did walk into Win the other day. The Women in Need place, because they had
thrift
their
shop.
yeah,
Yeah, local.
Yeah, and so I walked in there and I did talk to somebody and be like, I have this set I want to donate, and they got all excited about it, which made me feel good because I'm like, oh, they like the idea of taking it off my hands, which is what I want to do with it. Oh, this is getting more real now.
No.
Right? And I'm like, but also I can't use this. I have no need for it, and I'm gonna feel so much better getting rid of it because Heather's gonna love that it's gone.
Yeah.
And so it's the getting to terms with like, this is more real than you expected. So, go back home, and she wrote me an email address. And it's like, I just have to email and send some photos. Like, here's everything, and it's ready to go whenever somebody wants to come by and pick it up. And if they want to take it
if they're
to
going
me,
to pick it up, that's...
well, and that was the thing, is I was like, they told me that we can't really accept it right now because our furniture warehouse is like full up, like our receiving area is full up. And I was like, that's fine. It's currently living in my living room, and I don't care that it's there at the moment because it'll go away when it has to go away. But that means that you guys can just let me know like the day before you want to come pick it up and take it to somebody else's house. And I'll be fine with that because it's inside and it's clean, and you should not have to worry about...
And once it's out of your house, you're done.
Yeah.
Your involvement is now over.
Exactly. And the nice thing about like this too is that it's like, when they're giving it away, they're giving it to somebody who is having to make a fresh start, is having to do something else. Maybe it's for somebody's kid, maybe it's for a person who needs it. And it's like, maybe it's going to be a couple that's going to sleep in this bed, which is a little narrow, but not too bad.
Maybe it's someone who needs a waterbed for a medical condition.
Well, they did say we can't take a waterbed off your hands. And like, I know, but it is a captain's bed, and you can put a mattress in it. But
Oh, okay, so they won't take the...
yeah, they're like, we don't need the bag and the heater and all the other things. And I'm like, I did offer it. I'm like, you can have that as well if you want. Like, nobody's allowed to have it because you can't rent an apartment around here with a waterbed these days.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So, yeah. So it's going to find its way out of our house, I think, sooner than not now. I just have to, like, sit down, write the email, get that kind of worked out, and then, like, be prepared for a call one day to be like, we're ready to come over and pick this thing up if you're ready to give it up. And be like, yes, come over, I'll help you get everything I'll show you where everything is, send a few people. It'll be straightforward. I'll even show you guys how it's supposed to be assembled, but you're probably smart enough to figure it out on your own.
But the thing is, you need to come to terms with things.
Yeah, I need to come to terms with things. So that's the race right now, is to be like, it was, I don't want to get rid of it. I want to try to use it. Then it was like, I think I found a way to get rid of it that I feel really good about. But then I wasn't really sure. And then it's like, no, I think I found any way that I get rid of it is probably a good way to get rid of it. And then now it's like, oh, now it's actually going to be a real. So, you know, it's, most people are like, it's a bed, just get rid of it. And I'm like, it's a bed that was built by my grandfather for me when I was 5 years old. It's 40 years old. It's like, I've slept on it forever. The whole suite is been in the background of my life for the entire time I've been alive. It's a little weird to just up and
Get
be
rid
like,
of it,
that's
yeah.
got to go now, yeah.
Not just a piece of furniture.
Yeah. It's weird sometimes, right? Yeah. But, you
Any-
know, if I wasn't sentimental about shit, then I'd be a terrible person, maybe.
I think it's important to choose what you want to be sentimental about.
Yeah. Oh, she got so excited when I told her everything was solid wood. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. She's like, that's awesome. Oh my God, that's going to be so great. I'm like, oh yeah, it's gonna be so great for, yeah, it's gonna be real actual furniture. It's not gonna be all MDF and stuff.
It's not going to look like,
Yeah.
or cardboard covered in veneer.
Yeah, I did say, I'm like, I was a child when I slept in it, so, I mean, I treated it like a child. And she's like, I understand. I get you.
There's going to be so much pee and semen in this bed, but
Most of it's my cats.
it's solid.
Yeah.
So it didn't sink in.
Yeah. I know you sleep on a bladder, right? You sleep in a bladder of water, so it's all rubber, so nothing can kind of go down in the bottom of the bed.
And anything it does, they'll buff right out.
Yeah, exactly. It's more, there are bite marks on the side of the bed because I was a child and I was like, ooh, something to chew on. Nah, you know, like, yeah.
Good work.
Yeah, you know.
Hey, the point of this question
Yeah.
was, I was musing last night as we were playing Yakuza on my own stream.
Yeah.
And there's a very distinctive guitar riff that I think will be very useful for you to learn in future for telling stories over, or for allowing other people to tell stories over.
Okay.
Because it's sort of this is a silly side story.
Oh.
Doom, doom, doo 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 doom, 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 doom. And it's just solo guitar.
Have they used it in lots of Yakuza games?
Yes, they have.
I'm pretty sure that I've heard it before when I've played Yakuza with you on streams. So-
Probably.
yeah, okay.
But yeah, none of us would have recognized it at that point as a thing.
Yeah.
Now, I should have, if I was smart, I would have taken the Lego storage box that my grandfather made for me years and years ago back to Lethbridge to distribute to some family friends there.
The box itself, or the
And the Lego
and the
inside,
Lego within.
too.
Okay.
Yeah. I've picked out all the valuable stuff now.
Okay.
I'm sure I've told you. I don't know if I've told chat, but I went through my brother and my entire childhood Lego collection. First, looking at all the manuals that we had,
Okay.
extant, and looking up looking up the parts necessary for them online, and sorting out the entire system, because we had mixtures of sets.
Yeah.
And then this big box that was the result of a garage sale that they'd found in Westlock, and then the grandfather had built this box to contain it all.
Neat.
And inside that are some very interesting old sets, including some windows. Like, it was just a set of windows that they used to sell as part of an architectural pack.
Oh, okay.
And so yeah, that's been separated out from the general building.
Right.
things, but-
What you're putting aside is the 5-year-old Lego. The stuff that's like, this is the thing that the little kids will want to play with and they'll be fine with it.
Well, the 5-year-old or then the 14-year-old. You know, when
Oh,
you get
yeah.
to the point where you're building all your own creations and you just need a bunch of utility bricks.
Yes. Right.
But you'd prefer them all to be like of single color because you care about aesthetics.
Yes. I mean, I did that years ago with all my constructs. That I went through all of it and I sorted it into all the different pieces. So small beams, medium beams, long
yeah,
beams
yeah.
all went in their own baggie. All the normal blue knots, all the custom green knots, all of the hinged black knots, they all went into their own baggies as well. And when I was done doing it all, I was like, this is great. And then it's all in a Rubbermaid, like a small Rubbermaid tub now. And I'm like, it feels very like, I did it, I have it all sorted, and I feel really good about it. And someday when I'm feeling like it's time to play with this stuff, then I'll actually want to sit down and start playing with stuff again.
Or break it out for whatever reason.
Yeah. Just to kind of have it and mess around, so... Are you planning on taking some of that, like if you have complete sets now, are you planning on taking some of that and just like being, well, I don't really want this set, so I think I'll just flip it on eBay as a classic or something?
I have decided I don't really want to hold on to any of my Lego. It doesn't spark joy for me anymore.
Fair.
What did spark joy for me were the creations I'd made,
right?
All original spaceships and whatnot. And over the pandemic, what I did for a number of Tinker Tailor episodes is I rebuilt a lot of my creations in digital form.
Okay.
And so now, I mean, I can look at the pictures of them. The systems that use, or the programs that are available right now for building Lego also have incredible rendering engines in them, which will allow you to even adjust the age of the pieces that you're working with and what kind of it. Like you can specify, okay, add teeth damage.
That's so great.
And it renders it photorealistically. They look great. They make manuals for whatever the construction is that you've made.
Right.
That look like Lego manuals. You get that isometric view. Here's the pieces that you need. They go here, next page.
That's
and
so...
So to me, that I think is good enough.
Right.
To save those things. And then that means a lot of the specialty pieces can go back into the sets, and I can, sell the monorail set for whatever it's going for now.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Too close.
Too close.
I need to sell my brother's core magnetizer from the Magnetron set. And he wants the cash from that, and I will absolutely make that happen for him.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
You can just launder it to him.
Yeah, exactly. Let me tell you, sending cash to people in Japan can be an entertaining experience, especially when you're dealing with inheritance.
Oh, right, yeah. I just assumed you guys would use Wise or something. Like, I've been using Wise so much now that I'm completely agog at how easy it is to send cash in like different currencies to people. And
yeah, I'm amazed.
Yeah, because you think that there'd be a problem, but it's like... So I had to send a payment to somebody in euros, and I did that, and then I had to send them another one like a month later. And when I did that, at that point it was like, okay, but now we're going to need some more information. Because they saw me, I was sending to the same person a second time.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, this is all well and good. The first stuff that we sent, we were fine. We could just do this like a one-off and no big deal. But you're back again, and you're sending them more money, and we want to have a little bit better idea who this person is. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And I mean, like when we went to Japan, I set up a Wise account so that I could actually get a card and stuff. And then I also I gave Heather the physical card, and then I set it up as a digital card on my own phone. And it was just so nice to be like, just pay for everything in yen. Don't worry, Wise will just be like, it's going to cost you a couple cents on top of whatever it is you bought. And I'm like, that doesn't feel like a lot. I never even looked to see, based on all our transactions, how much I actually spent in conversion, but I did pop in every so often to see, like, well, what did I actually spend on that conversion? And be like, that was 3 cents on that $10 thing, or that was like 7 cents on that, $50 thing, or whatever it was. And I was like,
Which is better than credit card.
It was always better than credit card. And that's the thing, is talking to other people, they're like, well, no, like, my bank's credit card doesn't do transaction fees and doesn't do like foreign exchange transaction fees and like all these other kind of things. I'm like, really? That's amazing. It must be fun to not have a bank in Canada then, because that's how it is here for us. Yeah.
A percentage on every transaction. But yeah, that's Lego.
Yeah,
has
Lego.
Definitely become, someone says, the ultimate money laundering medium. It's something that I feel like has changed the attitude towards Lego, especially in the past, since Harry Potter.
Yeah.
I want to say, even Star Wars too, I guess. Any of these licensing deals when it just became, you're going to build the thing on the box,
Yeah.
and then you're going to put it on your shelf because it's a display piece. Yeah, when they started coming with plaques,
Yep.
that's I think when it changed for me.
Yep. I mean, like all the Mega Construct stuff that we build during Desert Bus, like all the Pokemon that I bring in to build, it's like, yeah, the downside of that is it's a construction set that you get to snap a bunch of stuff together for, and then when you're done because what else would you do with this?
Yep.
Like, it would be different if it was like, we're giving you all these parts, and we're going to give you 3 different Pokemon that you can make out of these parts because of the colors all match or something like that, right? And that would be really interesting because then it'd be like, oh, well, how do you reimagine that? I build a thing and then I take it apart and build a different thing and I take that apart. The Lego did that recently with the Great Deku Tree.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that if you want to build the Great Deku Tree from Ocarina of Time, that's one thing. But if you want to build the one from Tears of the Kingdom, it's a different method of construction.
But it's the same parts.
It's all the same parts, and it's like, I think it's one of those things where it's like, this is mostly the same, but because of where the eyes and the mouth and everything kind of go, it's like, you're going to have to change this stuff up a little bit. And I was like, well, that's something then. You made it feel like it's more of a toy than is just like, I'm making the Parliament building in Ottawa and then I'm done, right? Yeah, I agree with you that I think like the freeform construction stuff where, because I used to do that with Constructs actually, was build the thing on the front, and then there'd be 10 different things to build inside the box.
Pick the thing you want to build because it looks cool.
Yeah, so you build the thing that you want to build that's there. And in fact, I had some sets that when I got the sets, I was like, rad, and I opened it up and I saw the cool things, and then I started having like all these thoughts of, I could do this, I could do that, and then I built all those things. And then like not years, I guess, but a couple years later, I was looking through the old manuals. I'm like, oh, right, I could build this thing, and I never did. And so then I just took apart all the cool stuff I built on my own, and then built the actual model they said this thing was of. I'm like, yeah, there, I did it. All right, let's take it apart and put together something else now. It's like, yeah, it felt way more like this is supposed to be ephemeral. And yeah, all the branded sets don't feel like they're ephemeral at all.
No, and I can't stand on much of a leg against it because I am a Gunpla builder.
Sure.
It's a very similar situation where the fun, I guess, is in the construction, and then you have something to look at on your shelf.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like Lego has that other aspect which is getting lost now of this is a creative toy.
Yeah.
That you just you have a tabula rasa of your table and a box full of parts and make something.
Though the nice thing about Gunpla, because I didn't realize immediately, but it's like the nice thing about Gunpla is it feels like once you've done like your initial entry grade whatever, as you're building the things you like to look at, that's all very well and good for the people who are like, I want to have a model on my shelf of the thing that I like. And then there are the people who are like, okay, I have the model on the shelf of the thing that I like, but what I really want is I want it to look nicer or different or weathered or a different color or something else. And they start playing with that a little bit, and then that's when it really takes off, right? The hobby turns into full-on customization of anything. You know, you start like original ideas, like all that kind of stuff starts to come in. And I love that because it's like Gunpla feels like it's extensible in that way.
Yeah. And to me, that's what the hobby is. You know, I do my paints, I do my my customizations, but there's a lot of people out there who really just love to build. And some of the people I question their thought process, and those are the people who will say, "Oh, I can crank out an HG or MG kit in 2 hours in an evening." I think, are you really enjoying yourself then? Or are you just trying to get through things and to say, I have done this, I am a fast builder?
I guess, yeah. Speedrunners exist for a reason, I guess.
Good point, yes.
Is that too, like...
But yeah, it's not the way I enjoy the hobby, so I find it hard to enjoy, or hard to understand.
Yeah.
And again, that's what I felt about the Lego.
Yeah. And of course, multiple people are saying, you can obviously buy individual Lego bricks. You can buy creator sets. You can buy the multiple sets where it's like, this thing lets you make 3 or 4 of these. This collection of bricks does 3 or 4 different things. It's like, all that stuff still exists.
But that's not what's
But it's always existed.
Yeah, and it's not what's on the front of shelves.
Yeah. And like Lego was never my toy. My parents had Lego, and my brother would play with it, and I would play with it on occasion too. But when I got Constructs, I liked it better because it was bigger, and it was 3-dimensional in a way that, like, if they just got me freaking Tinker Toys, I would have probably felt the same way. It's like being able to construct like a large web thing is like with Lego, it's harder to do that because you have to build in like brick redundancy. Like everything has to kind of lock together a lot well, so it doesn't just fall apart on you. And like
Lego likes to go up, but it doesn't really like to go in any other direction.
Yeah, it's like you stack, and then you stack in different ways to make the things lock together so it don't fall apart. But yeah, being able to have that 3-dimensionality was like really important for me being able to do a thing, and then. Also, I guess it felt fast too, right? It's like if I'm building something in Lego, it's like I can make a thing, but it takes a long time to make anything and use a lot of bricks, and then you're like, I'm left with this thing that feels very small. Whereas Constructs was like, it's all open, it's all beams, so you've got a wireframe of something in
very
the end.
Structural.
Yeah. Meccano, Technics, I guess is probably like that as well. God, remember robotics?
Oh, I do remember robotics.
With the X, you build the robot to command. Robotics.
What was the one with the orbs and the electrical stuff? That wasn't the Micronauts, I don't think.
I don't think so.
Someone will figure it out.
God.
Capsula, maybe?
Like it was, you could build circuits out of it? Like it was electrical? Or?
Yeah, there was some electrical circuit thing too, but it was also just this modular base and vehicle building system that relied on these sort of spheres with connection points on the cardinal directions on both the X and Y axis.
Interesting. That's cool. They weren't magnetic at all or anything?
No, it was press fit.
Okay.
Again, one of those toys that would was a system of... This toys is a system of toys.
Yes. Yeah. I think you made the other GTR crash.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Somebody... There's a nice crash behind you. I'm like, yeah, I did not watch that happen, so...
That was Amaro's car, and his voice actor can get fucked right now. Came up in the opening credits of oh no, what? It's happening. Sawardo!
Jesus. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad I got to be here to see it.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad someone was here to see it with me.
Holy shit.
Huh.
I was watching you and you were talking and all of a sudden everything stopped but the smoke was going. I'm like, is it lagging? Like what's, and then oh my god.
Well, you know that the computer knows what's up. We're going to take a short break while I stretch my fluids, swap my legs, and we'll be back with the finale, I think. Because we're looking at 4,
Yeah, you got 3 more hours.
Yeah, we're looking close to the finale of the 24 Hours of Le Mans number 9. Don't go all the way away.
All right.
Welcome back. We're just waiting for things to clean up here. Let's have a look at the what the results were. Best lap was made by Chef Jean-Pierre in the bathtub.
That's
I'm not even kidding.
Makes me sad a little bit. That
and of course, it looks like the sushi is continuing to just dominate the lap times these days. 4:28, which I don't think we can match in our car.
okay.
I'm amazed to see the Saab is actually also coming, but I don't think it's been as properly modded as I want it to be, which is one of the reasons I'm not driving that one
So
around.
it's kind of some aspects of the car are reflected in the game, but not all of them, and therefore it doesn't respond properly.
Exactly. I question its responsiveness.
Fair.
And Vandura directly underneath that is some bizarre stuff going on
That's
there.
kind of great.
But it looks like this time was the top in our class was Shalia with a 5:27 best lap time. And I know for a fact that I've done better than that. In fact, 5:25. Look at that. Right
Good for
there.
you.
But it was, you also got to count the number of laps too. And there were 88 laps ahead of me from these, again, due to our shenanigans. But like I said,
yeah.
we're racing against ourselves for our times. And actually, when I hit that button, best lap time, looking at the Kenworth truck took 11 minutes. The chef, sushis, a Char with 5:21. I mean, that's a little bit faster. Not 3 times, but and I was the second out of our class.
Okay.
Which I think is not bad.
Yeah.
I still want to see if we can we can hit a best. Okay, that's why the top time is 4:42.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I'm going to aim for that. That's not possible in this car. But yeah, let's adjust the time so that we're at the appropriate.
So that's what you're playing as? A 370Z?
Yeah.
Okay.
What time is it in France?
I feel sick.
Still comes up. I don't know if I've ever explained that. I'm pretty sure I have at some point on some stream.
Must be on Desert Bus.
Probably. But for those not aware, that was a tape that I got. Here we are. They're warning. Your 13th generation Intel Core i5 may be in danger.
Okay. Well, I guess we have some things to do.
Maybe. I need my Delta bar. Give me my Delta bar. Go away, F1. It was a CD, or not even a CD. It was a tape that we got from the local exchange runners when I was doing a 4-H exchange in Japan, and it was a way that you were supposed to be able to learn English through rap.
Yeah.
In the early 90s.
Rap.
Yeah. So they would put they would play a skit of some people doing an activity, in this case traveling internationally by plane, and then they would review the lines from the sketch as a rap.
Right.
So you get your what time is it in New York now? I feel sick. What time is it in New York now? I feel sick. May I have a blanket? Where are we flying over now? May I have a blanket? Where are we flying over now? Coffee, please, just sugar for me, and black for my friend, please. Coffee, please, just sugar for me, and black for my friend, please.
They're catchy.
Yeah. Like, I would say if that was YouTubeable, that would be right up there with I Was Robbed by Two Men.
Yeah, I was robbed by 2 men. Yeah.
Yes, anytime anyone in my close orbit mentions what time is it, in a specific place,
It comes back.
Yeah.
Like every time. Like, I love that because you played that for some of us in the anime club,
Yeah.
just like hanging out at your dorm or whatever one time. And I'm like, I will never forget this. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's funny because there's stuff that you have played. Like there was, we used to do we would have hangouts with our friends and whatnot. We were sort of referring to as small stuff, where it would be like, what weird shit did you find on the internet? Because everybody had, like, maybe, if you're lucky, you had cable modem, right?
YouTube poop,
Yeah.
sort of stuff, but before YouTube.
Exactly. And so it was like, hey, what'd you find on the internet recently? Like, oh, I was on this sharing service, and then I found this thing in this random directory, and so here's this whatever. And we would all just kind of like, we'd have that on USB sticks or on different hard drives, and we would like put it up on screen, and we'd just spend 3 hours watching that and having a great time. And there was one that I was over at your place one time. This is like junior senior era as well.
Oh yeah, wow.
But there was another animated film that you showed us, like an animated music video film called At the Beach. And it was, and again, I brought this up to you like I think 10 years ago, and you made the same face then. So I don't remember anything about it, just like high-pitched voices just going, at the beach, at like certain times.
Oh yeah.
And it was animated, and it was like really low res, running around and doing stuff. And I just would love to find it. I can't find it, but if I ever found it again, it would help me purge this thing.
Yes.
I pray.
Just to know that I can go look at this now.
Yeah,
and
wherever
I can
it
forget
is.
it the rest of the time. Yeah.
And I don't think about it often, but you know, like whenever I'm going to the beach, I'm thinking about it. So it doesn't happen that often. So yeah,
It's amazing how you latch on to these little inconsequential things.
yeah. Oh, I demonstrated to Heather last night that because when I was 5 years old, or 4 or 5 years old, 4 years old,
Oh,
I'd say,
shit.
whoa, damn.
Nope.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Pseudo save.
No damage to the transmission or
Yeah,
the
Atomic
suspension.
batteries, yeah.
Yeah.
But I said to Heather, it's like when I was a 4-year-old child.
I spoke as a 4-year-old child.
Yeah, my parents were very clear. It's like you need to know your home address so that if you're ever lost, then you can talk to a policeman.
Mm-hmm.
And then the policeman will, know how to know where to send you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so to this day, I have that address memorized in my head. At 4 years old, it was an indelible thing on the wrinkles, and it's stuck there deep.
Oh.
Right, and there are other addresses I've had in my life that I do not remember anymore. But there's that one, and there's a couple other ones that I'm like, those ones I remember because they're like, yeah, like having your buddy's phone number when you were a kid. You have those rattling around in there because you were plastic back then.
Yeah. Oh no, it would just come in.
Yeah.
I am only just now learning the phone number for my actual phone.
Ah, great.
So I'd used the VoIP for so long.
Right.
But now
Yeah,
that I'm using Apple for everything, it's important to use that number.
Yeah.
We lost Marius Jaeger.
Oh.
Don't know what they were driving, but they're gone now.
Do you get to pick the names?
I can, but I don't always.
All right.
There was one year where I did full bespoke naming and country for everyone. And this year, I think I just did it for the cohort of this particular car.
Right.
And of course, the desert buses.
Oh, yeah.
Shift buses,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you need to know when Zeta falls over.
Right.
Oh. No, weirdly, the only address I can remember, aside from the one I'm at right now, was the address I spent the longest time at as a child, which is not a street address that would allow you to get me back home in any way, shape, or form. You could mail me. But I'm too big to go in the mailbox, so they'd have to actually go on a 20-minute drive to a convenience store just outside of the base to get it.
Right. Somebody in chat being like, yeah, I remembering, I can't remember this number, but I can remember that number. And, oh, yeah, there's Tigress says, imagine the future when phone numbers are going to be just QR codes we share with each other. And that got me thinking about something the other day because I was like, man, if I just wanted to get out from underneath Google, because I have 2 email addresses. I have 2 forever email addresses, and they're both Gmail.
Right.
Because one of them's from the U of A.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was your alumni address.
Exactly. And I was like, well, I can't do anything about my U of A address. That one's just going to be in whatever system they decide to set up and make it do this. That's fine. But my personal Gmail address is one of those ones where I'm like, when I got that.
It was a big deal.
Right.
You kids today may not.
Yeah. We were excited because we were like, oh my God, we got into the beta.
Yeah, it's not Hotmail. You get 5 gigs of space.
Yeah. Like we're never going to have to delete an email ever again. Oh my God. And Google's such like a upstanding company.
Oh, they're not going to be evil?
Yeah. They even said as much. And it's like, this is going to be great. And yeah, like
Some things changed.
something's changed. And that, yeah, I have this. Now I'm like, God damn it, right. You know what, if I just paid for my email, then at least it would be my control and I can decide what to do. And for years I was always like owning my own domain name to do my own email or to do my whatever. So I was like, I don't really see a need to do it. And just the older I get, I'm like, the more disillusioned I am with this whole, ugh.
Yeah, we really messed up the transmission in that first. Oh, and everything's gone. Great. So this is when we turn to the autopilot.
Okay.
We'll take the fall for us,
Ah,
and then we turn him off.
nice.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I have made that jump, and the reason I made that jump was the fear of yes, it's Google. They should be trustworthy. They should be able to provide. No, I've read too many horror stories of people who have just been locked right out of their email account.
Right.
And there is no way to contact the company to even start the process of reopening things. It's just you are locked out for no reason, and you will never get back in.
Yeah.
And for YouTube account, okay, maybe I can deal with that. That's pretty sad. That's dumb.
Yeah.
But it's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
How many two-factor authentication codes do you have that go through Gmail that you can't change over to an app-based system?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like there's so much of my life that relies on me being able to have reliable access to my email that I can't. And that's why I keep the domain name for my email. Like, if the U of A decides to change their alumni system to, I don't know, over to Hotmail, they
Yeah.
absolutely can do that because they own the DNS. They just change
Yeah.
a few numbers and everything keeps working.
Yes.
But Gmail
Yeah.
can't do that for you.
Yeah. And I'm not, I'm not allowed to be able to say, well, I want to take this email with me to another location. Because I thought what I was getting was an email for life. And I was like, this is great. Because it really was that sense of like, Google's not going anywhere. So I'm going to have this email forever.
They're probably not.
Yeah.
But you're an outspoken ally and and social justice aficionado.
Yeah. And all it takes is somebody being like, well, now it's not politically convenient to have those people associated with our company because we have to start licking more boots. And it's like, all right, cool. Well, then I guess I have now lost access to my email.
Yeah, and then your bank,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
and on and on and on. So that's why I went through the process earlier this year of doing that swap over to a third-party company.
Yeah.
And it is a bit painful because, as we know, the world, because they've made it this way, runs on Google and Microsoft.
Yeah.
So it's more difficult even than it was back in the day for us to set up an email client to work properly.
Well, and I like one thing I really like that I never saw anybody else implement was tagging, not folders. And tagging was one of those things that when I was like reading a lot of Merlin Mann, and when I was like doing more of the David Allen's Getting Things Done, like reading all that stuff and really enjoying like the when I was reading a book about running, essentially. But when I was reading all those things and like it was actually helping me think more about how I wanted to reorganize those parts of my life, there was a definite it was like the whole tagging thing was what was brought up, and I'm like, right, I have emails that have 3 or 4 tags, and I auto tag a ton of stuff, and I'll auto like 2 or 3 tags on these things because it's like, this is all stuff that's all this categorization that is helpful, because if I do need to look up something, was it in taxes, was it in health, I don't remember what was in the email, but I remember it was a tax-related thing, so I can at least go back to 2024 and look for anything in my taxes directory, not all my 2024 email, right? So those kind of things, I'm like, who else does that?
A lot of people, though.
What other email providers are doing that now?
And this is where I was about to launch into my rant about that.
Please say.
Is when I saw you and I saw Eli taking advantage of all these features in the Gmail interface on the web.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well this seems nice, but I use Mail because
Yes.
I like to use programs to do things because they're great for that. And Mail doesn't support that because they're not in the protocol.
Yeah.
And that really made me aware of, okay, what are you using? Are you using the protocol or are you using the product? And I chose to, and still do, use the protocol.
Yeah.
So when swapping over to Zoho Mail,
Not an endorsement, just
not
a
an
thing you did.
endorsement, but I enjoyed the process because they sucked it all up.
Yeah.
It took, I think, 3 clicks and entering of a couple passwords for them to pull all of my email IMAP style
Yeah.
from one place to another, and it just worked.
If I could find a service that would be like, oh yeah, we'll respect every one of your tags, I'd be like, okay, then I'm there. Like I would, if they were like, we've implemented a similar tagging thing and we will make sure that we respect the same thing, I'd be like, great, I'm on board. If they would build it I don't know if they have to build it into the protocol or like whatever. I don't think the protocol, like IMAP as itself, supports like tagging, right?
No,
Like,
it absolutely does not. But
but I'm not even sure, like, 'cause it's like it supports folders, I guess, or is that just more of like that's an extension of what Mail is anyway?
those folders exist.
Okay. Yeah. So
I'll check into how Zoho does their tagging information.
it's not the offline clients that I care about. It's literally like the
you use the web
Yeah.
for your email.
And I would end up like, I mean, right now I use the Gmail app on my phone to access my Gmail accounts. And so I don't know what happens if I, end up moving to another mail provider. It's like, well, then I'll have to learn a new mail provider, or I'll have to use new mail clients or something. And I'm like, okay, I haven't had to do that since Eudora. So, I mean, I used Outlook at work and stuff. but-
Eudora.
Yeah, shit, did I like Eudora. Eudora felt like that's what email was supposed to
Yep.
always be.
And that's the feel I get from Mail.app. Is that this is a client for mail.
Yeah.
And it's information dense. It's not pretending to be an app.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've talked about that earlier today.
Man, I mean, even to me, like the look of Eudora was one of those things where, there's a nice little balloon in the distance.
Yeah, it glows at night
Oh, cute.
because it's full of fire.
Ah, that makes sense. There was when I had Eudora to begin with, like Eudora 1 or 2 or whatever it was, like Eudora Lite, whichever one it was that I got for my email provider before I pirated Eudora 3.0. But everything was in plain text, and when you replied, it put a bunch of triangle brackets next to stuff, and then you would reply in line because that's how everybody was replying. As you go find the relevant sections, and you would make a few
Shove it right in.
You make a few extra spaces, and you'd write the thing you wanted to write. That's how they did on Usenet all the time, all those kind of things.
I like that.
I
formatting.
love that. And then they changed it to no, everyone does top replies now. It's always
Yes.
top replies. It's always top replies. I'm like, fuck, it's impossible for me to find. And then I have to reiterate things, or I have to be like, yes, the 5 points you've made, and now I have to go number 1, this, number 2, that, and they have to scroll back and be like, number 1, here's an answer. What was my question? What was this? Like that kind of stuff happens. So there's a whole bunch of ways that we used to do shit that I thought were great, and it meant understanding why and how you would do things that way, but the methods made sense to me, and then everything changed because those methods weren't easy for people to grasp who weren't already feeling like I wanted to learn a new thing.
And the expectation becomes that we somehow tricked people into believing, oh no, you don't need to know anything to be able to use this computer. It's all intuitive. You should just be able to figure it out. And this is where I like to talk about the idea of the importance of expert tools.
Yeah.
I agree. For people who don't use things all the time or don't use them seriously, intuitiveness is great.
You want to say casually is maybe the thing. It's like I open this thing and I'm not trying to invest a ton of my time or whatever. I'm just trying to open a thing and I tap a few things and I'm done because that's maybe all my job or my life requires.
Casually is probably a better word for that. Yeah. I just need I open a word and I type the words that I'm supposed to do in there, and that's
Yeah.
where I do all my stuff. And I know how to work it. I don't have to figure out buttons.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about Blender earlier.
Yeah.
And all the functionality it has. And I love the Blender interface because it is such a mess. But it's a dense mess that once you understand where things are and how it works, it becomes so much more efficient because there is the power there for those who are going to learn it and take advantage of it. You know, you sit down at any CAD software, there is no user-friendly CAD software
No,
out
there
there
isn't.
because there's no need for it to be. The only people who are using it are professionals who know what they're doing, who have taken the time to learn what computer-aided drawing and what drafting is
Yeah.
and what it's for. And we need those tools. They're very important because they allow people to do things that they're not able to do either in the simple tools or without a computer at all.
Well, and I think it's interesting too, where you have people who are they're hobbyist machinists. Let's start there. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like they wanted to learn how to do machining and whatnot, so they start by learning how this stuff works, and then they turn on the lathe or whatever. They get a mill that it's a hand turned mill, right? And they build out a workshop with these things, and as they're going, they realize, oh, a DRO exists, and I can use that to be even more precise, and then just trying to measure shit all the time.
Yeah.
So then they get a DRO, and then after a while, they're like, you know, actually, what I can do is I can motorize this, and then I can hook that all up to a system so that I can actually say, here's what I want to make, here's the material I'm putting in and its dimensions, and here's how I want this thing to end up, and then I want the computer to be able to mill everything properly and do all the things properly, and it's like, yeah, and you can build that shit out, and I think that's amazing because it's one of those, when I see people online who are doing that stuff like that, I'm just always like, I can see that you are learning this as I see
As
your
you go
videos move on,
yeah.
you were learning this stuff, and now you're talking about, well, I'd use this program to do this, and then I realized that there are these features in the program that let me actually say this, and that was very helpful, and I'm like, oh, this is so good, because you're showing me that you love doing this hobby of yours, and maybe it is like going to be a not a hobby someday, but it's like this hobby of yours, you love it so much that you want to learn all the little things about how to be even more productive and do even more things, and I'm like, it's so fun to watch somebody be like, I'm going to learn a new piece of software that I have no idea how it's supposed to work because it's going to make me do things better.
Yeah. And I love that those are things that can exist sometimes still.
Yeah. I'm talking to people who are like, I don't have time to learn this because I just need to do my job, or it doesn't matter to me whether I do this or not because I want to do X or I want to do Y, and I'm just like, but it should be, I really want it to be important that you're going to feel like, won't it be great to feel like you're on fire when you're doing it, that you're just like, everything's fucking cooking because now I know how all this stuff works, and
and for that to happen, you need to be able to have a tool that gets out of your way.
yeah.
And a lot of UI and a lot of UX these days is not about that, because it's about the hand-holding. It's about reducing your... all of the words coming out of Alan Dye's mouth at the Worldwide Developer Conference presentation about the new liquid glass system.
Yeah.
Says, it's all about getting things out of the way of your content. Like, no, I'm the guy who makes the content. I want all the tools out where
So
I can see them, so I don't have to go click twice to be able to.
Yeah.
I want to be able to. I don't want to click at all.
Yeah.
I want to be able to hit some keys on a keyboard and get my job done.
Yeah. I'm not like, God, looking at liquid glass, I was like, okay, fine. This is like every other time that a redesign, like a redesign has been done. It's a massive overcorrection, and then they're going to find something in the middle, and that people will be happy about it for 10 years or whatever, right? Hopefully, yeah.
So someone was mentioning that we can't judge this now based on what we see. This is early days. It will get tweaked and fixed over time. And
I disagree with that.
I completely disagree with that, because now is absolutely the time that you should be riding Apple's ass about it, because this is the development time still. They're looking for feedback.
Yeah, they want to know, did we go too far? It's like, yeah.
When it's released, it's too late.
Yeah.
But
But there is that thing of, like we want to get all your touchy things out of the way, or we want to make them disappear and stuff. And I'm just kind of like, oh, is this the time where now it is my turn to go into the accessibility settings and enable or disable a whole bunch of things? Because I've seen other people do it too.
reduce motion, high contrast. Yep.
Yeah,
It looks good sometimes.
yeah, and I'm just like, oh, is this my turn now to be like, I can't see the fucking controls on my screen because I'm 45 years old and I have not great eyes, and it sometimes, yeah, it's like that thing where they're like, Google dreams up this idea of this amazing internet service, and they're so jazzed and they think everyone's going to love it, and then nobody wants it and they can't figure out why. And it's like, I know why. It's because everybody who works for you lives in Mountain View, California, and they all have fiber to their house and nobody else does. And that's why you like it, and that's why nobody else likes it, because you forgot about everywhere else. And that's, I saw somebody on Mastodon say there should be a WWDC, there should be a rule at WWDC that's like, and here's the keynote for everybody who has accessibility issues, and here's what all that interface is going to look like when you have to turn most of it off, and here's how it's going to interact with your whatevers.
Well,
We all get there. We all get disabled eventually.
yes. We were talking about this earlier, specifically about glasses too, and how we don't think about glasses as an assistive device, or contacts for that matter.
Yeah.
Because they've been so normalized, they become seen as fashion points.
In a lot of ways,
But
yeah.
they are very much an assisted device.
Yeah.
My problem with the current designs and the way things are going is I can turn off motion, I can turn on high contrast, but I can't increase density. I can't reduce the padding and the margins, which keep getting bigger and bigger, and just so much white space chrome that's unnecessary, that could just have like another 3 lines of text in it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm looking at Linux. Oh, and then TrueNAS is now moving away from BSD
Oh, really?
for their community edition and going to Linux for that as well.
Huh.
So, guess I'm gonna have to learn Systemd.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god. I didn't think that'd be the thing you'd hang your hat on for this, but it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's a good point. Because when you're used to RCD, you don't really think about like sysinit being a thing, and you're like, yeah, when I had to start understanding how Systemd worked, I was like, I don't like that I'm a little lost here, and I got used to it after a while. Like, but there's so many commands that I just like. I'm still shutdown -H now, and I'm like, I know that still works, and maybe it shouldn't. Maybe they need to pop up a thing being like, what you mean to say is system control shutdown and now or whatever. I'm like, that would be fine. I just something to remind me about what to do. But yeah, it's like if you're not soaking in it, you don't learn it. And these days, there's so many of us who have hobbyist computers at home where we're like, I'm setting up a server at home that I want to be reliable so I don't have to touch the goddamn thing, so I don't want to soak in it all the time.
And I don't want a... It's why I became more interested and started doing more reading about why BSD does the way it works the way it does.
Right.
Like, you're trying to build a stable platform that doesn't change all the effing time.
Yeah.
And yeah, moving to Linux is the opposite of that. Linux is still in the move fast, break things, constant release mantra.
Well, I mean, it does, like, I was so happy in all the years that I was running Debian. I was like, oh shit, I'm home. Like, I got it because Debian testing was like a nice, it was like a nice compromise for me between you're trying to run a system that doesn't make a lot of sense. That's a tank moving a lot faster than you are.
Yeah.
The difference between I want. God, that's funny. It's going so fast.
They can go fast.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be going
Not
this
200
fast.
kilometers an hour. But yeah, like Debian testing to me was like the compromise between like when I was using Mandrake and trying to get anything to work, versus like when you try to use Raspbian OS and that kind of thing, and you're like, oh, everything is, you don't get any new features for the next 2 or 3 years because you're in Debian stable essentially. And I was like, this is a nice place to live. And I'm one of those people who likes to like every day, hey, is there something new for my computer today? You know, and I run an update. And these days I'm like, I'm not that person anymore. I'll let like my server go a few weeks before I need and check to see if he has updates or not, but which is how it should be. And yeah, depending on how they decide to implement it, maybe it won't be that bad. But I always did have in the back of my head that I'm like, the one thing I can always point to, at least with BSD, is this: even though it doesn't have it doesn't have all the crazy amount of features you might see with Linux.
It's not flashy.
It's not meant to be that. It's just meant to be this very like simple, solid, stable Unix implementation. And I'm like, there's a lot of value in having that.
And jails are great.
Are they?
Oh God, the more I learned about those, the more I completely dislike containerized volume distribution systems.
Doing Docker and stuff?
Yeah,
specifically?
exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, the root Linux has its rootless mode as well, which is similar to it. But just being able to run one system, and that system allows areas to have almost virtualized containers, but they just have just what they need in them.
Right.
Just the program that you're trying to run, or just the server piece.
Right.
And control those individually. It's so much more lightweight because you're not installing an entire other system just to run full memory, full CPU in this container.
Right.
Oh God. Okay. Well, you know what? We're gonna have to pit, I think, for some repair. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, I would like technology to slow down a bit.
There's, it's like, I like the idea with rolling releases and things are getting consistently better over time and whatever, like that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's also sometimes when you're a really big company like Apple, I want what everyone thought that Snow Leopard was.
Yes.
Where it was like, this is the cycle with no new features. Well, it had a lot of new features, but it was like, this is the one where we don't give a shit about the consumer this time. We're giving a shit about the developers, and we're giving a shit about like making everything solid. And I'm like, yeah, I want that too. I want to feel like whenever a new thing is coming out, it's like we're concentrating on making that. Like new OS is coming out, it's like we're solidifying a lot of these things to just make them feel better for you, because we know we've gone through a lot of new CPU changes and architecture stuff is different and all these other things are going on. I'm like, yeah, I'm not convinced that that stuff is fully baked, because I see people talk about how they keeps finding little problems with it all the time, and that feels really weird to me.
And because they're on a yearly release schedule, a lot of those little things just never end up getting fixed.
Yeah.
Because all of the attention is paid to the new features in the new OS, and then maybe crushing some of the big bugs that pop up because of those new features.
Yeah.
Like when I say I'd like tech to slow down, it's not I don't want any new features.
Yeah.
I just don't want features to have to be dreamed up and then cooked up on a yearly release schedule.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't have any good ideas for something new, it's okay not to change things.
Yeah.
It's okay for things to be the same for a little bit longer.
Though I also, sometimes then I do wonder, there must be a larger audience that is in love with those things.
Oh yes,
has to be, right? Like,
it's also part of that Wall Street thing. If you're not announcing something, if you're not making something new, you're not growing, so you're not.
Yeah.
You're stagnant.
Well, there was that whole the justification that you read where it's like, well, in China they like larger phones, and then there's that sense of, well, then we're not going to make little phones anymore. No one's going to make little phones because China likes larger phones, and it's like you don't have to do nothing but make
you can
giant
make
ass phones.
a wide variety of phones. There are still a decent number of people who like small phones, and there are going to be people who will not buy your phones because you're not selling the size of phone that they want.
Yeah.
You already acknowledged that
Yeah.
with the China thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a question of a lot of people have about Apple, about like they seem to be happy with their 30%, but they're not. It doesn't feel like they're chasing anything else. Like at their size, even 1% to 2% more is going to be hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in revenue a year.
Yeah.
And they just don't care.
Yeah.
Anyway. And then, of course, there's the whole AI question. Apple's late to AI. Are they? Or are they hand to heart, please, just waiting like I am for it all to be over?
Yeah. There's like, it's funny when you'll see, because you'll see people, on Mastodon, I see this all the time, where they're like, I just want to be able to magic mask in Final Cut Pro, or I just want to be able to do color grading on a thing, or I just want to be able to help me do something with audio, or help me break stems out, or I just want to be able to
remove some background noise.
Or I just want to be able to have something help me, like an assistive tool when I'm trying to do XYZ thing in my job, like that kind of thing. I don't want it to think for me. I don't want it to I don't want to say, well, you want to do this, so I'll automate the whole process.
Pretend to think to you, or
Yeah.
promise to be able to automate and break halfway through the.
Yeah, and I'm like, I know we can take that further too, right? Because it's so you get into word processing, you get into writing a letter, and Clippy being it seems like you're writing a letter. Do you want me to help you out with that? Or Grammarly with the whole well, let me help you adjust your tone, and things like that. And I'm that's one thing if it's a teaching tool. In a lot of cases, it feels like taking language out of your head and putting it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah,
is something that we spend an awful lot of 12 years of our lives doing, and not everyone's great at it. I get that.
Oh, I don't like writing.
Yeah, I hate it.
I left a job at Elections BC specifically because I was told, yeah, we're going to need you to do more writing of press releases and whatnot. I immediately opened up the job board.
Yeah.
Because I'm an adult, I can decide what I'm doing with my life.
Yeah, and there are things where I'm the example I brought up the other day was I don't need you to help me write an email, Gmail, with your AI. But you know what I need you to do? I need you to recognize that, hey, he makes the same filter 3 or 4 times every day.
Yeah.
He not that he enacts a filter, he literally has new shit I'll get that. There's new shit that shows up in his inbox, and he makes the same filter for that stuff. You know what'd be great? Is either if we could recognize it and be this email looks like something that you put this filter on, click here if you want me to make a filter for this in the exact same way that all these other filters exist.
And you don't even need an LLM for that.
No.
We already had that technology.
We had all of that, right?
Yeah.
And I remember being in university, so we're talking 1997 to 2003. I remember being in university, and we were talking about intelligent agents as a thing of, this will be a great kind of thing where you'll be hey agent, I have a business trip where I'm going to Calgary for 3 days from this time to this time, right? Book me a flight that matches the times when I like to fly, because you've learned that now, and book me a hotel room at the same place where the thing is happening, or show me my options so I can select them from a list. And then the agent would go away for 30 seconds while you're doing some work, and it would come back and be here are your options. You go click, 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 and then yes, done, go ahead.
And it just did that with simple APIs and the ability to look at different data sources at the same time.
Yeah.
There's a good example that came up was the Apple iPhone.
Yeah.
Which now has the ability to recognize places.
Okay. It had location services always, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. It's you've been in this place.
But that's the point. Is that they're saying with Apple Intelligence, the Apple Intelligence can look at this photo, and describe it for you and tell you what's going on. And it says, Apple Intelligence says, this is a photo of a young boy standing near the water. Well, Photos knows that it's my son because I've tagged hundreds of photos of my son.
Yes.
This is one of them.
Yeah.
And it knows, based on the GPS tagging data in the photo, that this is not just the water, it's the aquarium.
Yeah.
So why does the photo not say, this is my son, this is your son Joby standing in front of the aquarium?
Yeah.
With technology that, again, we already had.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason to give me less information or less good or less polished information when you were doing a great job at giving me all the good information off the top.
But it's just not the new sexy word that's attached to it.
Yeah. And I like you, it's like, I want to imagine that this is one of these, God damn it, like if we don't enact things here, then the share, the shares will take a hit because people think we're not doing anything with this. Mm-hmm. Versus because it's like we have to build consumer tools for things that people want. And I'm like, I suppose, but I mean, the things that people want is they want their computer to get the fuck out of their way.
Yeah.
So if you could be like, I yell at Siri to make me timers and stuff all the time.
Does that great?
Yeah, it does that great. And it's like, that is a thing that I want her to do because it's been the best I've been able to do that. But sometimes I'll be like, turn on the Apple TV, and she does that. And it's like, that's great. I'm sure I could be like, set my custom lighting thing with HomeKit or whatever. Like, there's a whole bunch of things I could yell at her to do for me. Or like, there are things though where I'm like, I'm sure that if she was a proper intelligent agent, that she would be a little smarter about, because I've been like, Siri, can you do this? Like, I want to open this app. Oh, I know what it is. I want to mark that my medications have been taken for the day. Right? I just finished taking my medications. I just want to say to her, please log my medications as being taken.
Okay.
And
where do you want me to log those?
Or she'll be like, I can't open medications on your watch. You'll have to open your iPhone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, medications is literally an app on my watch, Siri, and that's where I log all my medications. As I tap the thing and it syncs back to my fucking watch or to my phone. So why can't you do this?
Yep.
And that's those things where I'm like, I don't know why people get uptight about the fact she won't give me the right baseball scores. And I'm like, fine. That sucks too. And it's those kind of things.
So again, those are very easy. Those should be very easy.
But that's nothing
things to do.
That's nothing innate that she should understand. But like the things that she has access to on my own device, she's like, I'm not willing to do any of that shit for you. And I'm like,
this is all possible with the tools we have, and we're just not doing it because we need to integrate this other technology, which is worse at doing those things, and doesn't have access to those pieces of information. And I do not want them to.
I used to be able to tell my phone to start playing a Maya Sakamoto song.
Yeah.
And I would dictate the whole thing in Japanese. Or I'd dictate the commands in English, and then I'd say everything else in
Japanese,
in like Japanese inflected Japanese, right? And it would get it right every time. You know when it last did that for me?
2 years ago?
The iPhone 3GS.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then after Siri got introduced, it never worked ever again. But the 3GS could see that my titles were written in Japanese, and it knew what I wanted because it could understand what Japanese.
Because I guess according to Apple engineers, bilingual people don't exist.
Exactly.
One upside to all this, though, is that with all the people I see crowing around me, I hazard to call them peers, coworkers.
Sure, okay.
Crowing about the abilities of Copilot or Chat. It doesn't matter the name. Other AI
slop generators.
Other AI slop generators are available. The way that they talk about it using the, and especially the way that they say that they like the way that they can use to change the tone of their writing.
Yeah.
Makes me feel a whole heck of a lot more confident in my ability to write, that I don't feel the need to have a computer rewrite anything for me.
Yeah.
That I can see, maybe I should change the tone here.
Yeah.
And in fact, I've done that to my supervisor a couple times, saying, hey, I need to go hard poke a project manager. Is this email too pointy?
Yeah.
And often the case is no. And if the case is yes, I know how to rewrite it.
Yeah.
I don't need it rewritten for me.
I definitely, that's, you know, I mean, people talk about soft skills. And it's kind of like, oh, well, you know, it's just, you know, you're just writing an email. And it's like, well, no, you're talking about tone right now. And I'm like, yeah, I think there's value in learning how that, you know, like, how do I change my tone? How do I come at something differently? How do I, you know, approach this? I think there's value in that.
Well, if you, I agree with you, and if you agree with that, then that's possibly what makes the prevalence of AI more insidious, is that it's the perfect tool for this world we live in, where people are purposefully being disconnected more and more and turning to content for their interactions. And so if people are talking to GPT like it's a friend or it's a therapist, and they're losing all of this ability to interact with people in a messy or risky way, and learning those soft skills and how to navigate that, because the system is just there to A, agree with you, and B, keep you coming back for more interactions.
Yeah. It's hard, like, I know that there were, you know, there have been reports of people who start talking to ChatGPT. A lot of older people, it seems, too. But people who start talking to these LLMs, and they start to come away with a false understanding of what it is they've been doing.
Oh, yes.
And
I mean,
there's been a lot of them who have been like, no, I think this thing is alive,
well,
and it's stuck inside a box, and we need to help it. Like that kind of attitude, and it's scary.
even Sarah in chat was saying when she was describing her issues with experimenting with some of these LLMs, is that the phrase she used was, it doesn't understand. And we've allowed these product men to anthropomorphize these things to the point where we're still using words like it doesn't understand, it's not thinking. Yeah, it's not even that. It can't understand.
Yeah.
It's just putting words together statistically.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
When I wrote the guidelines, I specifically, when we got to the section on hallucinations,
Yeah.
I said, AI's LLM-based generative AI systems are inherently untrustworthy due to their consistent behavior. I didn't use behavior, but
Yeah, but you're trying to take all the human words out of it, because it's like,
specifically that they get things wrong without telling you.
yeah.
Bracket, commonly anthropomorphized as hallucinations.
Yeah.
Because I do not want that word to be. It assumes so much thought and intent in there, and there is no thought and intent. It's just getting it wrong.
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
Yeah. It's not dreaming anything up. It's not seeing things that aren't there. It is literally just.
It is presenting you incorrect information as fact.
It's like it did an analysis, and then it came back with a result that doesn't match anything that the analysis should have matched. Yeah. And if it was a person for real, like, it would just be getting bad marks on everything.
Yeah, or
It'd be fired.
or getting
from stuff.
fired.
It's like, yeah, this is a completely different take.
Issue.
Yeah. That's good, though. I'm actually, because I've used that word, I've used hallucination as well to refer to those kind of things. It's like, yeah, that you make a good point. I should remember to not do that.
I'm never going to give the system a benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Can I offer you a ginger ale?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
A ginger beer, in fact.
If you'd like.
I was about to go get a drink myself.
Good. I'll get you a good one. All right. I'm going to have some apple cider vinegar and water.
Interesting. Your can says new. My cans say limited edition.
Interesting.
So it's moved beyond limited edition to an actual permanent product, maybe.
I hope that's the case.
Yeah.
Because I did notice the new myself when I got those and thought, okay, I guess it's here to stay.
Wow.
Yeah, real ginger.
Yeah, every time I crack one of these, it doesn't matter, even other ginger beers, but whenever I crack one, the first time I lean over to take a sip, I'm usually inhaling at the same time, and then I'm almost always coughing because I forget that, oh wait, this is going to hit the back of your throat and it's going to make you cough immediately. Not even with anything in my mouth, just the vapor of it.
Oh yeah, it's that good.
So what have you got there?
Apple cider vinegar and carbonated water.
Oh, nice.
Give it a try if you like. It's,
I would prefer not to. Thank you all the same.
It's refreshing, and so I hopped back on the Mio train for a little bit. Get some flavor into my carbonated water, and this does that, but without any sugar or artificial sweeteners.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
It gives you that little tang and a little bit of apple flavor too.
That's what you have described here. Actually, is it shtickle?
Yes, though shtickle does usually include a bit of
ginger?
A sweetener often, and lemon juice.
Ah, okay.
And so honey is often used there. I started doing this because I picked up when we were at H Mart. It is a fun drink. A Korean apple cider vinegar drink. I thought, okay, let's see how this is. Oh, that's really apple cidery.
Yeah.
And then while we were in Lethbridge, I discovered or was introduced to a new but discount store, Bianca Amour.
Okay. Never heard of that. Wow.
Yeah, they're kind of like an excess cargo, but with food.
Really?
Yeah. So like lots of stuff getting close to its expiration date.
Okay, that's interesting.
Deep discounts and 25% off for seniors on the first Tuesday of the month.
That's a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
So you can get Jello packets for 55 cents.
Yeah.
But I got some kombucha with the apple cider vinegar in there as well.
And now that I know how to make agar or content jelly or whatever, I'm like, shit, I could, like, I'm going to try to find powder, but I'm like, even the stick is actually reasonably simple. And I'm like, now that I can do that, now I can start thinking about what else I want to do with it. And maybe actually start flavoring it or doing other things differently. But I mean, as a dessert, to have, like, to just be like, I'll just make a bunch of this and I can keep like enough of it in the fridge that I can just go in and like take a scoop out and throw it in the bottom of whatever and add some other toppings to it and be like, I think I have found like a new favorite summer dessert to have.
Oh, great.
You know, like, so finding these cheaper ways to do that stuff is great. Like, I haven't been to H Mart yet. I hear it's good.
It's great. It's just too full of people right now. It might be better now. I haven't been back since that a week after opening, and that was still too much.
For those of you who don't live in Victoria, we know that's most of you, but not all of you. We had a Toys R Us Canada in Mayfair Mall, and we were like, yeah, that avoided the shutdown, and then it shut down. So it closed down for a completely different reason, and it moved out of there, and it was just empty in there for a while, and then recently H Mart, which is a Korean grocery store.
American-run Korean.
Is it American? It's not a Canadian one?
No,
okay.
They are.
Yeah, but it's opened up in there now, and people got really excited about that because there was a point where in Uptown Shopping Center, they were building a new grocery store on the roof of that on the fourth story, and everyone was like, oh shit, please let that be an Asian supermarket. We were hoping for TNT supermarket. Because
we don't have any sort of we have some fairly good Asian shops around town, but not a full supermarket.
Yeah, and then you could go to like Fairway Market, of which there were several of those. I could barely see what that. I only saw the label go over your hood.
I think it was the banana.
Oh, I see.
They may be dead.
Okay. But yeah, Fairway Market is like, it's a good local supermarket. It has good prices on stuff, and it has a fairly good section of Asian food.
And good produce and some meat as well, but it's not comprehensive, and it's not not always fresh.
Yeah, you can get bao there and stuff,
Yeah.
and you can like, they have a bakery to do that. They have a Chinese food service as well. And like, it's like this is good, but it's not like a full-on only Asian, like all sorts of crazy stuff
And
that we're not
Pan-Asian,
used
too.
to. Yeah,
You,
yeah,
you get the Korean, you get the Chinese, you get the Japanese.
Yeah.
From an H Mart.
yeah. We were normally just relying mostly on there's an aisle in most grocery stores that has the word Asian above it. That's
and,
kind of
and Fujiya,
and Fujiya, yeah.
which is
So yeah, I'll have to stop in there at some point because I imagine I can buy agar there. And,
Oh, probably.
yeah.
And to those of you in Ballard and Seattle, congratulations on your own H Mart.
I'm surprised though that we didn't get something that was like a local, like something that was Canadian, because
Well, I've heard rumors.
there are some Canadian Asian groceries operating in Vancouver that are very popular, and I thought for sure that we would get one of them. But
Well, TNT, that's a Loblaw property, so
Yeah.
it has its own problems.
yes,
But my understanding, the rumors I've heard on the internets are that there's some sort of agreement between Fairway and Loblaws that they will not open a TNT on the island.
interesting. I wonder if that might also be a thing with Supermart or something else. There's like whatever it is that was like big in Burnaby right now. But,
My
Yeah.
understanding, though, is that there are agreements between grocery stores themselves that get written into the lease on the land itself as a covenant to have bubbles around grocery areas.
It's like you can only have so much space in which this grocery. Okay.
Well, there is a Thrifties within X number of kilometers radius from here.
Right.
You cannot open another grocery store within X radius of
Okay.
that Thrifties.
Wow.
Yeah,
That has to be population gated though too, right? Because it has to. I'm sure that because they opened a Save On, and like 2 blocks away is Market on Yates. Mm-hmm. And so if there is something that's built into leasing and all those other kind of things, I imagine that's like the relative population density might have something to do with like, well, we can open another one of these here because there is enough population in the area, I guess.
Yeah, it's all cartels.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely that means I think I'm gonna, because it was nice to go to Fujiya and buy Kanten stick, but I would like to find Kanten powder.
You want to try the powder?
Yeah, because it's supposed to be way simpler, and then see if I can find Shiratamako and everything too. And for that, I might just try Fairway to see what I can find. I like supporting Fujiya.
Oh yeah,
That's
me
the other
too.
thing. Yeah.
But I know there's some things I can't get at Fujiya, and I'm glad that we have the option to go. If nothing else, quite frankly, Fairways is closer to me than an H Mart. Uh-oh. Well, that's a transmission.
Oh dear.
Yeah, didn't fully clutch that one. Oh, gas. Don't want gas. That just makes my car thicker.
Surely that's gonna also though, it's gonna help it stay down low, more weight. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
more
yeah.
weight to swing out in the butt when I release those back tires. We described this car earlier today as the the absolute zone in automotive form. It's your goth girlfriend's thigh by itself. It's self-contained,
right,
thick and round and powerful,
right.
but also now full of gas.
So your thick goth girlfriend's butt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I got to catch you up on all the lore.
Thank
from
you.
this
Yeah,
year's.
that's right. I'm sure someone's keeping notes.
Next, we'll talk about shoving one of those Technics gas cylinders up your butt to
Okay. Yeah,
power your regular creations.
Oh, Christ, what else did I do today? I watched a video about thorium reactors.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was fun.
What do you think?
They sound amazing. Thorium molten salt breeder reactor.
Oh yeah, you got the molten salt. Yeah, that's what I'm all about.
Yeah, because what I thought was more interesting is that it was on the Undecided with Matt Farrell on his channel, and I watch him and I watch a couple other people who do these kind of things. But what I thought was interesting, because thorium's one of those things that it can just keep making more thorium through virtue of the cycle, because it catches neutrons, it turns into protactium.
Yeah, one of the other elements.
233.
Yep.
And then when it does that, it's like, well, now I'm this, but I'm unstable, so I want to decay. So what I want to decay into? Oh, I want to decay into thorium, and so it does. And when it does, it gives off.
Hence the breeder reactor.
Yeah, and then what happens is that then that thorium it made wants to decay into uranium-233, but then uranium-233 is like, well, I'm just gonna fucking burn myself. So it does, and when it does, it gives off more neutrons or electrons or whatever. There's a whole cycle, and I can't describe it because I'm not a nuclear engineer and I have a bad memory. And it's 5 a.m.
So many reasons.
But what is interesting is that there's a company called Copenhagen Atomics that is making these very small breeder reactors that run on molten salt, so that they get the molten salt up to 700 degrees Celsius, and then it gets pumped out and heat exchanged to boil a bunch of water, and so when it comes back at 600 degrees Celsius, which is still hot enough for it to help maintain the reaction. And so if anything ever happens, that the pumps break down, the electricity cuts out, or people run away screaming because they don't want to have anything to do with it anymore, what'll happen is that the salt will start to cool down, which means the reaction can't continue.
Yeah, and it very slowly puts itself to sleep.
Puts itself out, and then it basically solidifies into a hunk of rock on the inside of all the stuff. Yeah. Or it melts the freeze plug, which has all the molten salt drain out of it, which takes all the heat away from the thing immediately, which stops the reaction quite fast. And I was like, this is fascinating. And yeah, they're making these smaller units. They're testing them right now because we're still a decade away. We have 5 years worth of testing. We've shown that we can make this operate somewhat, but we're trying to improve our materials. We're going to take it. They're a private company taking it to a public institute in Denmark for them to help verify that this is all going to work properly and that they can actually get what they need out of this. And if they get through that, they said there would be another 5 years worth of buying licenses and testing and stuff. But the idea is that they'll be able to build one of these tiny reactors one a day.
Jesus.
And then they'll put a whole bunch of them into a shipping container, and then they send the shipping container off to a location. And the idea is that when it gets there, you can turn it on. You'll be able to hook it up, and then you turn it on remotely. Because it can join a whole bunch of other shipping containers that are currently doing the same thing. And the shipping containers have is it 6 or 8 inches? It was 20 centimeter thick steel walls.
Ooh.
Because the amount of gamma radiation that it gives off is crazy. And so they're like, we need to be able to put these into place and have them run mostly uninterrupted for 5 years, because at that point all the stuff on the inside will start to wear out and break down. And then that's when we will shut that down.
Yeah, grab a new shipping container, plop it in.
Yeah, we'll take it out of commission, we'll bring it to a location, and then we at that point it's like that thing can be we can hide it away for 300 years.
Yeah, we throw it in the sea. That one's done.
Yeah, we're basically done with that for 300 years, and then we just make a new one and we put the new one in place. And because it's a breeder reactor, it's always making new thorium, and it's always making a little more thorium all the time, which then means that they can pump
that.
Yeah, they can pump the thorium out and put it into other reactors that are just coming on site, and then those will continue to do it. It's like, this sounds amazing.
They should name that design the Idaho.
Yeah.
Bring me another Idaho.
And it turns out that this whole process was invented in the 1960s.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, shit, that makes sense, because people were really into that back then. And apparently it got, they ran, in the United States, they ran a thorium breeder reactor for 4 years uninterrupted, for 15,000 hours. And then the government grants were like, cool, hey, we should build another, but a different kind of breeder reactor. Then these things sound great. So they did. And the guy who was at the center of all this was like, and thorium, and it should be thorium, and we should make it thorium. And everyone's like, man, would you shut the fuck up about thorium? And they fired his ass. And the breeder reactor they made, I have no idea what the new one was, but it ran on whatever kind of fuel, and it didn't work, and had tons of technical problems and all this other kind of shit. So
it's an abandoned technology.
Yeah, the technology just doesn't work, clearly, so we should just shut it down. It's like, but Mr. Thorium, like Dr. Thorium was right there telling you that this shit works great for 4 years and makes a little bit of energy, and it's pretty reasonable, and it's reasonably safe as long as you don't get right next to it. And,
I think you'll find that uranium extraction is the backbone of Canadian economics.
Yeah. It doesn't matter that thorium is, what did they say, 500 times more abundant on the Earth than fissionable uranium. So, yeah. That's why I think it's interesting that Denmark's like, that Copenhagen Atomics is like into this idea, and that Denmark seems to be behind the idea too. I'm kind of like, yeah, I can see why having a bunch of shipping containers that can make like heat for you, so you can use that to make steam and spin turbines.
Well, I mean, that's all that's the only way we make electrons work.
Photovoltaics. Yeah. There is that too, but.
Okay, photovoltaics and spinning things fast.
Yeah, exactly. You know. So we make things by spinning stuff fast, and I was just like, I thought it was really cool, and I like to watch those videos from time to time because I like to feel like, oh, you know what? If we don't frig everything else up on the Earth, we're due for some good stuff in maybe a decade or two.
I do love stories about technologies that are viable and just have been abandoned for absolutely no reason.
Yeah. Because it's different than when they're like, well, we'll have cold fusion in 5 years. I'm like, I bet you won't. But this kind of thing is like, we did it once before, we could do it again.
Yeah,
it's like,
we have it now.
Yeah. I'd love to see that happen. Sounds like fun.
Trash shows like Cutie Honey. I'm not gonna let that one. We have talked about that as well.
Yeah,
but I'm not gonna let that one down.
I had I was on YouTube and had recommended to me a video. There's an opening to a Japanese TV series in the 1970s called The Supergirl.
Ooh.
And it had a half animated opening with this incredibly busty fox girl animated.
I think I've seen this before, yes.
Yeah, and then it had like half frontal nudity in the intro.
Yep,
It's like, what?
Oh, you could do that.
Yeah, you could do that. And you can do it on YouTube apparently too. YouTube is fine with that or whatever, but it was just like really surprised. I'm like, oh shit, oh shit. So, yeah.
The one that I keep coming back to intro-wise was for, it was one of the Jackie Chan films that was released in Japan.
Okay.
That they got Monkey Punch to do the opening animation credits for.
Oh, really?
And it's very early Monkey Punch. Okay. It is not the later Pleasant Lupin. It's Lupin by way of Jackie Chan doing kicks at the screen, and then topless woman shows up. Eyes bug out, they chase off to each other, and something else happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what the natural thing that happens between an animated man and woman.
Mm-hmm. They animate a baby.
Mm-hmm. I assume some sort of like boxing glove on a spring situation.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
From the stripy boxers. The Devil Rises has found one of these things.
Yeah. Yes. Do you prefer to identify what era of Lupin you're watching from the color of his jacket or his boxer shorts?
Yes, Lupin the Commando. I am actually very excited about the new film coming. Not because, and they are really harping on the fact that this is the first theatrical non-crossover Lupin movie in 10 years.
Yeah, okay.
Or 20 years probably. But it's the capstone of this current director's arc.
Okay.
He's the one who did the Fujiko Mine's Lie.
Oh yeah.
Blood Spray of Goemon, Jigen's Gravestone, and Lupin Part 6, I believe, as well.
Okay.
The TV series. And so this is going to be a capstone Lupin movie about immortal people in a jungle.
Okay.
I don't know. It looks rad as hell. And then apparently we're going to get a Zenigata series in the same style afterwards as well. Finally.
All right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
The old man gets a show. Yeah, lost a lot of time in that there. I was going to eat mermaid meat. I think that was already another Lupin.
Oh. Oh, the sun's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It just doxed us.
At the very least, we can let them know the latitude.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Longitude, fuck that. We gotta protect that with our clocks. Looking forward as well to I love doing long drives because it means I get a chance to read some books.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Get them in all at once.
Yeah.
Read 2 on the trip down. All You Need Is Kill,
Okay.
which was a glad to finally read the book, especially with the new animated movie coming from Science Sato. It's going to give us one side of the story that we didn't get in the Tom Hanks.
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that would have been a much better movie if it was Tom Hanks. Because then he'd do, then he would have done like a 12-episode docudrama on time travel or something. Oh no, I love it when Tom Cruise does a new prestige series because you know you're gonna get some good documentary afterwards.
When Tom Hanks does a new.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. See, it's okay, folks. We know how this goes. Yeah.
But nice to have that. But the other one I ended up reading was Careless People.
Oh. Okay.
The tried to be buried book about time in Facebook. By the woman who wanted to run their international governmental relations branch. Because she, at the beginning, she believed in the mission of Facebook, that it's Facebook was going to change the world in the way that people communicated and the way people got elected, and thought we need to get ahead of this, the idea of potential regulation. We should be the ones bringing this up to governments rather than waiting for it to happen to us.
Right.
And oh god, what a terrible time she had at that company.
Wow. That was a rough one.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, just full of finding out how careless these people literally are about their the actions that they're taking. Cheryl, what's her face, the second in charge, the one who wrote the Lean In book.
Yeah. Yeah.
And stories about playing Settlers of Catan with Mark Zuckerberg and the rest of the executives, as he made them play these games.
Oh, I see.
And everyone is absolutely throwing the game to let him win.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And one of the final stories is her just finally calling him out on all of his bullshit, and playing a game and saying, "No, I absolutely will not cheat to lose to you."
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus.
And then her realization that, oh my god, no one has ever done this to him before. No one has ever said no.
Right.
And ugh.
It's funny, right? Because it's like, it's the stereotypical thing you hear about all the time, where it's like the guy with money and money and money, just that it's like, and then he had a bunch of yes men, and they just never told him no, and they just kissed his ass all the time and let him win things and told him he was the best, and it's like, right.
Then there was the time I had to take this plane trip back from a country that had no internet service, and I was potentially able to be disappeared from. I think Myanmar, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And on the plane ride back, my boss, Sheryl Sandberg, says, "You need to come to bed." Excuse me? "You look tired. You need to come to bed and sleep with me in the back of this plane."
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It's a fascinating book.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Of some really weird stuff. But yeah, read that, but I was looking forward to reading Apple in China, because I do want to hear about our boy genius's justifications for what he's doing there. Sorry, boy genius Tim Apple. Again, another case of companies avoiding legal pressure by capitulating in advance.
Yeah. I have liked hearing the stories about law firms where they capitulate in advance, and because it's happened several times, but I mean recently especially, and how the fallout from that is that so many of their clients walk away. They're just like, wait, I wanted to have a lawyer that would be willing to fight its case, especially if they're convinced of the validity of my case. You know, and so there's that sense of like, if you hadn't done anything wrong, then why are you saying, oh, it's just easier if we just give in? It's like, but you didn't do anything wrong, so why would you? It's like, well, then things are going to get bad. It's like, yeah, but wouldn't you want to show your
Fight for that?
Yeah, show your backbone and be like, no, I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not going to stand here and act like I did do something wrong. Like, and yeah, I know there's a bunch of. It's been interesting to see that like rival law firms have been picking up the client lists. And which has been good too, where it's like, you know, lawyers will be like, I'm not working here anymore, and so they'll leave that company and they'll go work for another law firm, and they bring their whole client list with them, and then all those clients are like, hell yeah, absolutely, I don't give a shit about staying with that other firm at this point. I'll come, you know, I'm gonna stick with you. You left to go somewhere else, makes sense to me. So I'm like, yeah, I like I know the whole. Why not introduce a little controversy? I prefer. Go woke or go broke, because I know people have been saying, oh, go woke, go broke, that whole horse shit, and I'm like, I think you'll find it's go woke or go broke at this point. You know, what you're asking for is something unsustainable. If it's like, oh, well, you know, be shitty or else you'll lose all your money, it's like, you're not the majority here, my guy.
There is a sea change coming. Actually, you reminded me of the other book that's coming up down the pipe for me. Servants of the Damned. Giant law firms, Donald Trump, and the corruption of justice. So I feel like I should be hearing a bunch of stuff along that lines in that book.
Yeah.
Still needs Tesla's stock to drop by about 15% so I can get my $20 back.
You short?
No, I used one of the inverse funds.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah, shorting's hard. Inverse funds are easy.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair.
They just don't always work.
Yeah.
It's okay. We live in topsy-turvy land. That's just how it go.
When speaking of companies dropping shit, though, we went into the Graham had a midnight pickup for his Switch 2, which we needed to do so I could have a Switch 2 on the table for that episode of Checkpoint.
Yeah,
that was the very next day.
I understand.
So I went with him to go do that, and we stood in line way too long to get this thing. Like, there is no good reason I could think of why it had to go the way that it did, and I feel so bad for all of the EB Games staff that was standing there having to deal with it. But yeah, to be when we were in the store, they had things up, they had monitors up to show like their website, which is www.gamestop.ca, that goes to a website that has nothing but EB Games logos all over it, man. And like the back room on the you know, the employees' back room, authorized personnel only, right? massive sticker on the door, like covering most of the door, with a big maple leaf, and it says "Proudly Canadian." It had the Big EB Games logo written across it too, and I'm like, man, those guys in Quebec didn't waste any time at all. They're like immediately being like, we're gonna change all this shit, we're gonna do it real fast, send all this rebanding stuff. We can't get rid of the GameStop logos because they're up on the marquees and stuff. What we can do is we can rebrand everything in the store as fast as possible. And I'm like, wow, yeah, they're not waiting around for that. So
Those poor employees.
yeah. Because of course they had to do all that work.
I can imagine working there. Like, I don't give a rat's tit about what logo is on top of that check, as long as the number with the dollar sign next to it stays the same or goes up.
Exactly. Yeah, no, the process of waiting for that Switch 2 was a little weird because Graham and I got there like about 11:30 at night because we were like, well, it's a midnight release, and we get there and then there's a whole lineup inside the store and the doors are locked. But somebody comes out and lets us in, so we get into the end of the line. And sure enough, that happens more times. Other people end up behind us as well. And so everyone, because they didn't gate the line. Like they didn't say, "Oh, are you here past a certain time of night?" Well,
Too bad.
too
Too late.
bad. You got to go home, right? Like we let everybody in who's coming in because we actually open at 9 p.m. because that's midnight Eastern.
Well, didn't they have more units available than they had people buying them?
I have no idea. I just know that we had like however many people were in line. The weird thing was you would see people come out and they all had to walk down the same way, but you would see nobody for like 10 or 15 minutes. And then you'd see a person, and then you'd see another person, and then you might see like another person, and you'd see nobody for 10 or 15 minutes. And when we got in there, we discovered they either had 2 or 3 people, because they've been working there all night. They're absolutely bagged, obviously, too. But they had either 2 cashiers or 3 cashiers working all the time. But the process was so weird, because you'd get into the store, you'd loop around the inside of the store to the middle, and then you'd wait in the lineup. And so then when you would come in, they would check they'd be like, what are you in line for? It's like pre-order for Switch 2. It's like, okay, cool. And they'd send somebody to the back to pick up the Switch 2.
Yep.
To go in the back and grab a Switch 2 off of whatever stack it's on.
Sounds very Apple so far.
Yeah. And then they come back out the front with that Switch 2. They'd also sometimes be like, did you pre-order anything else? And you'd tell them and they could go back in the back and get it for you as well. But they didn't have your whole order set aside. They just had everything kind of like
willy-nilly. Collect them as they come in.
All the Switch 2 stuff was like, there's a whole bunch of Switch 2s over here, and all the accessory stuff is all just in massive boxes over on the other side, I guess. Because they were talking about how they didn't actually sort any of that stuff out ahead of time. The Switches were sorted.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little weird because I was like, you go in the back, you grab a Switch for this one person who's in line, and then there's about 5 to 7 minutes of faffing about and doing something. And they're like, yeah, we have to find your pre-order. Then once we find your pre-order, then we are going to verify and then we have to scan the Switch into the system because we have to scan in that it's here. But then we also have to scan in the serial number, and I'm like, all of this should be way faster for like a company that does this all the time, right?
Well,
You'd think. But also, I worked at the UVic bookstore, and sometimes when people would come in to buy computers, it was like a 10-minute process for me to basically sell somebody a computer, like to put it through the whole system. I had to make a purchase order and I had to do all this, or like an invoice and all this other kind of shit. As opposed to just going bip, 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 we're done. I had to be like bip, and then I have to get this, and I have to bip, and I have to bip, and then we have to do all these other things, and it's like, okay. But I assumed that this would be faster because it's like, oh, you have a massive company that's behind you to hopefully make this easier. And it was not. It took a long time. And that's when I realized, I'm like, that's why we were seeing people come out in like globs of 2 or 3 people, because they're only able to get 2 to 3 people through.
oh god, yeah, they've only got the 2
They've got 2 cashiers or maybe 3 cashiers, and then those 3 people get done about the same time and they all leave. And I'm like, why don't they have a stack of 10 Switches behind the counter so you can just grab one and put it up on the counter and get fucking going? And no, they have to send somebody to the back every time to get one and bring it back out. And I'm like, but you have 40 people in the store that most of them are getting Switches. Have them brought out. Like, you know, there should be a few more out here than you need. But
See, they only I think you misrepresent how often they do this. This is a thing that they only do once, 3 times every 4 to 5 years. Like we've been spoiled by Apple's ability to do this sort of thing because they do it so much more often at a greater scale too.
Yeah.
They have everybody with a machine in their hands, all staff on deck, ready to assist every person. There's not just 2 cash registers to run the transactions through.
and they have a whole system that's set up to be like, so what are we doing here today? It's like, well, this is who I am. And it's like, great, boop, we got that information from you, and we're just gonna scan in your thing, and because it's all us and it's all our product, bip, 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 we have your serial numbers and everything on hand, assigned to your Apple ID, obviously, because we know who you are. Give us your card, or you want to pay with Apple Pay, you can do that, because we have all that shit set up. You can just go bip, 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 and you're done. And yeah, it's a top to bottom fully integrated system, so of course it's going to be a lot nicer than something like this, where, as you say, they only have to do it 2 or 3 times, and over about a 5, maybe even 7-year time period, you've only done it 3 times. Like, yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh, the steering bad.
yeah.
Oh, sure. Let's deal with that. Nope, not that one. I need to do this here. Aha, there we go. Boop, that's one, and that's the other one. There we go. Now I get to wield the sword. From inside the car, modding from inside the car. There we go.
Jesus. I feel like we're gonna go to the hell zone again.
I think we'll be able to make it to the pit without
Okay.
too much effort. I haven't told them yet what I want. Everything.
Sure, why not?
And no more gas. Yeah, I personally, I have just kind of lost the magic of day 1 releases for things.
Oh yeah.
It's like one more day is, or even a week these days is not going to change my life.
Yeah. I did see somebody put a video on YouTube. It's like, are there any Switch 2s left to buy in some whatever location they're in, right? But they put the question in my head where I was like, it's a good point. Is that I wonder if everywhere is like, sorry, these are all still pre-order. These are all still pre-order. We haven't got through that yet, or if there is like a thing where it's like, no, we've made lots, we've made enough to kind of satisfy demand over the next little while, and people can take their time. And it's like, I like the idea of, getting back into that idea of I can take my time on this stuff.
Yeah, like apparently the Sherwood Park Walmart had Switch 2s left over after the weekend.
Yeah, I guess I've gotten used to that over the time too, like with buying like iPhones and MacBooks and everything else. It's like rarely am I ever buying the new thing. So what does it matter? Why not? I'm going to buy the thing that's 2 years old anyway, or I'm waiting on something for an even longer period of time. So why not just? Why not just be like, sit back and relax about it? You know, like maybe that I think is maybe also an age thing too.
A little bit, probably.
Yeah.
I find these days that I care less and less about what's new, and I've been spending a lot more time catching up on media that I haven't seen until now.
I find myself sometimes also like running into. Occasionally, what I'll do is I'll go look at my NAS that I have at home, and I'll be like, oh, I should probably put a couple more hard drives in that. I don't need to. It's only 80% full right now, right? And I was like, I should probably put a couple more hard drives in that.
80% is a good time, actually.
It's probably about a good time, maybe, but it's just like, yeah, I'll need to get to that. I'll just get to it. And they'll start shopping for stuff, and I'll be like, oh, but maybe I should also, like, I should buy a new, like, host bus adapter and get, like, a new thing. And maybe I should do that, and maybe I should do this. And then I should buy some SSDs for it so they can have, like, some cache, whatever. And, like, start thinking about all the, like, upgrades and stuff, and I could be making to it. And then after a while, realizing it's like, I don't need all those things. I think I'm doing this because I feel like it's like modding a car, right? It's like, or modding anything else. It's like, there's a notch I haven't filled on the device, so fill it with something.
Right.
Put something in there, right? And falling for that kind of thing. Just the idea of like, oh, little upgrades. I mean, I did that to my car, right? I found out that seat. Seat, is that what it is? The Spanish.
Yeah. I know the one you're talking
that's
about.
owned by VW Group. Seat has a. They have a windshield washer fluid tank cover, right? Like the thing that covers it. It's designed out of silicone. It's like $8. And what happens is when you flip it open, it's got like the whole like. Grating in there, the mesh in there to catch whatever. But when you open it, rather than being like a plastic thing on a ring that just kind of like flops over and gets in your fucking way, when you open it up, it flops open and turns into
a funnel. Yeah.
And I was like, I own a VW Jetta TDI, like Highline. This thing cost money when somebody else other than me bought it, right? This was a nice vehicle. And I'm finding out now that whatever Skoda or Seat or whatever that takes this, like that there's like probably a third the price of my friggin' car or whatever that they're selling over there, has the nicest designed windshield washer cover or windshield fluid tank cover cap on the market. And why did this never make it into any of VW's other cars? And this fits my tank, because I looked it up and people were like, this is like the first upgrade I did on my Jetta when I bought it off someone else, because I found you could do this. And I was like, this rules. And I spent $8 on eBay and it showed up. And I took the old one off and got rid of it and I put the new one on. And it was like, this thing rules. So yeah, it was so good. And it was an official one that was like, this is the real deal. This isn't like some sort of knockoff thing. It was like, no, this is actual part numbers and everything else, and it's only this much money. And I'm like, hell yeah. I got like but it's like, you know how often I fill my windshield washer fluid?
That was going to be my first question once you finished.
Do you know how much windshield washer fluid I've maybe spilled in my life because I've been not careful or some shit?
Yeah, never had a funnel.
Yeah, I'm like, it almost never ever happens, but I saw this as a thing and I'm like, I want this now. And I have money, so I have to have it. And it's like buying the wristbands, right, for my watch, where it's like, I wouldn't buy that Apple braided solo loop for $99, but I would buy it for $49. You know what? No, I would buy it for $30, especially. So
are they $5? Yeah, you bring me more.
Shit, I'll get all of them. We can't wear more than one at a time. I'm like, I know.
Oh, ask me how.
Yeah, but I'll figure it out. So yeah.
I was just thinking the other day how proud I felt of myself for not having bought a physical treat or any real item in months.
Oh yeah.
I haven't bought anything outside of food and to drink, or food to eat and alcohol to drink.
Sure.
And boy, that was nice.
It's like I didn't buy a permanent good.
Yeah, I didn't add anything to the pile of crap in my home.
Yeah.
That I'm not using. I didn't even buy any parts for hobbies or paints for anything. And then I bought Claire Obscure.
Oh, yeah.
Which
I want to also Driosynth saying I have Euro style headlights and taillights on my Suburban for the same reason. I feel like good on you for putting Euro style headlights and taillights on your American vehicle, because they're so much better designed. Like these, having actual amber like
Oh yeah.
indicators and shit. It's like, oh, I love that so much. I hate this bullshit of having like newer cars in the North American market just being like everything's red on the back and then your reverses are what. It's like no. I love having amber indicators. I love the look of it. I love the utility of it. Like I love the fact that it's like you know when someone's turning because
that's the turn signal.
That's the turn, and it's the turn signal color, so you know it's the right thing. It's like yes.
I was so mad when they tried to make my front amber turn signals into daytime running lights.
Oh,
Because the regulation is, well, that can't be the same color as your regular headlights. Oh, I understand now. Okay, give me 5 seconds to rewire things. Great. Are we now? Okay, you're good for the inspection? Great. It passed? Great. 1 second. I mean, bye.
yeah.
Put it back. Of those big bullet-shaped indicators.
Jesus, that thing just snuck up on.
Oh yeah, the Cheeto. Wow. So let me run this by you here.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I think enough people might have shuffled through. New idea for a loading ready live challenge or pre-record.
Oh, sure, okay.
I think pre-record would be good because we can get some good angles. Everyone gets a bag of Hawkins cheesies.
Okay.
And
Hawk ones.
Involved.
All right, I've already named it.
And the challenge is to remove the dust.
Like with my tongue?
It's your choice.
Okay.
They have to be edible when you're done because we're going to be tasting. We're going to be testing them based on texture, taste, and color.
Oh, I see.
And it's your choice. Like if you can find a chemical separation procedure, that's great. If you want to try licking them off and then cleaning them, fine.
Right. But that does mean that I'll have to eat
tiny
those.
Toothbrush.
Yeah. Oh, we all have to identify methods. We have to try those methods so that we can end up with a completely flavorless cheesy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting because I would love to be able to get a hold of Hawkins and be like, "Can you please send us?
So we can ruin.
We need
your snacks.
We need a control for this. Can you send us just some unflavored cheesies so we know how close the ones we're going to try to make are to your products?
Oh my god.
To what happens to them when this happens? Like, and they'll probably be like, absolutely not. We do not send anything unflavored out of our factory. You must be out of your mind.
Alternatively, would you like them in a bag sealed, or do you want them just loose?
I want a 1 kilogram bag of Hawkins nude cheesies.
Good. I'm glad we've had this discussion.
Yeah, no, this seems like a very specific thing for us to do that maybe not everyone's going to be into, but it seems like a way to have a good time. It's like, how flavorless can you make this thing, and how fast can you do it? I'm assuming, or I mean, that's if we did it as a live bit. If it was a pre-record bit, they'd be like, we can definitely invest some more time.
Yeah, I want people to get deep into the weeds on this.
Yeah.
This was after a discussion I had with Heather about how we should retry the egg drop.
Oh yeah.
But this time you have to use a skeleton. In some way, you can choose what type of skeleton you want to use.
That's good. Okay.
But you do have to incorporate a skeleton somehow into your into your design.
Interesting.
Yeah. Which again goes completely against my initial idea, which is to say remove the bones from the hands for the softest hands.
So is this what they call like, I know that they have track taxis. This is what we call a track bus.
Yeah.
I have to say, I love the idea of getting a bus on the Nürburgring just a transit bus full of like 60 people going around at like 95 kilometers an hour.
Oh, I mean, even better.
Screaming the entire time.
Even better if we can have them all standing up, but in a 5-point harness that's attached to one of the poles.
God damn, that'd be so great. That's the kind of shit that Top Gear should have done. Like, yeah.
Well, you know what? As we said, James May, give us a call.
So the things that we can't, like, the great ideas that you have where you're like, I don't have any money to spend on this plan, but I mean, though,
Oh yeah, it's an Ontario transit bus too.
nice. The I think we told this story in behind the scenes on RoadQuest or whatever, but like, we were all very excited for the Woodcock 500 until we got out there, and then some of the reality started to set in where we're like, oh fuck, we could flip these cars. Like there was a real sense, I think, that all the drivers had that was like, things could go very badly today, and we need to. Like, we made a couple of bad decisions. One was we gave ourselves enough space to drive and then brake, and we should have given ourselves more because we had the available space.
Well, and we should have done it in the opposite direction
Yes.
because we aimed ourselves directly towards a forest, which
Yeah, it
and
would have.
none of us had had the time to actually test the limits of the car to see how much space do I actually need to brake.
Yeah, if I'm at full tilt, how long is it going to take to brake with this thing? And also, there's other little considerations that I'm making. It's like my car was not in the best of shape engine-wise. We know that. Like it was, the kickdown had to be removed entirely, and all these other kind of things. And it was just like, okay, so that was a problem. But also like, because the engine was constantly running when we were driving down towards Lillooet. We'd gone through the mountains. We were driving down towards Lillooet.
Right. Yes.
I was very quiet. You'd probably noticed that on the darker part of that episode, we don't cut back to Adam and Beach that often. The reason for that is that we were both concentrating because I had to either run the car in neutral. Because it was trying to accelerate the whole time we were going downhill because it just wanted to accelerate. Yeah, it was like the engine's on it and it's going full tilt. It wants to accelerate. I can't turn the engine off because I need the engine to keep spinning, so I have power steering and power brakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I'm also fighting the vehicle as it's going down because I also have to put the thing in neutral, which means it's going to spin up to like max RPMs, and I'm applying the brakes as we're going downhill quite fast, which means we were heating up the brakes.
I remember smelling your brakes.
Yeah, so it was awful. And so to go to the Woodcock 500 a few days later and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to just race this, I'm going to spin this car up and race it out, and then I'm going to hit the brakes, there is a very good chance that those brakes could have been a lot heavier, like more worn than I thought. And yeah, we didn't act like we should get this car inspected one more time now that it has been repaired, like make sure the brakes are up to snuff and like anything else that we might have been worried about as a wear thing, because it frankly didn't occur to any of us that might have been a problem. And that's one of those things where, because we're all very tired and we're putting in this time, and I'm like, that's one of those things where I'm like, was that irresponsible? I was there. I was participating in it. That's as much my fault as anybody else's, I think, that nobody really sat for a second and actually really considered the implications of what had happened there. And yeah, so we did the Woodcock 500 and everything worked out, and we were able to drive those cars all the way, almost all those cars.
Very luckily.
Yeah, and we were able to make it all work, and we got a great show and a lot of fun out of it. But definitely one of those things that in retrospect I'm like, if we were to do it again, I'd probably end up having to make a lot longer of lists of like, these are the things that we're going to have to keep an eye on and the ways we're like to approach this vehicle. Stuff
I mean,
like that.
we're going to need to look at insurance in a different way and probably hire some sort of safety coordinator.
Yeah, someone who can be thinking about the condition of our vehicles the entire time. Because I'm sure that's a thing that like, Clarkson and May and Hammond they were in
I'm
their
sure
cars.
they absolutely have those people, and they absolutely have people inspecting them every day beforehand to say, okay, this can fail, but
we know the limits and we know what to expect, and so now you've been made aware of what to expect with your vehicle, and because a lot of that is like, they're like, well, if the car ever fails, we have the replacement car behind us, which sucks. And it's like, that's
the car failing. That is in that case, I guess it's just not running anymore, or a wheel fell off.
Exactly. It's never like, we were driving at speed down a highway, and then the car just shifted to the left, and I spun over and over again. It's like, no, they're keeping an eye on some of that stuff to be sure, just to be like, we're all assuming a risk, but we also know that we can't take that big a risk.
Except for that one time they drove down a tunnel at full speed, and James Bay nearly died running into a wall at the end. He did crash, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, the Grand Tour was a real thing sometimes.
I mean, I guess that is kind of the nature of making those kind of shows then, is that it's like, yeah, you are going to be at risk. You know, you're signing your contracts and getting your insurance based on that level of risk. And yeah.
Again, it's I even don't even think it's necessarily their personal insurance, which is the big question. It's Amazon's insurance of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or the value of their contract. The one time Hammond almost drove a dragster. I guess, yeah, the second time wasn't a dragster, it was a supercar.
Cookie Mom says on the Cheesy Things San Cheese, you might be able to get defects off the assembly line that were expunged before dusting, but I don't know for sure. Odds are that is a full line without a pause from baking to dusting.
My experience spending a few months watching every episode of How It's Made suggests yes.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Who's It's Made announcer?
I only really know the one guy who sounds like this.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that dude. I think it's the
Coffee gets put inside the funnel and it comes down onto the conveyor belt.
Yes.
He's good. There's a curly mouth woman, I think is the best way of putting her. She talks like this, like her lips are curling in and out as she speaks every word.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Then there's Mark Tewksbury, or whoever the guy, Olympics guy is.
Okay.
Who, yeah, no, he garbage to your stuff.
Oh.
The real winner is when you get the rare Irishman. Just wants to talk to you about biscuits and jam. Oh, puffcorn from Old Dutch, which is good stuff, but it's not Hawkins cheesy.
Yeah, it's not a cheesy. If you're unfamiliar with what we're talking about because you're not from Canada, the hard Cheeto, not the soft extruded corn, like puffy corn Cheeto.
No puffing. These are baked to be.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mark Tewksbury he was season 1? Lynn Hertzig, okay, she's the, okay. So there's, I don't know what the difference between Lynn and June then.
Okay.
Oh, I guess no, Lynn can also be a male name, so I guess that's probably the one you were mentioning. Then June, and then maybe Lynn Adams is the
present one?
Yeah. Rare Irishman is much better than medium Irishman. Okay. I thought you had inside information.
It beats the hell out of being pickled.
God, that was the hardest part of yesterday's not loading ready run. Tiltino stream on doing the Yakuza.
Yeah.
Was remembering what voices I gave to these characters.
I mean, when I heard you do the main character's voice, because I tuned in just as you were finishing the credits, and then he wakes up in the morning, he's like, "Yosh, time to get up and do whatever," right? And then you start reading his actual dialogue because he has to say hello again to the dudes. And I heard the voice you're doing, I'm like, "Oh man, you're gonna do that the whole time." Oh, I didn't know you did voices on Tilty House, but also you that's gonna be his voice the whole time. And I mean, at least you weren't like, you didn't opt for like a really scratchy, gravelly kind of thing, obviously. But
I may have made that mistake in the past, which is why you get this one. It's a lot easier to keep going without, just really fritzing up your throat.
Yeah.
Then I realized one of the other characters uses this voice as well, and they have lots of conversations.
I do regret not taking another pass at the line in the last Commodore Hustle, though, with Pistachio.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny that that there was the amount of feedback from people who were like, Pistachio's voice changed, and I was like, did it? Like I don't really remember Pistachio's voice that well.
We have we have dedicated fans.
Yeah. I mean, and also when a character, like when we're doing the voice, I think it's like Dan Castellaneta doing Homer's voice, right? That over a series of seasons, the original voice eventually becomes this other voice because you've been doing it and there's a slow evolution and you eventually find a register and a delivery and everything else about how this should be.
You learn who the character is too, and that informs how they talk.
Yeah, and I mean that because that happened to me with Derek on Quirpline, right? Where it was like the first few times we did it, like I have no idea who this guy is, and then as I start doing it, I'm like, I guess he sounds like this, and then eventually, Derek's voice, like we lock it in, and you do it so much that it's just like, oh, now this is exactly, I know who he will always be this. And it makes you almost want to go back and re-record like the earlier episodes, just be like, no, he's supposed to sound like this is what it's supposed to be like. But that would be cheating, right?
But yeah, like Homer's voice initially in those first 2 seasons was much more of a drunk oaf.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever he is now, 45 years later.
Yeah. Kind of a lovable dimwit.
That's a series I have not seen in ages.
Oh yeah, no, me neither.
Yeah, I look forward to catching up on that when I am in an old folks' home and have no access to my NAS anymore.
Oh man, that's a thing I didn't think about.
Oh?
That at some point in the future, it might just be like, I don't have access to any of my media library that I'm keeping for myself.
I've literally been thinking, okay, is there a possibility to find a group? How will homes for the elderly change in that respect when we, as huge technophiles, start to come in?
So, well, let's think about it this way, right? A lot of our grandparents, let's start with grandfathers, right? Just because I think most of our grandfathers probably had very similar hobbies, right? That are not just, watching the hockey game or whatever, right? Or talking about World War II. The hobbies were generally, I like to woodwork, I would like to make stuff, right? I'm a machinist or I'm a woodworker, like hobby or otherwise. One of my grandfathers was a professional machinist for, decades. So they would make allowances for that in a lot of these old folks' homes where it's like,
they'll have a workshop.
We put aside workshops for you. We put aside simpler tools and not a lot of stuff that you can like cut yourself on, obviously, Meanwhile, my grandfather, who was going through dementia, had a full goddamn workshop with a table saw and everything else, and he still wanted to go down and make stuff and do stuff. And it's just like, oh shit. So it's like the levels of, this is before he went to the old folks home. But yeah, I think that's the kind of thing, is like they will make allowances for us to have access to things. So will that mean that we'll get like, they'll do away with the workshop and we'll get like home labs?
Or air-conditioned server room?
Yeah. Or will it be that we want you to transition? Because I mean, you right now, soldering irons and, all that like modding stuff and doing whatever, I'm like, there might be enough of those people out there who are like working on small electronics, like doing that kind of thing, that will still want to continue doing that kind of stuff. But yeah, I love the idea of we have a server room here that is just for all you guys to manage all your shit in. God, I would love that if, I guess the other way to look at it is like, I guess you could be like, I guess I'll colo all my shit before I go to the old folks home and just be prepared to have...
Make that part of your retirement package budgeting.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm just going to either send all this stuff to a server farm somewhere, or I'll get myself I'll treat myself to a brand new server and we'll load all my shit onto it, and then I'll be able to manage that from a laptop or whatever as my mind slowly breaks down and I don't remember to do any of this stuff anymore.
Do you sell seed boxes, Sonny? I need a seed box. Do you have a veterans discount?
It's funny because we're in the period where everything sucks, like streaming wise, right?
Yep.
And so there's that question of maybe if it gets better, then maybe we won't have to worry about never being able to watch like The Simpsons or whatever ever again. But I mean, what are we going to do when it's like I want to watch this year's anime lineup, right? It's like I want to watch what's coming out in Japan right now, and it's like that's nice, Grandpa. Take your meds. Like, it's like I might not have the ability to do that kind of stuff.
Where am I going to watch ViFam, Beach? I still haven't watched ViFam.
Yeah.
I'm 80 years old and I keep putting off ViFam.
Right. Though, I did actually think about that. I did, for real, think about, not ViFam, but I thought about the idea of, like, at 80 years old, what, like, obviously, at that point, it's like, I don't want to die. I like living. Living is fun. It's fun for me, anyway, so, I hope it's fun for a lot of you, too. But it's like, what do I want to occupy my time with when that becomes the thing? Because, what good does it do for me to watch or read or listen to, like, etc.? What good does it mean for me to have experienced any of that stuff? It's like going back to school when you're 70, right? And it's like, oh, they went and they got a degree, and it's like, I don't need a degree if what I want to do is I want to sit in a room and I want to hear somebody. It is for, like, personal accomplishment, I guess. There's that thing of, like, oh, I feel good because I finally did that. But I think about things in my life where I'm like, I did the equivalent of doing that thing, but I never got I never got the reward for it, or I never got the diploma for it, or I never got the whatever. But I did do the thing, and if the experience is what's important overall, then it's like the experience is fine. But when I'm at the senescence of my life, what does it matter if I read that book? Because it's not like I can be like, oh shit, I read that book and now I've improved my being. It's like at that point, I worried that I'm just going to be interested in, like, I did this entertainment thing is all I did. I just do constant entertainment before I die.
Is that why you read books? For betterment, or?
I don't know, right? Like, to change your mind about stuff, to learn things about the world, like all that kind of stuff. But I'm like, but if I'm learning stuff about the world, I'm about to leave the world. Like, I could leave the world tomorrow. What did me learning that thing about the world at that time actually help me? And I got really in my head about this for a while.
I can tell.
Yeah, and it was more of that, hey, you have to come to terms with some stuff again. So, yeah, that was not a good scene, me having to really think my way through some of that stuff. And ultimately, yeah, it's you have all your time on Earth to put towards doing the things that you want to do while you're here, and maybe you don't get to do all of them. And that sure as hell didn't mean that you failed.
No. And in fact, for me, in the end, it was actually learning a bit more about entropy and information theory that made me feel a lot less bad about what I leave behind. Because quite frankly, the world is irrevocably changed by you simply being in it.
Yes.
And leaves an indelible mark. Every choice you make, every word you say, everything that's communicated, and the more people you reach like that, like we are currently talking to over 300 people.
Yeah.
We are leaving such a... I introduced Heather to the concept of a light cone this morning.
Okay.
We are leaving such a light cone right now. And I think that's... It makes me a little bit more mindful of the choices I make and the things I say. Not that much more mindful, because I feel like I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
But that information is with me, and it's carried with me until I stop influencing the universe.
Yeah.
And and every piece of information influences me in the same way that I receive and I process. So yeah, even entertainment is
is still important.
And I guess you can also look at it too as like, hey, I watched that movie by that director that I've been always meaning to watch or whatever, right? I watched Citizen Kane. You know? Hey, most of those people are dead now, but I went and I watched the movie that had a whole bunch of dead people in it. And so what does that say about the value of having done a thing and having an influence on the earth? Is it's like these people have had an influence on the earth as well. And clearly they have continued to have it because I'm still enjoying the thing. I'm consuming this thing that had happened because of that reason. It's like that movie existed for people to watch it, and now I'm one of the people who watched that movie.
And they get no benefit from it
because they're
from
dead.
Doing that.
Yes,
but
you know, did I gain a benefit from getting it? I mean, if I was entertained or if I learned something or whatever, it's like sure. Will that if I watched that last year versus watching that when I'm 80 years old, will it have had an effect on me in some way? Better or worse? Sooner or later? Like,
absolutely, because it is now a part of you, and it's a part of every conversation you have going forward. Every thought that you make, every choice that you make.
Yeah.
Every piece of food that you eat is now different because you have consumed a piece of information, and that changes who you are.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Jewish concept of that you die twice. Once when your body dies, and the second time when somebody says your name for the last time. And I think that's not quite. That wasn't quite enough for me. I don't think that. I'm a public figure for a very low level public figure, but for better or for worse, I'm a public figure.
Yeah.
And so my name's going to be out there longer, but I also know that the influence that I have is going to last longer than just my name.
I mean, yeah, the amount of people that are watching us right now, and the effect that has on their life. That they're like, I'm watching this, I'm listening to this, or I'm enjoying this, or I'm having a good time because of this, or, you know, even the idea of like, you could do something else with this time. It doesn't have to be, but maybe you are doing two things at the same time right now, right?
Oh,
maybe you're at work right now and you're enjoying us on the second screen while you do other things.
Yeah. But the fact that I have the opportunity to influence this many people, and more importantly, not just influence, but make people smile, to make a person, even one person's life better today than it was before, that is such a incredible privilege and a blessing in my life. To say that I can earn money, or I can have fun and be able to do that and reach that many potential people as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know what my point was there, but
I mean, you know, like I think about my parents, because they had kids, you know, that idea of like, well, you leave a legacy for your children, obviously, right? You raise a kid, you fuck them up in subtle ways, and they turn them loose in the world, and then they take that and they do what they will with it. And I have no idea if they have the same kind of consideration about my job here. I think they think it's neat, and I think they get jazzed a bit when they find out that there's like 14-year-olds, like there's grandkids or whatever, like not their grandkids obviously, but other grandkids of other families being like sitting in the room and they're playing with their phone or whatever, and all of a sudden the kid overhears. It's like, sorry, what? Your son is a Twitch streamer? Yeah, and he puts stuff on YouTube. What's his channel? What's this? Does he know Mr. Beast? Like, it's all that shit, right? Yeah. Constantly. And I love when we run into that in life these days, because even if I never meet these kids who are just totally into this idea of like, oh, this kid wants to meet you now. This kid wants to know more things about you. Or if you don't know Mr. Beast, they're like, I don't give a shit about you. But it's like, fine. And I'm like, yeah, what did my dad do with his time? Well, he's renovated houses and he's built stuff as well. He's created objects in this world, and you know, but he played a lot of hockey, and he did a lot of these other things, and like for fun, and you know, he has a boat. There's all this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I don't have a boat, but I do have 371 people
Yep.
watching me talk to you about philosophical shit at 6 in the morning, and they seem to enjoy it. Like most
For
of
the
them
most
do.
part, yeah.
They're at least they're fucking putting up with it, which is great. And I'm like, yeah, you know, that's not such a bad life either. And I feel like for everybody out there who's watching this then too, it's, you know, if you run into that same thing, I think you have the right attitude, Ian, where it's like the imprint that you make on the universe by being here is the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all temporary creatures, and we do leave a mark.
Yeah. You shouldn't have to think to yourself, it's like, well, did I do anything meaningful with that time? It's like, you did.
Yep.
Don't worry.
Everything you did is meaningful.
Yeah.
It's other people putting value on the meaning that you made.
Yeah.
That gets in the way of understanding that it's just, yeah, we're just all living our lives trying to be happy.
I guess it ties a bit to the part where I'm like, you know, what's the point in me reading this book when I'm 80 years old? Because what is that going to do for the world around me? And there's a couple things you can say there. That one of them is, you don't need permission for anyone to be loved, right? That it's like you don't need anybody to, you don't need to have to say that. Like it's like you don't need to be more than what you are in order to deserve being loved by somebody else, or to even to love yourself.
Yes.
And I'm like, that's great. So, and because by the same token, it's like you don't need to put some shit back in the universe because you read another book today, or that you watched Mr. Bean for the 6th time, or that you baked a cake. Like it's like you don't need to like be like, oh, that had to be worth something to someone who's grading me.
Right.
And that was my problem, right? That I'm like,
Who's grading you?
yeah, shed that shit. You're at some point, no one is coming in and giving you an A+ for this. You fucked up your brain going to school thinking that everything had to be for marks.
Yep. And that was my intention,
Yes.
by the way. Not you doing it, but the way the schools work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, read that book. If you didn't read that book, then you never got to meet some new characters.
Yeah.
Or experience a fun story. I remember way back when we were in university watching anime at the Anime Club.
Yeah.
And our friend Dan Ross said to us something at the end of watching Azumanga's Dio.
Oh.
And he said, I don't want the show to end because I don't want to stop spending time with these characters.
Right.
They're not real people,
Yeah.
but your emotions are real.
Yeah.
And as long as you can maintain a healthy separation between, you know, fantasy and reality, and enjoy the time you spend with your fantastic characters, that's fine too.
Yeah. Even if you're not the kind of person who's like, I'm gonna write fanfic, or I'm gonna draw these characters, I'm gonna make fan animations and movies, or I'm gonna do other things with it. And it's like, yeah, any sort of, even just the fact that you were there and experienced it and loved it, it's like that's a lot of times that's it's like that's what's most people are gonna have that they're gonna go through the same thing you do. You just had to watch the thing, and that was great, and good thing that you watched it. Or maybe the thing sucked and you're like, oh well, I'm not gonna watch any more of that. So
But then you still know that.
you still know that. Yeah.
Still a change. All right. By the way, getting the chance to explain that to my mother as well was a great experience.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, she is more jazzed about that now that she understands my way of thinking with regards to being able to reach people out there and do and good.
Yeah.
But even if it was just her and myself and my brother and you and the only people I knew, I think I'd still feel the same.
Right.
That said, I still need to find time to watch Vi-Fam.
Fair.
Theme song is such a banger.
How old is this?
Round Vernian Vifam, I believe, is 1986 joint.
Okay. All right.
But they put out a Blu-ray, I believe high definition Blu-ray release of it.
Oh,
So
cool.
it's color is vibrant, lines are sharp. You can see the shadows on the cell stacks. It's
That's awesome.
and I think it's going to be about Vietnam.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm gonna need to get up and grab some stuff in a second.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's a bottle in the fridge for me.
You want me to get it?
If you don't mind.
I can do that for you.
Yeah, you know what? I'll risk the time. In terms of just urine.
Cool. All right.
Yeah. TCX2, we started the stream 15 minutes early. We did not start the race until exactly at 7 a.m. our time, 4 p.m. in France. Yeah, so you're getting a bit more of me. And then there's going to be after work too. I mean, hey, y'all were generous to each other, and there's huge amounts of gift subs given out. Plus, all of y'all who have chosen to take the time to re-up your sub during my indulgence. So, I like that. But yeah, coming to the realization that the information is just so related to entropy, and that literally just thinking, you just thinking a thought is contributing to the heat death of the universe.
Which isn't happening tomorrow.
No, it's good. I mean, you're not going to be around to see it.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean by it's written in the very fabric of the world. And therefore it matters. Mm-hmm. I love that. Was Data's now I just need to clear things up. Was Data's off switch first featured in Measure of the Man? Or was it a previous?
Oh God, I think it was in a previous episode.
Damn it! Okay, that means I'm wrong. Because I remember him Riker asking the Doctor at the time, "How do you turn Data off?" And she just, clearly gives up that information like it's normal. Mm-hmm. Okay, first shows up in Data lore because Laura knows it. That makes sense. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It was one of those things that you see it happen, you're like, oh, it makes sense, but oh. And then to see it happen in Measure of a Man, you're like, oh, right, we were shown this.
Mm-hmm. Mm. He really should have, installed, at the very least, some sort of a cover over it. Jordy, I'm going to have to ask you to refrain from giving me any sort of Christian side hug. It may inadvertently activate my deactivation switch.
And Jordy's like, what's Christian?
And Data then proceeds to just give him the entire gospel. In fact,
in the beginning.
Yeah, it never shows up on the show, but Data's a devout Christian.
Yeah. Boy, that tank in your rearview mirror is a bit much.
I love the wacky racist nature that we've managed to put together for these outings.
It's the kind of thing where I wish that you could have a stable of a couple hundred vehicles, and that at random they would show
They just
up.
show up.
Yeah, it would be like a different. It's the same person racing, but on this lap, it's now a completely different vehicle.
I mean, it's also time of day matters. Seeing that thing or any of the sushis coming up on your butt in the dead of night is it's horrifying.
I love that when I got to drive, I didn't see any of the sushi at all, the whole time. And then when we just traded spots and sat down, and you started driving, there was a point where we were talking, and the cod roll one went by, and I was like, oh, Christ. Like, that's why I laughed out of nowhere, because I just realized, because I saw it, and I was like, oh, shit. Like, you had said you were going to have these. You told me as much the other day, and it just did not click with me that that's what they look like, right?
And that's their second year, and they are absolutely a mainstay now of
Nice.
Oh no, did I do it again? I did it again.
But yeah, that's not bad. At least you didn't F up your suspension.
Gotta learn to be better about learning how to escape from a bad turn like that. Just specifically to avoid damage. Yes, it does ruin an entire lap when it happens.
So were there a bunch of updates for Assetto Corsa when you were getting it ready?
Oh Lord, no! This game is feature complete.
Oh, good. All right.
They're hard at work on Assetto Corsa 2 right now.
Okay.
And it's looking good. Again, what remains to be seen is how easy it is to mod for and how much the community gets involved in doing that modding.
Yeah, because you spend enough time, the community kind of establishes himself after a certain amount of time being like, but this is the one we want to play because it has all of our shit in it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of worry that licensing agreements with various car manufacturers will keep them from being able to offer a mod or a completely open mod scene.
We can help that by just like letting Nissan go out of business, and then just everyone can use their cars at that point, I guess.
That'd be good. It's unfortunately not the cars that are in the game, it's the cars that are always left out that people want to add back in.
Right.
And, Porsche or, like, for example, this game does not have any official Porsche cars.
Except it has a giant Porsche banner over the raceway.
Well, this track is not even an official track. And again, it's the case that the modder's gonna mod.
Yeah.
And then they can be taken down with a DMCA request if they want to. But it's much easier for these large organizations to go directly to the publisher and say, hey, don't let them.
Yeah. I guess there aren't any DHL vans in the official version of the game either, but there is the DHL stuff all over this course. So yeah, clearly this is someone's actual recreation of the course as opposed to what they'd be forced to do if they had to pull out all the actual names of companies. Yeah.
And Gant, yes, we can't forget Gant.
No, we cannot. I just assume that doesn't mean anything.
It has kind of lost meaning at this point completely.
Are you warm enough, cold enough?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, yes, you're right. There is the one Porsche 3 DLC. 3 cars. That's what we got. And weirdly enough, one of the first cars that they've announced and is available in the beta for Assetto Corsa 2 is in fact the Classic Mini.
Well, gank.
Yeah, I'm happy about that.
That's cool.
Means that if the car itself dies, I can hopefully live on in whatever this is.
Fair. I've never been able to figure out. Okay, let's talk about the Porsche 911. But which one, you ask? Well, that's the thing I can never figure out.
Well, you can't forget it.
Because there have been so many Porsche 911s over the years, and they all go by different numbers. And that's what I can't understand, is the thing, is like, I know that this seems to be, it's like talking about Fox bodies I guess, or talking about like the W201 or the W124 from Mercedes, right? The 201 is not a good example. The W124, the W126, or whatever. Maybe the 201 is a good example. Or talking about like the E30 from BMW.
Honestly, the iPhone is not a bad apt.
Yeah, it's this idea of like, well, this is what it is. It's a Porsche 911, like it's a BMW E30, and it's like, right. But all that's told me is something about, like, it's told me something about the model of it. At least, like, with the E30, it's like, BMW stopped making the E30 at a certain point and replaced it with the E32, right?
You know what the base model of this
Yeah,
is.
you know that it was offered for a certain number of years and that they might have made a bunch of different vehicles out of this, out of the W124 Mercedes body. But you know that at a certain point, the W124 stopped being a thing. And then after that, it was like, what was it, the 206? Whatever it was. But it's like the 203. But there's like, the 911 I've never been able to understand because it's like, oh, well, it's the 911. It's like, okay, cool. Well, it's like, well, what's this? Is the 946. It's like, well, okay, so it's the Porsche 946. No. What do you mean, no? It's the Porsche 911. You just told me it wasn't. It's the 946. He's like, no, it isn't. It's a Porsche 911. Well, then why'd you call it 946? Because that's what it is. And I'm like, oh, third base. Like, and yeah, it's like the 911 is now only a branding, according to chat here. And I've just never been able to wrap my head around what any of that really means because everyone just wants to keep calling them the 911. And I'm like, I really want you to stop doing that. I want you to refer to it. But also, like, I had a Mercedes E300. There's a diesel one, so the E300D, but it's like the E300 was available in a few different ways, and then like later years, the E300 was still available, but on a different body. So you couldn't say they were the same car because they were two different bodies of cars. So it's like, I understand why that has to be different, but
You're also talking to a guy whose car of choice was produced over a very long period of time by no fewer than 3 separate manufacturers.
right. But I'm assuming that the Mini has a code name for the body style or whatever, that it hasn't changed because your car was made, the same body of car was made the same way over that many number of years, right? There was never a revamp of the Mini as far as Austin or Rover or anybody was concerned.
Right, but there are sport packs. There are the Cooper editions.
Right.
There's the Mayfair, not to mention the various anniversaries.
But a lot of that is trim level or celebrations.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just like,
But engines did change. Carburetors were replaced.
right? Okay.
And, yeah.
And you still, I mean, obviously, yeah, you call it a Mini. I mean, can you take the tires off of a 60s Mini and put it on a 90s Mini?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So.
But you can't go the other way around.
Okay. I didn't see that coming at all. Holy shit. I don't even want to know why that's the case. I do want to know why that's the case, actually. Is it spacers?
It's the bigger tires will foul the
wheels?
fenders. Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
On the turning radius,
That's-
which is why my car has a much larger turning radius than a older Mini still running on 10-inch tires.
I see. Okay.
But it's just even the fact that we call it the Mini, but is it a Rover Mini? Is it is it an Austin Mini? Is it a BMW Mini?
I mean, I assumed that, like, I mean, the BMW Mini, I think, is a very different kettle of fish anyway.
Oh,
but,
yes.
But, like, the Rover Mini and the Austin Mini and, like all of that.
Oh, and British Leyland as well was in there.
Right, and I'm like, so all of those, though, it's still the same, like,
Basic shape.
it's the same basic shape and the same monocoque, or maybe not monocoque, but, sorry, but the same, like, body, right? The framework might be a little different underneath, obviously. They make improvements as that stuff goes on.
Yeah, but not much. Yeah.
But not much, right? So there's like little tweaks and turns and whatever. It's like, when I see a 911, when you see one of those posters that you have up in like your dorm room that has like the 7 different 911s over the last
Oh, the
whatever
giant
years,
spoilers and
and it all changes over time, and it's like, and then this is very different, and then this is different, and it's like there's still all that kind of look to it. And I'm like, okay, cool, but they're all like, this is the 2007 911. And it's like, okay, it's like, well, this is the 2007 like 946 or whatever the hell it is, and it's like, but you just said that's also a 911, and that's, I think, the part that confuses me too. It's like the numbers are too similar, and it'd be different if it was different. If it was like, well, this is the Miata, right? It's like, this is the FA, this is the FB, or whatever, right? It's like, these Miatas look identical. It's like, yeah, but this one's the FA and this one's the FB. And it's like, well, okay, so then they look the same as the FC. Well, no, the FC got rid of the headlights. Or the FC doesn't have the flip-up headlights anymore. So then the FD is like, well, no, they redesigned the FD as well, because that was also a different time. It's like, they're still all the Miata, but they're, you know, the FA and the FB are almost identical, but not quite, and because of tiny little differences, and it's like, okay, fair.
So this is the idea of designing to a pedigree, and to a history, and why everyone was just so upset with Bangle when he showed up in BMW.
Oh, yeah?
Is you'd taken his was the work when BMW started to get more rounded.
Oh, yeah.
And you start to lose all of that. You look at a BMW 3 Series now, and it looks nothing like its 80s, early 90s counterpart.
Right.
You know, the only designing cues left are the kidney grills, and even those are weirdly different from what they used to be. I never understood why they considered those to be the iconic piece of BMW to keep.
There was a friend of mine, you know, Carl.
Yeah.
He also told me about I forget what it's called, but it's the kick or the cut or whatever. It's in the rear windows.
Oh yeah, it comes out. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a little thing where it doesn't just come down to a hard corner. The frame is.
Yeah, it's a four angle.
Yeah.
Or four-sided shape.
Yeah, and it's like we have this little extra piece here that's there. It makes for a stronger window opening and. In the frame body or whatever, and it's like, but it was interesting to people. It's like looking at Saabs, right? It's like Saabs have a very interesting shape and interesting design, and at a certain point, GM was like, "But what if we just made them look like a whole bunch of other cars?"
Hey, Mazda, you want to make a car with us?
Yeah,
We'll let Ford in too.
we'll just call it a Saab, and it'll be great, and everyone will be happy about that. It's like, yeah, there is really something about. I didn't give two shits about the look of cars really for a very, very long time, and thanks to being friends with Carl, and he had a was it a 525e or a 535e, whatever it was.
It was a 5, yeah.
Yeah, he had a 5 Series, and it was one of the economy model ones that he really liked, in fact, and he was also working on a 2002, and that didn't work out so well, but he got me like kind of paying attention to like what an E30 looks like and all those kind of things. And I was looking at buying like cars from Japan, and there were some E30s and I think E32s or whatever for sale too. And I was like, man, that really, yeah, those two look really
They're
good,
handsome
don't they?
vehicles,
They're handsome cars, especially when they don't have the big lip on the front. Like, that's a good looking vehicle actually, which is weird because growing up, I would have been like, "That's an old-looking vehicle. That looks like a boxy Volvo, whatever, right? Like, I don't want to drive around in one of those." And then I look at a Volvo these days, and I'm like, "Yeah, but you know, there's a certain class of Volvo wagon that I actually really do like the look of, a more classic look to them."
There's a cutoff, and the Volvo dealership in Edmonton actually called that out.
Yeah.
They were saying, and if you like the look of this particular Volvo, get your cars now because they're going away for the next year.
You know, it's like the 970 or whatever, or the in like the late 90s. I really liked it because it was like, it's the still kind of boxy look of the wagon, but then they had just rounded everything just a little bit, just softened it just a tiny bit, and they said, but it's still going to look like a flying tank, like it's still a box. It's not going to be all bubbles and shit. And I was like, you made it look very refined, and you were really, really restrained in the amount of kind of refinement that you did. Oh, I like this. This is a
very
good look.
intentional.
Yeah, it felt kind of nice.
Another good example, I think, and this is again only Apple can do this. The iMac.
Oh yeah.
You look at those cars. I mean, you show anyone an iMac from any era, and I'm pretty sure that they will be able to say, "Oh yeah, that's an iMac."
Yeah. I mean, we have a few in the office because we have one of the white plastic unibody ones after the the Bigfoot ones.
Yep.
Not the angle poise one, obviously. But it's like that's a good looking machine. It weighs like a goddamn ton, but it's like it's a good looking machine. And then we have one of the fat aluminum iMacs. I'm like, that's a good looking machine too, actually. Yeah. And then we have the ones that have like that sharpen themselves to a point, and I'm like,
Those are
those are good looking machines. Holy shit! And yeah.
And hey, how about the sunflower version?
Oh, the
Sunflower iMac,
right?
With the lamp.
Yeah. That's a good looking machine. And I mean, even the bulbous CRT ones from the era, like those...
I love the clear ones with the SC models.
Yeah.
Those were fantastic. And yeah, right back to, as Lady Miller says, the OG gumdrop one. There's so much charm in that with the pinstripes and the color, the quality of the plastic. Shitty mouse.
Yeah. But, it's like Ikebana, right? There has to be one thing that's off in order to let you appreciate the rest of the object. But yeah, looking at just the industrial design of something and being like, that is a good-looking... And it's always kind of been a good-looking thing.
And you can trace the design elements from the beginning all the way back.
Yeah. I mean, I even like the look of the new iMacs, the multicolored ones.
Oh yeah, I think they're great.
I think they're really good-looking machines. And I mean, when they were revealed, there was a brief conversation here where at the Moonbase where it was like, I could use a new computer, and that was a very inexpensive M1 method of getting an M1, and I was like, that's I kind of want that on my desk.
Yeah.
And then I was eventually like, don't. It's a trick.
My only problem with them is that the monitor is non-detachable.
Yeah.
But Apple monitors are so good.
Yeah.
They're just really too expensive.
Yeah.
But if that's your only computer and you're going to use it for 10 years, you could find much worse computers.
Yeah. It does suck that they took the capability of just making it into a monitor after you're done, with the internals of it. I don't like that at all.
But I also didn't like the way that system worked. It
Yeah.
required the computer to be turned on.
Yeah.
And the purpose of using it as a monitor is to no longer use it as a computer.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. What I want to find is one of the 27-inch Retina display ones for a cheap price.
Oh, the 5K iMac?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese are producing driver boards for them
Okay.
for like $250. So if you can track one down for an extra $250, you can turn it into just an HDMI or DisplayPort connected monitor.
Nice.
That just works as a monitor.
Okay. That's good to know because we have those two iMac Pros here that we can no longer upgrade their OSs on.
Yep.
Yeah. Which, hey, they had a nice long run, and I'm very happy, but yeah.
And $200 for a Retina display is much less than a Retina display costs normally.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep, you're a fake car. Good. Are you real? Nope.
Oof.
Oh yeah, let's take you on a tour of the buses.
Oh, they really do? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, they even put fabric on the seats.
Oh yeah, they just even a fan.
That's kind of
turns.
great.
Yeah. Cash fares.
It's good. It's good.
And there's a little man inside the sushi.
Oh, good.
How else would it drive?
Yeah, that's fair. If it was like a shrimp, it would be very funny.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
just
that
a
would be
shrimp
nice.
with a hat. Yeah. Oh God, that's good. I'm glad the driver board thing exists because that'll definitely be something to look into.
Yeah, let me know because that's something I want to do for myself as well and may need to do for other people I know.
I mean, there might just be a reason. I have to go online and see what they're worth on like eBay or whatever because there might just be a reason to turn around and flip the damn things, just wipe them and be like, there's enough people out there who might be like, I want one of these.
Yep.
And so therefore, please sell it to me for whatever it's
they're a
worth.
Xeon computer, so
Yeah.
it's not good
Yeah.
chip.
And there'd just be people out there who being like, I just really want to have a retro iMac, but the very best retro iMac I could possibly think of. It's like, yeah, you betcha.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, as to the version numbers, don't worry about it. The 26 refers to the year, which is the year you should install it. If you actually go to the About box in any of these systems and find out what they will report the proper version number, which will be not 26.
Right.
I think it's 18 or 19 in the iOS case, and whatever it is in.
Yeah. This is a marketing exercise, and it's funny too, because like macOS Tahoe, like I was like, you just said it was going to be macOS 26, so now it's got a name because you don't want to abandon that because there's enough people in the community who are like, I like that my OS has a place name. Okay, fair. I would rather it have a giant cat again, but I guess we can't have any more of those. You won't breed any new ones, so I guess we're stuck with Tahoe. Like they should have, for all the money that Apple has, they should have a genetics lab just making up new cats.
Okay, I look forward to macOS NecoArc
Yeah.
with the Pilk attachment. Oh, Cheeto died. Well, rip Cheeto.
Rip Cheeto. Here comes the Tamago. Oh.
Oop. Oscillations. Did I get a new engine? I can't remember.
I don't think you did. Do you have little bars that tell you how you're doing in that regard?
There should be a damage display that's on, and I'm going to Control J.
You need to come back that way.
Yeah, it does not appear to be working right now.
Okay. I'm gonna go put a computer on my desk
Okay.
because I realized that I need to do something with it.
Yeah, no, get ready for it.
Yeah, it's just like I was thinking about it the other day about doing this, and I was like, you know what? Let's just put that all on my desk, and then that way I'll remember I wanted to do a thing with it, and then I can go ahead and do it. That's important.
Yeah, doing
things
is important.
Yeah. So I'll just be right back.
No problem. I have nothing but respect for setting oneself up for success like that. Or confusion. I mean, it goes both ways. I'm sure we've all been at the point at some point in our lives recently when we've just literally stood up from our chair to go do something that was important to do and forgotten a bit before you took the first step. And you're sitting there and standing there asking yourself, what the hell did I stand up for? Where was I going? Undecided, as we call that coffee time in my home office. You know what? I wish I drank coffee more. I do generally a couple cups of coffee these days. Not into it as much as I used to be. I miss my matcha. I wish TikTok would go into the sea, along with all the influencers who made matcha expensive for me this past year. Go. Oh no. That was a gentle bump. Yeah, thankfully I've gotten much less bad about misplacing things around the home. You start to... the realization I came to was, okay, if I want to stop losing stuff, make sure everything has a home. And when it's not in use, thing always goes back in its home. Well, where the hardest part about this procedure is deciding where the home is for the device. And that to me came from when you're putting it away, or rather when you're looking for something, where's the first place you'd look for it? That should inform where it should go. Because then when you lose something, you always go to the first place it should be. And then if it's not there, well, then you're hooped. Just buy a new one. There we go. Yep, we are 20 minutes out from the end of this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. And so last year, if you recall, I was just wiped. I think there was something wrong with my arms at that point too, where I was actually actively having a hard time keeping my arm up. That seems to have been healed in the past time. I am not feeling like I want to die completely. But that's not going to change my prognostication that year 10 will be the last official full 24 hours of Le Mans. We're going to do one last hurrah. And then maybe something, yeah, and then, you know, maybe, as I said, we'll do something different in driving. Either shorter, 240 hours of Le Mans. No, thank you.
Still want company?
Sure, I mean, we've got 20 minutes left, so I would absolutely be
I realized that
chuffed to have you here.
like I left the room at the time when it's like you feel like you're starting to get everything kind of, you're going to wrap this sucker up. And I was like, I should let him have this just to kind of say goodbye to everybody in his own. And I'm like, I'll check.
Yeah, this has always been a community offering, and I'm a little bit sad that more people aren't interested in coming by sitting, especially sitting in the chair.
Yeah.
I think there certainly might be an intimidation factor.
Nobody wants to get on here and be like, well, I can drive, and then they fuck it up, and they're like, I look like an idiot because I don't know how to drive, and I'm like, oh, don't let that stop you. You know, nobody knows how to drive at 200 kilometers an hour. Like,
It's not what we do on a day-to-day basis.
no.
Look at me, I've been doing this for 9 days, and I'm still not great.
I would be such a menace on the Autobahn because I would be terrified of everything that's going on around me.
Ooh.
And like that's what I mean. Like I would not be driving at these speeds. I would be doing like 110, and I'd be in the slow lane, and I'd have people coming by me and just being like, I don't want to be a part of whatever's going on right now.
At some point, I should put you in front of the Shutoku Revival Project.
Okay.
Which is a mod recreating the Tokyo Highway network.
Oh, okay.
Just like within the districts, and also associated buildings that you can see from the highway to get the skyline.
Neat.
And it's gorgeous, and you can put traffic on it,
Right.
and you can drive, if you like, at normal expressway
That
speeds.
sounds like fun.
Yeah. It actually really is.
It's like
And-
Densha Day Go.
Yeah, a little bit like that. And they open that one up to there are servers that you can get onto if you want to do some straight racing with people. But
That's cool. I definitely thought, because going to Okinawa and not renting a car, I didn't want to. I didn't want the added expense, and I didn't want the whatever else. And
complication.
yeah, you know, and it's like, and I have to drive on the left side of the road, and I'm just like, if I was gonna do that, what I would have done is come and seen you about like a month or two before, and I said, let's go somewhere, and let me drive in your vehicle.
Just practice
And
on
just
the left-hand
practice,
side.
yeah. And
Yeah.
also then learning to shift on the left-hand side, which would be probably even worse. But yeah, just being able to practice on the left-hand side of like driving through parking lots or driving through whatever, and just being like, I need to know what this feels like and get comfortable being able to make turns and all that kind of crap. And yeah.
Fortunately, my car would not be the most helpful for you there because it's so small. It really doesn't even matter if it's a left-hand drive, right-hand drive.
That's fair. Yeah.
I can't even remember which side it is.
I did definitely, like when we were in Australia years ago, I did get to drive our rental car because we had driven out someplace and do you need more?
No.
Okay. We had driven out to the sanctuary, to the animal
Sanctuary.
I drove to the animal sanctuary.
It's amazing they taught the wolves to say that.
Yeah. No. Yes. And on the way back, Kathleen had offered, like, did you want to drive? I'm like, I do, but also I'm a little freaked out by this idea. And she's like, it's not that big a deal. I'm like, okay, cool. So then I did. And yeah, it's not that big a deal, but the whole way I was hyper vigilant. And you know, you always do that thing of like, oh, I need to turn on my windshield wipers, or I need to, you know, I go to turn on my turn signal and I turn the windshield wipers on by accident, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was after I was like convincing myself, it's like, remember, the thing's on the opposite side. So just hit the one on the when it feels like you need to put on your signal lights, hit the thing on the opposite side instead.
Nope.
Because you naturally just do it because it's ingrained. It's all muscle memory. So that was a weird feeling.
Which side is the blinker on in your car?
Hang on.
Because I'm pretty sure that my blinker is on the left side.
It's your left-hand stock?
Which is the same side as the Toyota I rented to go to Alberta. I think, yeah, that those are standardized internationally.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least within brands. They, you know, the brand will be the same on both sides. So I think there's one of those European car companies that's weird and puts their stock on the opposite side. Citroen, maybe?
Because if you're not going to sell it in the U.S. market, because no matter what, it's like they're very particular. You're going to sell it in North America, it has to follow these rules.
Mm-hmm.
So I was under the assumption that everybody changes that.
Swap them? Yeah. No, I think it's I think that's one of those things that's standard.
Huh.
And it was your need to flip that got everything in the way.
Maybe that was it.
Because
Surely.
So you'd think then, if you go by your logic, what you would want is a transmission that starts with a 1 on the right-hand side for a left-hand drive car, which is not the case as well.
No, exactly.
So upset with the gas meter though in that car I rented.
Oh yeah.
Ever since I found out about the hack of learning which side your fuel door is on is based on the fuel pump icon. The pump is on the side that.
Yeah.
Once I found out that trick, I've now only seen cars that have the icon and then a chevron on the side.
Yes.
That is. Like, this was elegant. This was beautiful. You ruined it.
Yeah, it was It's like the camera icon on your iPhone is in the position it's in, not because of like history, but because it's on the location where the lens is on the other side of your phone. That's why they put it in the upper right-hand corner, is because that's where the lens is for your phone.
Yeah, that's where I always put it myself.
Yeah.
To go there.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it is that side.
But like, yeah, iOS, early iOSs, I guess even before they were calling it iOS and iPhone OS, it was up in that corner for that reason. It was meant to be a reminder to you. It's like, don't forget your lens is in this corner, so don't cover it with your hands.
Would be interested to see how the clean your lens feature works. Yeah,
I remember them mentioning that. But it was like, if your camera sucks, I guess it's just clean it. It's not our fault.
You're holding it wrong.
Yeah. What if it's like it can detect that there's fingerprints on the lens? Like, what if it's that kind of, like, that good? That it's like, it's not just, oh, I see you put a bunch of Vaseline or mung on this or whatever. It's like, no, literally, we can tell there's lines across the lens.
That's an interesting one, because that gets down to actual physics, which is a problem. Because you'd either have to be able to recognize what fingerprints look like blurry and out of focus.
Yeah.
Because there's no way they can make a macro lens that focuses at zero distance.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, joke VHS screen cleaner tapes that were footage of window washers. I don't remember those.
God, now I'm messed up about the stocks on my car. Jesus. So get in, put the thing on. Yes.
Left side?
Yeah, it's on the left side.
Yeah.
Because all the windshield wiper controls are on the right side, and that's the stock that operates the windshield wiper as well. Because my cruise control and everything is on the left stock.
Ah, that's the difference with the or the VWs then.
Yeah.
Every car I've driven has had the cruise control on the right side.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So my Mercedes had a separate stock for cruise control.
Ooh, that's fancy.
Yeah, and it was on the left-hand side as well. And how it worked is it was a plus gate. So you put up, down, forward, or backwards, right? And that meant that if you wanted, you just basically pulled it or pushed it in the direction that you wanted it to do the thing that you want it to do. So pushing it down and holding it down is decelerate, and pushing it up is accelerate, and pushing it forward sets it to put it back into position. And if you pull it towards you,
That's the cancel?
I think it was to cancel. I can't remember. It was like, to bop it back towards you, I think it was cancel or something like that. So very deliberate, right? So you have to push forward, which is a little bit more different. Learning how that worked was trying to understand, especially on my 190D on my red Benz, because it didn't work very well. And then when I got the new Benz, when I got the gold Benz, it worked perfectly. It was in very good condition. So yeah.
I still remember the cruise control on the Cutlass Supreme.
Yeah.
And that one was, oh god, it was weird because there was a switch on the face of the stock that had 3 positions.
Okay, yeah.
Off, which was far right.
Yeah.
Middle, which is on. And accelerate,
yes,
which was a push button on the switch closer towards the steering column.
It was momentary because it would always slide back into the on position.
Yeah, spring loaded.
Yeah.
But I did love the position of the set button, which was center of the stock.
Yes.
Right in, push that button right in.
Yeah. We had a Suburban from that era, so it had the same cruise setup as well. A big button on there too. My parents told me for sure, because I was like 16 when we had it, so I got to drive the Suburban all the time as my car that I got to go out in. Having a license at that age, and they were like, "Don't use the cruise control."
Yeah.
I'm like, why not? It's like, because you'll forget that you have it on and you'll run into somebody. Just don't use the cruise control. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Radar cruise is now that I know how to use it properly, it's magic.
Really?
Oh yeah. For highway driving, it will slow you down to a stop.
That's kind of
with
nice.
proper distance in front of you. And then on these new machines, you just jam the brake pedal down. That shuts off the engine for the duration of your stop. Take it off. The car starts again,
That is cool.
and then the cruise goes on its way.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss having a car. Because someday I'm just gonna not have a car anymore because I don't want to have a car anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, if it was camera cruise, I wouldn't trust it. But the radar is a form of data-driven information, not unlike LiDAR, that I absolutely trust more a computer to read properly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it would be nice to get rid of a car. I rented a van from Moto yesterday specifically to bring the wheel in and do a keg swap.
Right.
And it's just nice to be able to dump it on the street. Well, where it's supposed to go.
You were using Evo for a while too, right?
But still am.
Nice.
I maintain membership in both because there's no extra cost for me per month.
Right.
And so it just means that, if I want a car that I can pick up and drop off anywhere,
Yeah.
I've got the Evo. If I'm going to plan for something, I'll use the Moto because it's slightly cheaper.
I do kind of love the idea, like in the back of my head, just the idea of I'm walking along somewhere and I'm walking downtown or doing whatever, and then all of a sudden I'm like, no, you know what? I need to make a trip out to wherever. And then I just turn to my left and to my right, and I'm like, oh, look, it's a...
It's an Evo.
It's an Evo. And then you just get into a car that's sitting on the side of the road and turn it on, and I drive away with it. It feels like magic in a way, that it's like, there's just going to be a car sitting here that I can use whenever I want, right?
Yeah.
Just somebody has a random car that's sitting here, and I just get into it, and I go ahead and I drive. Which is supposed to be part of that whole dream of, driverless, like the Waymo thing or whatever, of just like having driverless cars just moving around, be like, I'll just summon a car and I'll get into it and I'll drive it off and drop me off where I need to. And yeah.
I mean, that's also the dream of ubiquitous, free, and accessible
Transit?
transit. Yep.
Yeah.
Make transit free for everyone, you cowards.
I did fill out the transit survey BC Transit put out. That was just like, do you ride? And I'm like, occasionally, like very occasionally, because I have only ridden once, I think, in the last few years. And it's like, what would get you using it more? I'm like, lower fares and there's like something else, and using credit cards or whatever. And at the end, where they're like, do you have any more feedback for us? This is basically just like, I'm not going to be able to give you any usable information, I think, because I rarely ride this thing. I just was like, here's my salary and here's my age and whatever. And then it's like, do you have anything else you'd like to add? And I'm like, I just really think you guys should consider trams. Like, you should really think about trams.
Yeah.
Could you just go to a fucking tram from like the legislature to the airport or to the ferry? Just give us a tram that kind of works its way through there.
Both. Back and forth.
Yeah. They're all on the same route. Just put a tram in there. Not a bus rapid transit, not dedicated lines.
No more gas, no more tires. Just steel on steel.
Yep. Please just let us ride that thing up to the airport or ride it up to the ferry. People will pay. Like, people will, it's like, it doesn't have to cost $3.50 a ticket or whatever to ride the tram in that case. I will pay you $10 to ride up to the airport in that thing.
But conversely, why should we pay anything?
There's that. Yeah. But it would be worth $10 to me to ride the tram.
Definitely cheaper than any taxi or any parking. There we go. Ooh.
I mean,
squirrely.
What's funny, actually, that would be funny if it was like, okay, the trams are free up until you get to, I don't know, North Saanich. And then after that,
That's the fair enforcement zone?
That's the fare area after that. It's like, are you going to Swartz Bay because you're going to get on the ferry and go over? Well, that's going to cost you $10. You're going to the airport, it's going to cost you $10. We have lines that go directly to the airport too. You don't have to get off on the side of the highway and wait for another bus.
That's the important part.
Yeah, we will take you right to the airport, and we will take you to the ferry. We will do all that shit for you. But it's going to cost you $10 if you want to do that. If you're leaving from downtown. Maybe if you're leaving from North Sandwich, it's like less. But I'm like, everything else is just free. And it's like, yeah, you would pay for like the amount of people who would be riding that thing to go to the airport or to get on the ferry to do walk-ons and stuff. I'm sure there'd be so many people who'd be like, yeah, I'll pay the money to do that because it's fast and it's easy and I'll get there way before everybody else. And that will help subsidize the cost of free trams everywhere else in the city. Has to.
I mean, there's an easy way to fund trams for free in the city.
Just tax the businesses?
No, just fund the trams.
Yeah.
Modern monetary theory says you make money.
Yeah.
You just make the money, and then you bring the money back in through taxation and through the services that are paid for by the businesses.
Yeah. I mean, like, we had a referendum recently on like revamping Crystal Pool, right?
Sure did.
And I'm like, sure, I voted in that. I said, please just go ahead and do that. Like,
yeah.
Whatever. We're at a point now, just go ahead and do that. But if on that referendum it was like, we'll give you a choice.
Mm-hmm.
That we can either give you a new pool in this area, or we can give you trams to the airport. And I would have been like, oh, I don't know about this pool thing anymore.
I mean, that unfortunately, that's a false equivalency.
I know. But it's like we have to spend money somewhere, and I'm like, I would prefer that you do this instead.
I would love trams.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, this was a terrible last lap.
I'm distracting you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Sometimes they can be bad.
Yeah, all right.
Let's get ourselves to that checkered line. And call this a stream. And a race. And a movement.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been 24 hours for me. It's definitely a movement is coming.
Yeah, that's good.
We were talking earlier before you showed up about anytime cars come up, the question of Road Quest 2, when and what?
Yeah.
And just the idea someone brought up of just taking a trip out to Le Mans, either during the race time or not, and getting a chance to drive this course.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't even have to be in a race car. Just any vehicle would be a huge for me, given how much time I've spent on this track.
Yeah. I mean, even if they were like, even if you're limited by a course taxi, would you do that?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Just to be on it, to actually see what it's like.
Yeah. Like I said, this is when I say I spend 9 days on this course, it's not I spent 9 days where I woke up, went to the course, did a few laps, had dinner, had lunch, went back to a hotel. No, I have spent 9 24-hour periods driving this course.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time.
Yeah. Was this number 9?
This is number 9.
Okay.
And next year will be 10, and that will be the last full 24 hours of Le Mans going forward. There will probably be other car-based shenanigans going on.
Right.
But I think 10 years of this is enough.
All right. That's fair. Something to look forward to next year then, too.
Yeah. I gotta find a way to make it a big banger of an event, too. If we can. Maybe we'll just get Cameron to sit behind me and sip whiskey the whole time.
Hey, Cameron, you want to be awake for 24 hours and just do nothing but drink whiskey?
I wonder if he could survive a 24-shot challenge. 1 shot an hour for 24 hours. Jesus. I mean, that's standard metabolization time.
I guess.
He'd be safe to drive at the end.
Yeah. Can he have any other food?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I think he's allowed to eat and drink whatever he needs
Fair
in
enough.
order to actually make it through.
Yeah.
But importantly, he's also not allowed to speak.
Ah, okay.
That would be a fun game. How many things can I get wrong in the field of crystalline chemistry
Basically,
before he has to speak?
It could be in the field of just about anything that he's interested in. That I'm sure, you know, because he would want to be like, well, I want to let you know that, okay, but
Okay, first of all, there have been 10 different versions of marine power armor.
can't.
And this was, of course, just before, I want to say, what was his name? Anubis? Yeah, Anubis betrayed the king of Earth. Tell him your favorite Warhammer character is Horus Heresy. Oh yeah, Horus Wimp. That was the, Shoot, what band was that?
Can't tell you. Don't know.
No.
Turn.
Horus Wimp, this is your life. Time you found yourself a wife. Take a stand, be a man. You will have a great life plan. ELO, thank you. Great, now I know what I'm doing as a project for the next little while. It's gonna be a anime music video about the Horus Heresy to Horus Wimp. I'm sure that's gonna make a lot of people very happy. All right, folks. As you know, a lap takes a little bit longer than 1 minute, and we were more than 1 minute away, but it is 7 hours and 4 minutes past the top of the day, which means we are going to be closing out this episode of... God, it's an episode? No, it's been a marathon. But I want to thank everyone for watching, whether you're chatting, subbing, or whatnot. This has been the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Thank you for watching. Check out patreon.com/loadingreadyrun if you want to help us out. And we will see you in a year's time. Thank you and good night.